Hello and welcome to Six Part. Today I'm going to start a new series, What If Deku Became the Dark Spider-Man Part 1. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
"We're all going to die," exclaimed Minoru Mineta, a little, terrified young guy with sticky balls on top of his head, frantically, certain that death was on the horizon. Tsuyu Asui, a classmate who was also terrified, responded, "You need to stay calm, Mineta. Otherwise, the villains will have an easier time getting to us," maintaining a more composed and reserved manner. "Shut up. It's normal to panic at a time like this. I'm not ready to take on villains. That was the whole point of coming into this university, and now I'm going to die before I can accomplish anything." Mineta was growing increasingly frantic. "This sucks. I can't die. I've never even got a chance to touch Yaoyorozu's enormous boobies." Tsuyu, annoyed by Mineta's wicked behavior, thought, "It's tempting to act like a villain just this once and leave him behind." Her expression still showed nothing. "That kid is so annoying," moaned Sharkayanara, one of the antagonists, distress-edly. "I'm not going to lose any sleep drowning him at the bottom of this lake." The party tasked to guard the flood zone was led by Hanzo Sweden, who had a skull-like head. "Agreed, but remember what Shigaraki said. We mustn't underestimate any of the students from the hero course. They're typically known for having amazingly powerful quirks," Hanzo stated. "Still, it's also a risk to give them time to plan a possible escape, so I'll damage the ship and have it slowly sink, leaving them with nowhere to hide." Hanzo was about to use his quirk, which allows him to control water and harden it to deliver lethal physical attacks, when neither the villains nor the heroes in training realized that another person was in the USJ's flood zone, swinging above the facility without anyone seeing him at the time, landing close to the waterfall, and arranging himself in a spider-like manner so he could see everything that was happening in the lake below him with perfect clarity. A young man wearing a skin-tight outfit that hides every aspect of his identity, dressed entirely in a bright green color scheme. A mask with two large white eyes and a web of black lines running down it. Other than a simplified white spider insignia on his chest that acts as his symbol, the costume hardly has any notable elements. Apart from that, it is composed of high-quality material that provides flexibility for acrobatic moves as well as protection. "I'm too late. This attack already started," he cursed his bad luck. He had hurried to this facility as soon as he could after hearing about the attack a short while ago, but he was afraid he wouldn't be able to warn the UA faculty in time, so it might have been best that he stopped by here instead. He narrows his eyes, which is represented by lenses that can be adjusted to visually reflect his emotions, giving the costume a unique touch. He determined how many villains were strewn across the water, stalking the ship like wolves circling their prey. 1, 2, 8, no, 12, 18, he said. There was nowhere for the two frightened and besieged students to flee on the main deck. No time to waste, he prepared, raising his left hand with his fingers in the well-known position he had long since perfected. Thumb cocked out, middle and ring fingers curled inward, index and pinky outstretched, like a gunslinger preparing to draw. Luminous green energy spiraled out the open slits along his wrists, causing a quiet crack to split the air. Like gossamer spun from a dream, threads of ethereal webbing, shimmering and alive, braided themselves into being. Between anchor points, reality was bent by the luminous veins of living light that pulsed faintly against the wet air. He immediately secured a thick web line that could hold his entire weight by pressing one palm against the steep cliff next to him. With a fluid, almost lazy spiral, he hurled himself forward off the waterslide and twisted in midair. He fell like a stone, straight down, and then swung violently, arcing into the middle of the battlefield like a living pendulum. He released his grip beneath the ship, launching tiny psi threads from his fingertips like a hail of silky bullets. Blinding, silencing, panicking, each luminous shot hit home, clinging to villain after villain and slapping across faces, eyes, and tongues. Angrily, Sharkayanara scratched at the luminous threads covering his eyes. He gasped, then grimaced. "Webbing? No, it feels wrong." In any case, the villains came to a unanimous, and terrifying, conclusion. The vigilantes here, as the mayhem erupted around them, Asui and Mineta looked up in astonishment above the fray. A figure appeared, hanging upside down from a single thread of green psychic silk before either could say a word. Swinging lightly in the air like a pendulum, the man hung freely, his legs crossed at the ankles around his webbing. "Yo," he said in a light, informal voice. "Anyone ordered a friendly neighbor? Hope you don't mind, I crashed the party." Mineta stared. From the deck to the stranger dangling like a ghost, Tsuyu's wild eyes darted. The air was torn by a roar of rage before they could respond. Hanzo yelled in wrath, "Webjack!" Using his quirk to control a whirling mass of water, he threw a huge liquid fist at the spacecraft with the intention of crushing it, and everyone on board. Before conscious cognition, Webjack's body moved. He quickly snagged another webline into the rock above, seized both pupils by their costumes, and leapt to his feet in one powerful jump. They flew higher than any human or frog had the right to, soaring past the broken deck. Dropping Tsuyu and Mineta safely onto firm ground, Webjack landed on the rocky ridge close to the waterfall. Mineta said, "Why you saved us," with a stream of his own eyes, relieved that assistance had come. "Stay put," Webjack ordered, his tone changing from one of playfulness to one of seriousness. "Hide. Don't move until the pros show up, got it?" Neither pupil dared to dispute. Turning, Webjack plunged back toward the fighting below. With their bloodlust evident in the air, the criminals were already gathering, either swimming or flying toward the ruins. Webjack made a flawless descent for the sea, spinning once to launch 6 web lines into the air. Like fish on hooks, Psy Threads yanked 6 baddies out of the lake and headed directly for him. He struck with the might of a hydraulic press, delivering quick blows, accurate punches, and sharp kicks before they could respond. Before they could even comprehend how they had been struck, 6 villains fell like stones. With another scream, Hanzo conjured up a terrifying hand of whirling water. Webjack didn't wait to find out its size. He wrenched himself upward, almost avoiding the tidal strike, and launched a web upward, whip, reattaching to the anchor line above. He used another strand to pull Hanzo out of the water, and in the same sentence, he smacked his foot across the villain's face in midair, knocking him unconscious. As he dropped into the lake, water spilled all around him. Webjack's excitement was laced with relief when his costume's waterproofing stayed fast, despite his heart pounding in his ears. Underwater, his Psy webbing was also unaffected, cutting through the currents like neon blades. The other bad guys charged forward, believing they had the upper hand because of the water. They were mistaken. Below his mask, Webjack smiled. "You poor guys," he rolled his shoulders and mumbled. "You just made it easier for me." He spun his web across the murky waters with a glimmer of green light and struck. Mineta exclaimed, "He's incredible," in amazement. Uncertain herself, Tsuyu mumbled, "Is this even the same guy from the first few months?" Everyone at their institution, Ua University, is aware of Webjack, including them. When the vigilante first appeared, they were operating in Musutafu, Japan, as well as other cities like Hosu and Kamino, Yokohama. They were swinging webs everywhere, crawling on buildings, and preventing both little and serious crimes. Vigilantism is absurd in this day and age because heroes are not only the center of society but are also approved by the government. Therefore, anyone who fights crime without a license is viewed as no better than a villain, and every police officer and hero is required to arrest him right away. However, Webjack has managed to avoid capture and conceal his identity. Although he began as a very inexperienced person who obviously had never attended a hero academy, he quickly outperformed pro heroes at every turn and appeared to be doing a better job than them in defending citizens from various threats. Since they particularly despise vigilantes more than villains, the Hero Public Safety Commission, which oversees all hero operations, would never ignore it if people perished as a result of his interference with hero work. Since the backlash from Webjack's ongoing spring of heroics has seriously damaged several of their careers, most pro heroes have started to avoid interacting with him unless one of the top 30 pros is present in order to prevent further embarrassment. This is something that first-year students at all hero universities, who are typically kept in the dark about such matters, have started to notice. To be honest, it presents a negative image for anyone hoping to become a hero in the future if their career is in danger of being overshadowed by someone who is breaking the law. In any case, Asui and Mineta are both thankful for the rescue and will do their best to avoid being in Webjack's way if at all possible. In order to keep the villains from drowning, the vigilante took the time to relocate them out of the water before exploring the rest of the USJ. He then tied them all up together in a cocoon of web that hung a few feet above the ground. "Boy, it's a good thing I managed to get the right materials to make my suit waterproof for such an occasion," Webjack thought to himself. As the only person still alive but still immobile due to the shock he had experienced, Hanzo swore, "You bastard. Don't force yourselves. I don't mean to brag, but you'll need to be as strong as Mirko to free yourselves from my Psy webs, and you don't strike me as the kind of guys who never miss leg day." Webjack told him to take it easy and accept your loss. "What are you even doing here? I thought you avoided all the facilities run by heroes like a plague," asked Hanzo. The wisecrack that he is, Webjack laughed back. "Ah, my friend, the city talks. I heard whispers and caught a rumor or two. You know how it is." Hanzo's gaze grew strained. Rumors? Bullshit. The plans for this attack were top secret, with no way for anyone to know about it. Unless someone among us snitched, didn't they? When Webjack said, now, don't start doubting your friends, he was being friendly. "Look, I'm a concerned citizen. Kids getting attacked and heroes nowhere to be found. That doesn't sit right with me." Hanzo tightened his jaw. "Release me, I won't be humiliated by a masked freak." With a concealed smirk, Webjack shook his head, pleased that the villain was unaware of how serious his situation really was. "Well, you're in a bit of a sticky situation, aren't you? But don't worry, I'll leave the questions to the pros. I've got a date with a few more troublemakers." Webjack then swung away, leaving Hanzo to fume in the web cocoon. The vigilante was under stress on the inside. Since donning the mask, he has encountered some difficult circumstances, but this one felt different in certain ways, far more severe. There is an attack on the university he had hoped to attend. Only 2 pros are present to safeguard the 18 pupils who are in serious danger. He was certain that a 3rd pro was scheduled to teach Class 1A. The hero of heroes, All Might, but given Musudafu's high crime rate, he probably got distracted performing hero duties. Excellent for the city. Bad for all the USJ's non-villains. He must eventually arrive. Everyone must do their share until then. And they will. As a powerful and menacing tingling feeling began to resound in his head, he thought. This sensation was so intense that everything around him began to slow down and become more apparent. Everything was visible to him. Similar to the most well-known underground hero, Eraserhead, he used his greatest human strength and skill, qualities that only a true hero could have, to defeat the biggest gang of villains by himself. Most of the villains are rendered even weaker by his quirk, which negates the effects of most other quirks. However, he was not completely safe because the League's apparent leader was a tall, slender man with shoulder-length, grayish-blue hair, dressed in black, and sporting 14 embalmed hands that were arranged to hold onto him on various body parts. This must be the most absurd costume ever, unless the hands were real, severed hands rather than mannequins, in which case Spidey was officially creeped out. A massive humanoid beast with several scars stood next to him. His big eyes surround his exposed brain, which is perched atop his head. He has several sharp teeth and a mouth that resembles a beak. He just sports metal knee protectors that resemble skulls and a pair of khaki jeans. His body and feet are exposed. Both were carefree as they stood there, unimpressed by Eraserhead's blatant dominance, which meant they could easily defeat him. The pro required assistance. However, he was not particularly worried about that at the moment because he saw another battle taking place at the same time. Another villain, who appears to be composed entirely of black fog, is battling the other pro, teacher and 5 pupils near the USJ entrance. His big, bright yellow eyes are the only thing visible. Tenya Iida, one of the students, grudgingly prepares to run away and seek outside assistance. The villain tries to stop him by dispersing his black fog, but 13 intervenes by raising her right hand and flipping one of her gloved fingers open to use her quirk, which turns anything into dust by sucking it in. Incredibly strong, but it has 2 sides. Webjack had previously examined the space hero. She has saved more lives than any other UA, and she is truly remarkable. Teachers, aside from All Might with her quirk, Black Hole might not be sufficient against an intelligent adversary because, as far as he could research, she lacks actual combat experience. Sadly, the foe known as the Fog villain had 13 figured out and ready, so he didn't bother to get out of the black hole. He lets the powerful vacuum try to suck him, but his body changes and now looks like a portal. And the same black fog appears behind 13, looking like a portal as well. Webjack moved swiftly, aiming another webline directly at 13's left shoulder of her astronaut costume and yanking her as hard as he could to protect her from her own black hole, which was now emerging from the portal behind her. It was not too early, as her costume was now showing several cracks. "What's up, danger?" Webjack yelled as loudly as he could, so that everyone could hear him, and he arrived at the site immediately. Kurogiri exclaimed, "What?" in surprise at the unexpected appearance. "It's you." 13 was just as confused to see the vigilante here, lying on the ground after barely escaping with one of her students, Mina Ishido, nearby in case she needed assistance. Kurogiri remarked, "So instead of the symbol of peace, it is a fellow outcast of society that will try and save the day," with a hint of surprise mixed with interest. "Nah, I was just sightseeing, wanted to see how pros train their rookies, catch up on what I'm missing." And I must say, UA does not disappoint, Webjack thought. I mean, hiring wannabe villains for target practice. So cool. Kurogiri retorted angrily, you won't think like that in a few moments, but Webjack took the initiative and shot 2 more weblines to seize him, but they passed the villain without making any impact. Futile. With the intention of bending the web slinger into the hands of the Nomu and squashing him like a bug, Kurogiri rushes forward, the black fog that is himself traveling straight for him like a tsunami. Though not as fast as the Ida family's speedsters, Webjack's speed was sufficient to avoid the approaching darkness more effectively than any of the pupils who had only narrowly avoided the ruthless shadow. Then it occurred again, the tingling in his head hurting, and Webjack was able to see well enough to see the metal brace that Kurogiri had been concealing from everyone earlier in the darkness. His body was half exposed from spreading this much, and he knew what he needed. He must have thought of a costume and a technique to cover up any weak places on his body by covering it with black fog. The only part of his body that he must be unable to fully construct himself must be the metal brace. He noticed other things as well. Eraserhead was now in trouble behind him. He was hit and hurt by the villain's commander. His right elbow is nearly ripped, with the flesh appearing to have decomposed quickly and leaving a lot of unsightly blood. Now that the bird-like Hulk has also moved in, he's powerless. Webjack moved quickly and fired 2 weblines again, hitting their target this time. No, Kurogiri said in a panic, realizing too late that his vulnerability had been revealed. Webjack said, hope you like to fly, and used all of his might to hoist Kurogiri into the air. He flew straight into Nomu, striking him in the face and shocking him long enough to give Eraserhead the crucial time he needed to avoid certain death. Tamura Shigaraki, the leader, said indignantly, Kurogiri, what the fuck? When he saw his right-hand man and literal ride being flung about and ruining his big speech, the calm, collected manner and confidence he had only moments before when he was taunting Eraserhead disappeared in an instant. Kurogiri said in embarrassment, I'm so sorry, young master, and then moaned when Nomu threw him to the ground, face down. Has the backup arrived yet? With hidden hope, Shota Aizawa pondered. Even if he despises the man, he will always acknowledge how much he needs All Might's assistance when it matters most. Webjack shouted, did somebody order a hero? And rushed into the fray, striking the last few baddies Eraserhead had not yet eliminated with a single blow apiece before taking a position next to the Erasure hero. No? Anybody? Oh, okay, the vigilante said, pretending to be offended by the silence. On second thought, my day will be semi-happier the longer I can stay away from that clown. Aizawa rectified his earlier sentiments. I feel like my eyes are burning. Tenya stated plainly, he's a mouthful, but I have to admit that his arrival is a small blessing. Honta Siro remarked, you're one to talk about being a mouthful, given Tenya's tendency to be domineering and run his mouth. Never mind that. Go Iida. Carry on with the plan, 13's words, warning the UA faculty of the situation, urged Tenya to run. Tenya swore, why yes. I swear I won't fail you all. His reluctance to be the only one to escape was still visible on his face, but his logical side quickly prevailed, and he ran as fast as his legs' car-like engines, created by his quirk to run at superhuman speed, would permit, heading for the exit. It took more strength than the younger Iida believed he could muster to open the doors, but he managed to do so and was now free to locate more heroes. 13 told the other 4 students that she was with, the rest of you should also leave. The fewer targets for these villains, the better Eraserhead and I can fight without worry. They nodded and left the USJ as well. Webjack. What the hell are you doing here? Tamura yelled, rubbing his neck unconsciously as the newfound annoyance flooded his body. Why the attitude, friend? Nobody told me this was a private party, so I figured, why not have some fun and visit you guys? Webjack chuckled. Tamura became enraged. This is a private party, and rule number 1 states that no bothersome insects are permitted. Actually, spiders are arachnids, not insects. There's a clear difference, and I'd figured anyone smart enough to plan an assault on any heavily guarded facility right under the noses of pro heroes would be smart enough to know that. Webjack responded with intelligence. Are you calling me stupid? Would having a dance with me make you feel better? Kill him, Nomu. The Nomu let out a howl. The air was split like torn metal by a guttural, wet roar. Too late, Aizawa turned. Webjack didn't. Just as 2 hideous fists crashed down where they had been standing, the vigilante sprang forward and pushed Aizawa away in a whirl of green and black. The collision cracked the concrete and created a crater deep enough to bury 3 people whole. Debris fragments flew over the battlefield, but Webjack was already in motion. With the ease of a ghost dancer, he sprung backward, launching himself off the edge of the crater and flipping high into the air. Massive and unrelenting, the monstrous beast charged once more, its enormous muscle bulk not even slowing it down. Indeed, it moved with the horrifying accuracy of something that was designed rather than born. Webjack dodged, ducked, and twisted, his limbs blurring. The vigilante stayed just ahead of the assault, each dodge a breath away from death, but the monster's blows came more quickly than most could see. Their movements were unfollowable by onlookers, who only saw shockwaves, green lights, and the sporadic air ripple when the fists struck nothing. Then a huge fist whooshed overhead and Webjack slipped down, flattening his body to the dirt. He swung smoothly behind the left flank of the Nomu and slammed a full-force strike into its side. He never once applied his entire force to a moving target. His instincts, spider sense, and hidden panic, however, all told him not to pull back from this monstrosity. His fist made contact, and bounced off as if he'd punched a stone and meat pillow. What the? Webjack felt his heart skip a beat. Why did he not respond when it was a clean hit? The Nomu remained still. Didn't grunt. Didn't observe. With its arms spinning like dull cleavers, it just turned and continued to attack. Webjack danced away from a fast-paced round of punches while backpedaling, but only once did his tempo falter. Nomu only needed it. Kurogiri stood up and went back to Tamura's side, saying, "That punch would have been a lethal blow if it had been anyone else, even if they had a durability quirk." Tamura laughed and reverted to his commanding manner. "Yes, I'll give it to him that he is a strong secret boss, but what else did we expect from our anti-symbol of peace?" he said. "Two birds with one stone." Master seemed convinced that this brat might be a threat, so this is as good a time as any. Hurrying to her fellow pro's side, 13 exclaimed, "Eraserhead, are you all right?" Aizawa muttered, "I'll manage, as soon as my eyes are cleaned up," attempting to apply the teardrops he always has on hand to his terribly dry eyes, but it's a little difficult because his right arm is injured. Class 1A remains scattered, the villains still have the numerical advantage, and we only just got someone out to get help, she said. This is the worst-case scenario for the university. Aizawa reacted with joy as his eyes felt much better. "I know, but honestly, I'm not entirely worried for my students since plenty of them can put up a fight against the majority of these amateurs," he added. "It's the three standing before us that pose the real threat, so we have to hold the line, even if it means joining up with a vigilante." Regardless, I instructed those who weren't warped and scattered across the facility to flee, with Iida rushing over to campus to bring reinforcements. "Very good," Tamura questioned impatiently. "Kurogiri, what did the space clown mean when she said that they just got someone out?" Kurogiri's shame returned as he confessed, "I'm sorry, young master. But just as Webjack overpowered me, the students I didn't warp, including a speedster among the students, made a run for it and fled from the facility." Suddenly, Tamura's tantrum reappears, and he begins to scratch his neck more violently. "Are you kidding me? What good is a damn teleporter if you can't keep a bunch of spoiled brats in line from causing us trouble?" he screamed. "Still, Ua is more likely to just send All Might at last, so it's not a total bust. And besides..." Webjack was smashed across the right side of his torso by the beast's lethal arcing arm as it pushed forward. He was launched across the battlefield by the strike, which struck like a truck. The pesky bug won't last much longer. His body fell, skipping like a stone across water across the concrete before slamming into a support pillar. A searing agony blazed down his side and flared in his ribcage. He had never been hit so hard that he was gasping for air, his muscles screaming, his eyesight swimming. Not even close. But he moved, because to stop would be to die. He pushed off the ground as the Nomu reached for another hit, forcing his bruised limbs to comply. Webjack blocked the hammer fist by raising both forearms and crossing them in front of his face. The air cracked upon impact. His bones ought to have been broken by it. Ought to have ripped his arms off completely. However, they held. Seldom. The web-slinger did not scream as pain exploded like firecrackers across his nerves. He clenched his jaw, backed away, and fell, hard. He wanted his body to shut down. Run, his instinct told him. However, the voice in his mind that used to stutter, take notes, and cry when heroes turned away, the voice that sounded like a scared boy, went silent. He had changed from that boy. Pain was the one continuous and pervasive element in my life, but thus far, it has been forgiving and allowed me time to recover so that I can walk tall again, just to be taken down the very next day. Now, however, things are different. I can no longer bear pain when it strikes me. It's no longer pleasurable to bring me down, Therefore I have to avoid it and get back up faster. Now, every strike is intended to be fatal. It's okay. I'm prepared. I will not be defeated easily. Nomu went in for the final strike, his eyes blank and his hands raised. Webjack's slender body moved between the crevices like water as he rotated to the side, dived low, and slid between the Nomu's knees. Webjack aimed two luminous green strands, known as psi webs, directly at the monster's legs as Nomu pivoted. With unnatural force, the energy wires clung to each other, sparking and crackling as they did so. "Try falling for me," Webjack said, his teeth being clenched. He pulled with a yell, and Nomu's huge body fell like a skyscraper, hitting the cracked pavement face first with a resounding thud. Webjack wasn't finished yet. He leapt into the air, flipped in midair, and let forth a barrage of psi webbing, ignoring the heat in his ribs. Like shining chains, the luminous threads poured downward, enveloping Nomu in a dense cocoon of psychic light. Gleaming green against the black muck of its skin, the webbing held on as the creature strained and growled. From the far side of the battlefield, Tamura screamed, "Break free, you useless thing," and began scratching at his neck like a restless dog. Webbing strained beneath the pressure as Nomu yelled and thrashed, but it held, for the time being. After landing hard and stumbling once, Webjack locked his legs into position. The ache made his arms shake, his ribs roared. He whispered to himself, breathing heavily, "I don't mean to sound boastful or arrogant, but this thing has to be at least half as strong as All Might because not even Mirko's kicks hurt this badly." Webjack fixed Tamura Shigaraki with his gaze. The Nomu were tough. All muscle. Not at all. The pale, twitchy man behind him, scratching raw at his neck. That was the true issue. The puppeteer. If Webjack were able to cut the strings. Behind him, a quiet murmur, metal that was cold against his nerves. Spider-Sense let out a cry. The vigilante had already fallen low, turning on his palm to roll clear, but Webjack had already moved before the portal behind him had completely opened. Kurogiri's warping cloak had crackled into existence. However, he was not immune to everything because of his precognition. Because Nomu decided to break free at that time. Steam rolled from the creature's body in waves as it roared, shredding strands of green psi webbing into the air. And it was moving already. Massive fingers clenched around Webjack's head like a vice as the beast's hand sprang forth. Shish. The remainder was a haze of pain. He was slammed down mercilessly by Nomu. Water rushed out of the hole, shattering the fountain beneath the impact and erupting into dust and stone fragments. It reverberated as if a tiny bomb had detonated. Marble fragments bounced on the floor of the building. Aizawa winced. 13 clenched her fingers. Shigaraki even hesitated. He whispered, that had to have killed him. However, it didn't. Webjack shifted in the crater. Slow. Twitching. But still living. His body screamed in protest as his fingers clutched at the debris. Every breath felt like glass in his lungs as he gasped, his eyes wide beneath his mask. He was no longer even certain that he had lungs. But he got up. He put trembling hands to his chest. With a harsh snarl, he tore the front of his costume apart, tearing it apart as it was shredded, scorched, and webbed with blood. His injured and scarred torso was visible through the tear of the tight synth fabric. Then the light came back. Nomu was thrown off his feet by the psi webbing that exploded from his bare flesh in glowing green arcs like a geyser. Caught in midair by the surge, the beast bellowed as it soared back and was dragged up, smacked against the ceiling, and again enveloped in a shimmering cocoon of psychic force. The ceiling moaned. The webbing anchored onto the supports after spreading widely. The new bound was denser, hotter, and angrier than the last one, but the creature still struggled. Shigaraki screamed, his neck a red canvas of claw marks as he scratched more. How is he still alive? That thing was supposed to kill All Might. Kurogiri's mist shimmered with strain beside him. The warp villain replied, remarkable, with a tone of almost deference. The master was wise to classify him as a threat. This vigilante is more than a nuisance. Webjack fell to the ground beneath the fountain's debris. He gasped for air. Heaved his chest. The aching was all that was left of the fading adrenaline. Every nerve was burning with pain, and his muscles were trembling from too much use. Still, he made a move. Since the task was not completed, with a strong exhale through his modulator, he lay in the crater, gazing up at the hazy sky of the destroyed training dome. His voice was hollow as he moaned, "Okay, ow." One dragging motion at a time, he started to crawl out of the crater, forcing his arms under him. Note to self. Next time you fight a Frankenstein-looking cosplayer, bring backup, or a tank. His legs shook as he staggered to his feet, teetering like a drunk. Despite his crooked stance, he was defiant in some way. His outfit was almost torn across the chest and abdomen, revealing the limitations of the suit's texture, which was clearly handmade and already worn. His mask's right eye lens cracked sharply, and tufts of his distinctly dark green hair protruded from underneath. Not enough to tell who he was, but enough to make people wonder. Aizawa's eyes narrowed as he processed quickly. It's not industry material that his suit has fractures in it. Made at home. But durable. Strengthened. Additionally, the voice. Now Webjack's voice was different, twisted and mechanical, buzzing with a deeper, distorted tone. He no longer sounded confident and slick. Instead, he sounded artificial and like something was off. Nevertheless, it was evident to the two pro-heroes observing that this was not a machine. He was a man. A very human young man, resourceful and dangerously bright. In his own words, a voice modulator underneath the mask, Aizawa said. He's masking everything. Smart kid. I've busted my spider cord. Fantastic, Webjack swore, although he considers himself fortunate that the mask remained in place longer than he had anticipated. Above, Nomu wriggled in his restraints, and Shigaraki's outburst intensified. With a cough, Webjack spattered blood beneath his mask. His left leg trembled like jelly as he stumbled to his feet. Nevertheless, he gazed up at the struggling creature he had almost avoided. Well, his voice glitched over the modulator as he rasped. The big guy's not that tough. I've had tougher fans on Twitter. Wincing, he leaned forward a little. Granted, they didn't slam my head through a fountain. So, points for creativity. Tamura's outburst was intensifying. Under his constant scratching, he developed red welts as he clawed at his neck as if it had personally offended him. He's ruining everything. Everything. That damn spider. Webjack said bluntly, you're the one throwing a fit, wavering a little but staying upright. Might want to hydrate. Tantrums burn calories. The antagonist growled. Kurogiri shimmered into motion, saying, I'll get rid of him this time, as the warp mist began to form behind the injured vigilante. I think not. Aizawa intervened, her eyes blazing crimson and her elbow still somewhat deformed. He obliterated the warp gate mid-formation with a stern stare. Kurogiri's body wavered in and out of unity, and he tensed. With a roar, Tamura turned abruptly and lunged, saying, Fine. I'll kill you instead. Aizawa did not recoil. He grabbed Shigaraki by the arm, pulled him forward, and slammed him to the ground with a snap of his fabric and a twist of his wrist that was strong enough to shatter tile. With a hiss, Shigaraki extended his right hand to employ his decay. For a brief moment, Aizawa turned her attention away from Kurogiri, erasing decay before it could take effect. He then punched Tamura's skull in the back with his boot. Stay down. Why, young master? Kurogiri exclaimed, frozen once again by Erasure's hold. However, the brief dominance was short-lived. The ceiling burst open from above. Nomu went down. The creature fell in a squat like an animal about to leap, shattering concrete. It took off for Aizawa without an instruction. 13 made her move at that point. As her arm twisted toward the beast, her visor sparkled, and a huge vacuum flared to life with a thunderous spin. Everything in its path was dragged as the black hole's manufactured singularity widened. Nomu hissed, sunk its claws into the ground, and skidded, but it was insufficient. As its torso started to rise, its fingers ripped tunnels in the concrete. Then it began to disintegrate. Its body was stripped of chunks of muscle and flesh, atomized and ingested by the emptiness. The beast persisted in spite of this. Even worse, the wounds were quickly healing on their own in a matter of seconds. Muscles. Skin. Bones. It was all back together before Black Hole could tear him to pieces. The heart of 13 fell. It's regenerating. It has 2 quirks. What kind of monster? As it approached her to kill, Nomu didn't allow her time to think. Webjack said, she's not on the menu. As a green blur abruptly entered the battle, when Nomu's right arm began to flail, he launched 2 psi webs at it and pulled hard, changing the angle of its drop just enough to break the suction. Deactivating her quirk, 13 stumbled backward, panting. After striking the ground, Nomu sprung to his feet and slammed both fists into the earth, causing a shockwave that rocked the ground beneath it. Webjack almost avoided the quake as he flipped back, but Aizawa's concentration was broken by the tremor. Shigaraki made the first move. Like a crab, he scurried backward and crept behind Nomu's enormous form, out of Aizawa's sight. Kurogiri regained his strength in the same sentence, and the black mist reformed around him. All around Aizawa, a portal blossomed. "No," yelled 13. She swiftly pulsed her quirk at Aizawa, not at Shigaraki or Nomu, and dragged him back out of the portal's radius before closing it. It all froze. Both sides stopped, gasping for air, evaluating, and bleeding. With Kurogiri at his side, Shigaraki stood at Nomu's back, panting. Together, they built a wall that blocked Aizawa from utilizing erasure again. Shigaraki said, "Kurogiri, go get me some brats. Hostages. We're going to end this." Kurogiri lowered his head and disappeared into the night. Webjack remained motionless, his broken mask gleaming in the dim light. He breathed shallowly. He was shot in the muscles. His fists, however, remained clenched. Shigaraki whispered, You don't get it," in a low, sarcastic voice full of cruel pride. "Nomu wasn't made to fight you. Or the teachers. He was made to kill All Might. He has more than one quirk. He's stronger, faster, he heals. He's unstoppable." The ensuing silence was tense. Then Webjack stood up straight. And he chuckled in spite of the damage, the anguish, and the tremble in his legs. It was tattered, dry, but definitely a laugh. His speech was still garbled from his voice modulator, but he replied, "Thank you for the exposition, handyman. Really helpful." He cracked his neck and rolled his shoulders, "Because now I know I don't have to hold back." Webjack was as tall as his beaten body would allow. Light streamed forth from the ripped parts of his forearms, where skin showed through the sliced and burned costume. That alien, brilliant green that pulsed with psionic intensity. But he pulled it together rather than creating more webbing. Focused on it, it was sculpted. The shape, a long blade that was unmistakably katana-like despite its irregular and jagged design, hardened in the air. Like it had been willed into being by sheer willpower, it hummed with unstable energy. Shigaraki gazed. "Nice knife," he said sarcastically. "What are you gonna do, carve pumpkins with it?" Webjack let out a slow breath and made a few quick test swings with the weapon. It left a trail of shimmering air. "Not a knife," he remarked in a steady but twisted voice, "and I'm not a fan of blades, too messy." He hesitated, examining the blade as if it were a longtime companion. "But I did teach myself a little kenjutsu. Thought it'd be fun. Never expected I'd need it, but, life's full of surprises." Shigaraki's mouth twisted. "Nomu, kill him." This time, the massive beast did not growl, it just went quickly. It pushed forward in a whirl of muscular, red, and black. When Webjack's spider sense screamed, he shifted. Twisting, he allowed Nomu's huge fist to pass inches past his head before striking. The vigilante cried out, "Jackpot," as the blade began to sing. Nomu's right arm collapsed as a slash of green light cut across his shoulder. Shigaraki's face fell apart as he froze. What? There was a wet thud when the severed limb struck the ground. Nomu stumbled but did not appear to be in agony. Instead, he quickly grew the arm back as if nothing had happened. Webjack was hit by it once more. "All right," Webjack thought somberly. "I guess this is what we're doing." He swerved on his heel, evaded another blow, and brought the blade across Nomu's left arm, cutting it equally cleanly. Webjack moved quickly before the limb could heal. With a blast of psi webbing, he covered the raw end, the stump, with dense, crackling energy as he raised his hand. The regeneration of Nomu wavered. The new limb failed when it pushed against the webbing. It was unable to penetrate. "No," shattered Shigaraki's voice in alarm. Mechanically and blindly, Nomu kept battling. Webjack felt it kick him in the chest. With a low turn, Webjack raised the blade and cut through Nomu's right leg. Another splatter of flesh. The new stump is sealed with another webbing. 13 muttered, "This is morbid," and turned aside. Flatly, "It's necessary," Aizawa stated. "That thing doesn't feel pain. He's doing what we can't." Now the vigilante's movements were mechanically precise, chilly, concentrated. He is ashamed of himself, yet he won't stop. Now pushing itself forward on its last limb, Nomu lunged once again. As he delivered the final blow, Webjack winced, not from pain, but from the sensation in his chest. Nomu's final leg went down. The beast fell with it, squirming, unable to get to its feet. Beneath its layers of light webbing, its body spasmed, still attempting regeneration. As Webjack mumbled, "I feel like a butcher," he looked across to Shigaraki. The villain's lips were stretched thin in anger, and his fangs were exposed. Then he charged. Careless, without thinking, pure feeling. Webjack sidestepped calmly in front of him and put his foot in Shigaraki's stomach. The villain crumpled backward, hitting hard as the air whooshed out of his lungs. "And that's why you don't run into combat crying," Webjack remarked as he cleaned each hand. "Come on, that was amateur hour. Learn to take the L, Dust Boy." At first, Shigaraki remained motionless. His fingers then began to twitch. Slowly, he extended his hand to his face. "Father?" The tumble had knocked free the prosthetic hand that ordinarily shielded his face. Beside him, it was forgotten. Shigaraki put a hand to his exposed cheek. His gaze became distracted. He opened his mouth. His voice was empty as he muttered, "Father, where are you?" As if they weren't his own, his fingers shook against his flesh. With that one word weighing down the field like ash, Webjack took a step back. "What on earth is this guy?" 13 looked around in alarm, but Kurogiri was nowhere to be seen. "The fog villain ran away," 13 said. "He abandoned his comrades?" "No, he probably went to regroup with the other villains," Aizawa clarified. "He'll come back for these two." The three of them nearly lost their footing when the ground began to tremble. Aizawa continued, observing that part of the trembling was most intense in the conflagration zone, which is southwest of the USJ. "And with a vengeance," he concluded. "The one that replicates a continuously burning metropolitan setting." Webjack questioned anxiously, "That's the place where you do your barbecues, right?" Knowing exactly what Kurogiri had in mind, Aizawa urged, "Please be quiet and run," while warning. Unexpectedly, a huge warp gate appeared above them, and from it, two burning buildings sprang like meteors that threatened to devour all below, but for Spidey, who was alerted by the force in his head. Webjack said, "Now, who's cheating?" As he and the pros had to flee, but all three stopped as they heard the same shouts. A number of pupils from Class 1A, who were the first to exit the gate, also emerged from the portal. "Oh my God." 13 begins to worry at the terrible sight more than before. This means that over half of the students, including those who ought to have fled the USJ, were apprehended, in addition to other students who were in the mountain zone and the conflagration zone. The majority of them should be competent enough to survive such a situation and land safely, but it is unlikely that they will be able to avoid the falling buildings as well. Based on the fear on their faces, it appears that neither they nor the shocked onlookers of this violent onslaught, such as the remaining students who were spared from this fate and could only watch with despair as their classmates met their deaths, think they can escape this ordeal. Time slowed. The pros and vigilantes' minds began to race with 1,000 potential ways to save the students from dying. Webjack and Eraserhead could capture the kids if 13 used Black Hole to draw them closer and faster to the ground, but some, if not all, of them might die as a result of the strategy's recoil. The blazing buildings are drawing closer and closer, and 7 innocent people have bright lives ahead of them that they must catch. Their synergy was another factor to take into account. Even though Webjack had come to their help and had shown himself to be brave, kind, and fierce, trust would always be absent just because he was a vigilante. There wasn't time to talk about a good plan. They wouldn't even have time to acknowledge each other by nodding that they would save them. In the worst-case scenario, they would dash in to assist, only to obstruct one another and perish alongside the terrified kids. The best-case situation did not exist, not on their own. Maturing. Stories of such instances were not uncommon. Observing from the sidelines or on television as massive disasters occur, people fleeing and yelling in fear of the impending danger, and how each passing moment means that life will be extinguished and taken by death's icy grasp. I never stopped to think about it. Tried to comprehend how terrifying these situations were and what it meant to be in such a situation. Worse, perhaps, is how those tasked with saving lives actually felt and what would happen if they were unsuccessful. I couldn't stop thinking about how amazing it would feel to save someone as a hero. However, after donning this mask, I at last comprehended. Heroes must risk all to save someone, and there is nothing more agonizing, heartbreaking, or intolerable than failing to do so. For the benefit of individuals in need, their lives and more. I was able to avoid experiencing the pain of not protecting someone when I first began my crusade, but I felt that maybe this was it when I saw people who might have been my classmates in a previous life. At this point, I would begin to feel that the spider was a mistake and would understand the anguish of being a false hero who is unable to defend everyone. Rather, the first person who ever rescued my life spared me once more. The USJ's entrance is blasted open by a tremendous sound that is more powerful than a sonic boom and more fierce than a dying star. Shockwaves travel throughout the building, breaking most of the windows and lights, but no living thing is harmed. despite the fact that it was pointed directly at them. Those who were hit also experienced a rush of intense emotion. A pure form of wrath that could only be characterized as honest and righteous. They held their breath, anticipating how the real savior would perform the rescue, even though none of them had to turn around to recognize the person who had arrived. Before anyone could blink, the 7 kids who were falling to their doom disappeared from view as if they had never been there and were never in danger. He felt another sonic explosion that pushed him forward to the center. The blazing buildings, on the other hand, were little more than pebbles. The hammer of God that struck them appeared to be nothing more than flicks of his wrists. Numerous bits of debris started to fall everywhere, yet none of them, innocent or not, hit anyone. Even though the crisis was avoided, the onlookers held their breath until they saw the savior kneeling next to the pupils he had saved, who were also gasping for air, while he stayed nearby to console them. "I am sorry, young ones. I should have been here from the start, teaching you how to be better heroes and keep all kinds of villainy from getting their filthy claws on you. But lately, I've been anxious and unfocused. Going everywhere but still nowhere at once," the man said with great sorrow. "I have no excuse. But you have nothing to fear now." He showed them his omnipotent figure as he rose from the earth. He was a huge man with a well-defined, muscular body, shaped like a standard superhero from Western comic books. It makes sense because he loves America even if he is Japanese. His face is sculpted with prominent cheekbones, bushy eyebrows, and a strong jawline. 2 noticeable tufts of his short, blonde hair, angled slightly to either side, protrude over his head when swept backward. His strong features frequently obscure his face with a dark shadow, revealing just his vivid blue eyes. His striking yellow tuxedo is a testament to his genuine strength. He exclaimed, "Because I am here." Normally, when he utters his well-known catchphrase, he smiles with kindness and bravery, but tonight, because of the villain's heinous deeds, he smiles with fury and vindictiveness. However, the students still felt comfortable around him despite his rage. "All Might, Denki Kaminari, the lightning lad of Class 1A, said in wonder. "Being saved by the world's symbol of peace never fails to uplift the soul." "We're safe," Shiro said with a breath of calm. "You're a lousy excuse for a teacher," Aizawa said, scolding him for his tardy and fanatical entrance. He did really show up. What a relief, Webjack thought, feeling at ease as if a burden had been removed from his shoulders. They all returned to high alert as Kurogiri's voice reverberates through them. "So, the symbol of peace arrives at last, but no one can see him. Where is he?" Aizawa swore, using his quirk once more, and looked everywhere for the villain to take away his ability, but he was well disguised. Even worse, they were so preoccupied with the students that they failed to notice Tamura and Nomu were no longer there. They were distracted when Kurogiri came to their aid. All Might cautioned him, "Surrender, villain. Whatever your intentions, they have failed. Come quietly and you can still be given leniency." Kurogiri said, "All Might, you have no right to decide our fates. The whole point of this party was to get to you, but everything went wrong so poorly. No matter. There will come another time to kill you. In the meantime, we will take our leave and reevaluate our options. Your poor arrival at least gives us some confirmation of your steady decline." All Might retorted, sounding haughty now, "Decline? I can't prove you wrong if you don't come out and face me," but Webjack saw he was acting and became worried. "They are aware," he said in a panic. "However, how? I kept our initial contact a secret. Was there eavesdropping? There are 1,000 better methods to get the drop on him, so why did now and like this?" Kurogiri turned to the pupils he had earlier apprehended and said, "Prove me wrong? Very well. Pop quiz, children. Excluding the speedster, how many of you managed to escape this facility before you were caught by me?" The question sent a shiver down everyone's spine because of the clear implications of what he might be talking about. The answer was as sudden as it was terrible, and the students looked among themselves for it. "Mina. Where's Mina?" Mezzo Shoji was the one who announced the classmate's disappearance. Webjack clenched his teeth and said, "He kept one of them as insurance in case his first attack was a bust." "You bastard." All Might was so furious that he almost lost it. "Don't lose heart, heroes. I have no intention of keeping the girl hostage. You can have her back, provided you can catch her in time." On top of each zone, 3 more portals opened. Even if Mina survives the fall, she won't be able to withstand being crushed under so much debris, and even though the portal isn't that close to the ground, it was placed close enough that they'll be lucky to reach one before they crash land. The ruin, landslide, and downpour zones are all unpacking more burning buildings that are about to fall on them, but unlike before, no student emerged first. Kurogiri counseled them to make intelligent decisions and laughed sarcastically as he took pleasure in their discouraged expressions, certain that not even All Might could travel quickly enough to get to all three places. Actually, All Might could do this at his current level of power, but it was a different story to explore them all and save Mina. He used to be incredibly fast, but not anymore. He had to choose just one and ask God Almighty to help him make the proper choice, or else he would spend the rest of his life in further agony. Webjack is currently unsure of what to do and feels lost as well. This is beyond the scope of his sixth sense, which he likes to refer to as the spider sense and which has helped him get through countless hardships similar to the ones he faces today. He may be able to swing across a metropolis and avoid approaching danger by using his omnidirectional vision, but he has never attempted to pinpoint the precise location of anyone, so he is just as baffled as the symbol of peace. She's right there, Shoji swiftly suggested. He has 6 arms and a set of tentacles thanks to his quirk, dupli arms. He has the ability to change the tips of these tentacles to mimic various bodily parts, such as his mouth, ears, and eyes. Because the cloned bodily parts are more effective than the originals, Mezzo is able to see through more angles at once, hear better, and gain considerably greater strength. He was able to determine that Mina was in the building just before she crashed into the ruins zone by using the extra ears to hear her calls for assistance. Since All Might is aware of how his quirk operates, he believes him right away and knows where to go to save him. Shoji heard further pleas for assistance from the structure that was going to collapse into the landslide zone. Wait, I also hear someone else. These voices, Koji and Fumikage, Shoji exclaimed. In order to ensure that the League of Villains would still win by breaking the symbol of peace's heart and destroying Ua University's reputation by killing at least one student in his care, Kurogiri, as it turns out, kidnapped 2 more students, Koji Koda and Fumikage Tokiyami, and imprisoned them as a morbid surprise. All Might hesitated at this realization, once more unable to articulate what to do, but for a moment he saw Webjack's determination, how his feet appeared to have moved unconsciously to assist despite his severe injuries. Even though he knew his arms were in no shape to be moved, he managed to disregard the discomfort in order to enter the safe thanks to his strong will and adrenaline. Now that he knew what had to be done, the ultimate hero seized the infamous vigilante by the back of his costume and threw him with all his strength in Mina's direction. All it took for Webjack to get over his first astonishment at what had happened was his booming demand, "Save her." He was driven by determination, knowing what he had to do. Webjack's physique moved with the grace and accuracy that only a hero with a spider theme could have as he twisted and swirled in midair. Quickly approaching was the horrifying sight of the tumbling structure, its windows broken and the edges licked by flames. His gaze looked around for a way in, a crack in the wall that would let him in. To build momentum, Webjack swung in a broad arc and flicked his wrist to launch a webline toward a neighboring ledge. His body twisted as he skillfully avoided obstacles and trash in his route, demonstrating acrobatics as a dance between silk and steel. Webjack let go of his webline and flipped through the air as he saw a gap in the building's disintegrating facade. With a precision that defied the mayhem around him, he jumped through the opening and entered the building. After entering, Webjack made his increased senses focus on Mina's screams for assistance. The reverberations of her voice led him through the confusing building and toward the impending peril. Webjack used his superhuman agility to navigate the crumbling floors as the skyscraper shook and moaned and they got closer to the bottom. With an elegance that defied the rules of physics, he swung across hanging cables, jumped over fallen beams, and danced through the chaos. Mina's screams grew clearer, her voice a savior amid the din of devastation. Webjack focused on the source, jumping from wall to wall while barely avoiding disintegrating walls and falling ceilings. When he finally arrived at the right floor, he saw her, the girl with the pink complexion and hair, clinging to life on the railings of the steps. To the terrified student who was about to pass out but forced herself to stay awake, Webjack's motions were a blur. He could feel the strain on his beaten body with every stride, but his will to keep going was driven by adrenaline. Even though the situation warranted the use of frenzied strength, Webjack finally made it to Mina and gently grabbed her. Since acquiring his extraordinary abilities, he has frequently feared accidentally murdering someone by not exercising enough self-control. People and structures might as well be made of cardboard because of how effortlessly he can bend steel and smash bones. He can't help but congratulate himself on being so gentle with the girl. With the help of the enigmatic webbing that sprang from his wrists, his hands moved swiftly, and he took a final swing that just in time transported him and Mina out of the crumbling structure. Aizawa was still in shock at witnessing the vigilante swing away to safety with one of his students as the falling building collided with additional destroyed structures, leaving more destruction in its path. "He did it," he managed to say. Meanwhile, All Might managed to free the other two students who had been taken prisoner. The landslide zone appeared to be in far worse shape than it was intended to be. Perhaps more than ever since he was officially recognized as a pro-hero, the Erasure hero was exhausted. The other kids' applause, which was more joyful than ever to know that they had all made it through this ordeal, was muffled by their teacher's constant negativity. He has witnessed many near-death experiences, rescued the lives of innocent people, and watched innocent people die, both young and elderly. However, he can declare that he has no experience witnessing the deaths of pupils under his care. He was unprepared for that feeling, which made him want to quit teaching numerous times in order to escape this responsibility. Nevertheless, he persisted in moving forward in order to create new generations of heroes who, with luck, would be far superior to the ones of the past and who might even be able to change this world, which he has come to hate. Webjack cautiously landed Mina safely as he swung into the ruin zone. Even if this area's streets are clumsy and disorganized, anything is preferable to what they were just fleeing. When he was certain that she could stand without assistance, he said, "Are you okay?" His voice shifts once more. The mechanism that he employed to mask his voice eventually failed, revealing the vigilante's actual voice, which is very different from the one that Japan is more accustomed to hearing. It now sounds plain and humble, yet it still has a hint of maturity. It was not a voice that would impress those who were only interested in more ostentatious quirks. As she gathered her thoughts, Mina mumbled, "Wow, that was, just, wow," struggling to find the right words. "Yeah. Wow. Craziest thing I've done since, ever. But you know, crazy is the main point of being a hero. If you don't deal with crazy, then..." When Mina unexpectedly envelops him in a bear hug while sobbing aloud once again and dripping her tears over his left shoulder, he stops talking. Her tears were uncontrollable as she exclaimed, "That was so scary. I know I came to UA to become a hero, but that was just too much. I'm not a pro yet. I can't deal with this. I should have anticipated this. Like her, I was afraid. I've never had to save someone from a crumbling building due to an unusual circumstance. I might be able to handle an earthquake or a bulldozer, but this was different. What would have happened if I had saved more than one? I was lucky to do what I did for her. I was clueless about what I was doing. That's the only way my body could have failed at that moment. Listen to me, though, while I feel sorry for myself." With her life hanging on a thread, it was sweet Mina who was depressed. This kind of crisis was inevitable in this world, which is why heroes are necessary. I wore the mask for that reason. Because of me, Mina survived to become a real heroine. I did that for her because she will do the same for others. Even yet, at the time, I was at a loss for words to calm her down, when she was the one turning into a hero the proper way, on the side of the law. While I was against it, I lacked the confidence to support her. I was not entitled. Holding her close while she sobbed till the sadness subsided was all I could do. 3 of the remaining villains in the area were blown away, their bodies severely burned from head to toe, when an explosion occurred from a ripped shop close to them. Or at least I made an effort to. A boy with an attitude more fit for villainy than heroism snapped, "Fucking boring. Why bother committing the crime if you losers don't have the strength to pull it off?" Webjack was all too familiar with this boy. The most ferocious and explosive hero hopeful to ever walk the halls of UA University is Katsuki Bakugo. Even his choice of outfit style, which shouted, "I'm going to hurt you," rather than, "I'll protect you," makes him look like a walking disaster. He has no scratches on him. He must have been the strongest in his class to have escaped damage, or the other villains must have been weaker than him. In any case, the vigilante was not shocked to see him unharmed, and the outfit he is wearing is exactly how he imagined he would appear once he began donning a costume. Don't answer. I already know why. You freaks were destined to be losers. Street rats with no potential. Target practice for heroes like myself, so in that regard, I can say you've served your purpose well. Kachan, Webjack murmured, startled by his appearance and a little trembling. Mina stopped expressing her feelings when Bakugo's outbursts didn't stop her, and she is now a little worried about her savior's abrupt transformation. "Huh," Bakugo sneered, moving to search for additional victims, but was momentarily speechless by a strange sight. A masked vigilante who has been causing problems in Japan is being hugged by one of his peers. The commission has been complaining about it on the press, at least. Since he sees the pansies in the commission as little more than freaks in suits who believe they can control heroes simply because they possess the licenses required to become certified pros, he doesn't give a damn about what they think. He seemed demanding, but that's just the way he speaks. What kind of freaky shit is going on around here? Oh. Webjack only now recognizes how awful this appears. and he lets go of Mina very immediately in an attempt to stop any negative stories from spreading and concentrate more on Katsuki's welfare. Good. I was worried that the other students were hurt, but judging by your appearance, there was nothing to worry about. To be expected of someone worthy of joining UA. Katsuki's mouth was already sour from receiving a vigilante's praise, but it was more than that. His arms shook with the need to blow someone's face off because his voice was so familiar, irritably so. What the hell, Deku? He exclaimed, startled that he had uttered it at all. Webjack's thoughts went into overdrive without the need for the spider sense to activate at that moment. He would figure it out, of course. Only his mother would be able to identify him by his voice. Fortunately for him, the former bully dismissed his accusation right away. He was so denying the truth that, as usual, he summoned his own to keep his depressing view of the world from collapsing. What am I contemplating? He chastised himself for thinking of such a thing, saying, all the time I spent with those piss-poor excuses for classmates that I've been stuck with since coming to UA made me dumber. Midoriya Izuku. A vigilante with a spider theme, and a strong one. A million years from now. Since they graduated from Alder Middle School and attended different high schools, he hasn't seen the victimized former friend, but from what he's heard from his mother, who is still friends with Izuku's, he hasn't changed much aside from being intelligent enough to get into another esteemed university. In addition, he witnessed Webjack in action when his mother made him travel to Hosu City to see one of his cousins. A bunch of villains known as the Hellbeast Pack assaulted the location, and Webjack and Ryukyu, the Dragoon hero, who has been pursuing the villains across 4 cities, had to cooperate to defeat them. It was an epic struggle. Made Katsuki long to enter the battle if he were already a pro. Webjack's gate. The power he held as a hero society outcast. It can't possibly be him. What a quirkless freak that useless Deku is. No more, no less. Not worth keeping in mind. But why can't I get him off my mind, even after 3 years of being free of him? Bakugo's rage was rapidly driving him insane. He used to be so thrilled about being able to battle actual enemies that he could not hear his students' screams over the destruction occurring elsewhere. Mina appeared to be staring death in the eye, and she was not at all worried about why. Concerned, Webjack said, "Hey, are you okay? That's an unhealthy amount of veins popping out of you," anticipating the situation. Shut the fuck up. Katsuki finally let his pent-up anger leak out as his hands exploded deadly, aiming at no one, but yet managed to evoke fear in his new victim, whom he would relish crushing. Not again, Webjack and Mina thought simultaneously. Unhinged is the only way to characterize Katsuki Bakugo. What the hell is a loser like you doing in a place meant only for true heroes? You vigilantes are nothing but rejects who were deemed too worthless to be one of us. You have no potential. You're nothing, so what gives you the right to be here? Webjack moaned, geez, you need to go back to the fireworks factory to get fixed up. He felt more grateful for the time he had spent apart from Katsuki than he was prepared to acknowledge. I was just hunting some bad guys, and the search brought me here. Bakugo's fiery fury continued to flare. Enough with the games, freak. You think you can waltz in here and play hero? So, being friends is out of the question? Caught up in the conflict, Mina tried to intervene. Katsuki, calm down. We just survived a crazy situation. Let's not fight. Bakugo, however, would have none of it. This masked clown doesn't know what he's doing. I can't stand by and watch this nonsense. If you won't talk, I'll make him. Keeping his cool, Webjack attempted to negotiate with Bakugo. Look, I'm not here to pick a fight. Just help some students, that's all. Bakugo's aggressive personality took over. I don't care. You're in my way, and someone needs to teach you a lesson. And if the current pros are too weak and pathetic to put you in your place, then I'll do it. Bakugo prepared to permanently defeat the vigilante by pointing his arms behind him and using his explosive quirk to propel himself forward. There it is. The moment I've been dreading since donning the mask. Every cold-hearted villain I've faced. Because they didn't want me to surpass them, all the conceited pro-heroes were attempting to have me arrested. The near-death experiences. I've always kept my mom in the dark about my activities by keeping my wounds hidden. To avoid this, I would put up with them all 1,000 times. Finally, it did. I didn't quite understand it at the time, but one of the main reasons I wanted to be a hero so much as a child was because I wanted Kachan to accept me as a friend once more. When we were young, I believed that we would be inseparable forever, but everything fell apart when I realized that I had little power and he had all the abilities. He never stopped trying to break me down because he saw me as a freak who was preventing him from becoming great. I persisted in persuading myself that things would improve eventually, but they never did, So I gave up one day. Almost everything was given up on him. As much as I detest having to call him Kachan, I wanted more time to break the habit. And later on, it really did come back to haunt me. Still, it's impossible for me to detest him. Not even my own helplessness has made me hate anyone. I never really did anything except pray for things to become better. However, as my prayers were heard, I became who I am today. Although the pain persisted, I can now cope with it. Alternatively, fear. Even if fear is a more formidable foe, I don't always flee when it starts to take hold. I simply become impulsive and lose control. Bakugo is also incredibly predictable. With a dance of evasion, Webjack skillfully sidestepped the onslaught that was directed at him. The irate boy was temporarily shocked as Webjack disarmed Bakugo with a well-timed webbing maneuver and threw him to the rough street. He moved quite quickly. More quickly than anyone has ever done. All Bakugo could do was allow himself to be thrown away as though he were insignificant. He was the helpless one now. Perched above, the spider gazed at him through narrowed eyes that conveyed only one emotion: pity. He regarded him with contempt. Bakugo was aware of this. When people only perceive him as inadequate and fail to recognize his grandeur, it is the one thing he detests the most. His anger would typically reach ungodly heights of frenzy for such a crime, but this time it was different. He was unable to speak or move. The worst aspect was that he did nothing but look as the spider's stare paralyzed him as if he had injected him with venom. The vigilante sighed and squatted down to talk closer, breaking the quiet. If you want to be a true hero, I suggest getting your priorities straight, kid. Otherwise, the only thing you'll accomplish is being ground zero for failures. You want first place experience, try to catch Endeavor's eye in the sports festival so he can teach you what I mean. After saying his piece, he stood up and turned away. He said, "Take good care of yourselves," mostly addressing Mina, "and I hope to see you all become great heroes." He left before anyone could speak, and barely in time, because All Might had come to check on the pupils and was so preoccupied with them that he had never bothered to look for the spider. Via one of the facility's damaged windows, the vigilante fled and began to run till he jumped over the walls separating Ua from the outside world. He continued to run until he actually disappeared from view. A spinning black vortex appeared in a deserted bar farther from Ua in Kamino Ward, and a furious Tamura appeared as he exited the portal. After Tamura's daring stunt, Kurogiri returned for him, making off with Nomu and the young master. He had his mask back, but instead of putting it away, he slammed it against the counter. Tamura screamed as his hold turned a barstool to dust. Damn it, damn it, damn it, that damn bug. He had to ruin everything. As he rebuilt in a stylish suit with his metal brace safely and openly visible, Kurogiri stated, "Tamura, please stay calm. We cannot afford you destroying our hideout." As Tamura looked at the living mist, he said, "This was not what we had expected, but there's no reason for you to throw a tantrum. Shut it. That insect cheated. All Might would have been minced meat if he hadn't pulled out that cheat code. You didn't try hard enough with that game you pulled. You should have." "That's enough, Tamura." As they both looked at the screen, a threatening, dark voice shouted abruptly from the display. Kurogiri and Yorinomu did the best they could, given the circumstances. Like it or not, the vigilante fought back within our parameters, though even I underestimated his psionic abilities. "Master," continued Tamura, "you make it sound as though you were spectating throughout the whole show," his tone a little more respectful. "That's because I was watching everything. A last-minute addition born from a growing curiosity, so I had the doctor recruit someone for me with a quirk suited for recording videos, who was sitting on the sidelines, monitoring the events in the USJ for me to observe. I apologize for not telling you about her," the master continued. "I warned you not to take this child lightly whenever you or any of us were to face him in combat." "Master, did you have reason to believe that Webjack would be there to help Ua?" inquired Kurogiri. "I had a hunch that I didn't have time to consider. He was here in Kamino 3 days ago. It was worrying, a coincidence, I was sure, but then I learned too late that of the recruits we gathered for the attack, 2 of them went missing not long after their appearance. They just disappeared and are likely lying low, no doubt out of fear of being found by us." Tamura was furious at the news, which only meant that they had been betrayed. "Those rats," she exclaimed. "Or most likely they've been interrogated by the spider, which would surprise me given his naive and good nature. And yet he did not warn anyone about the attack, and he didn't seem all that prepared himself when he arrived," commented Kurogiri. "Likely the 2 he captured held out for as long as they could before they finally gave in, and he swung over to Ua with great haste. It doesn't matter now," the master chuckled. Today's event only proves my suspicions correct. It's not just All Might anymore, but Webjack is also another threat to our plans to cleanse the world. Being able to defeat the Nomu is too serious to ignore. And most intriguing, said a second voice from the Master's monitor. Out of all the spider quirks I've studied, this vigilante seems to have the rarest I've ever seen. Spiders are fascinating specimens with numerous traits that make them deadly vermin, and when those abilities are passed on to a man, you have a true apex predator. None more so than this boy. What even are those green energy webbings? Since when can spiders do something like that? Said Tamura. They can't. Though he claims it to be some kind of psychokinetic trick, I think it's more in line with electrokinesis. The way a spider can wall crawl is different from a lizard or a frog. They rely on using tiny hair-like structures called setae on their legs. These setae generate electrostatic forces, allowing spiders to adhere to surfaces. The electrostatic forces are the result of bioelectricity. Combine that with human biology, and there's a strong possibility that a human spider can harness and weaponize the electricity inside them. This is just a theory, and maybe the vigilante really is just a perfect blend of animal and psychic from his parents, the doctor clarified. We must also consider the possibility that he is capable of developing, or is already able to camouflage and generate poison. Two more rare but known abilities of a spider. Tamura asked, how the hell is one quirk able to have so many traits? But got no response because there wasn't one at the moment. The master asked, the real question is how he was able to slice and dice the Nomu so easily. The best I can come up with is that Webjack can produce powerful vibrations with his unique energy. If used correctly, a blade that vibrates at a high frequency can weaken and destabilize a target's molecular bonds, forcefully slicing through anything. If I'm correct, we might see the vigilante cause earthquakes and mimic Tamura's decay to some capacity in the future, the doctor went on. The fuck he can, Tamura hissed, offended by the idea that Webjack might imitate him. We know nothing about the vigilante, so we can only assume the worst and prepare, said Kurogiri. You're right, for even I find him concerning. Still, the Nomu was recovered, so it can be further modified later. That said, if the Nomu can't help against Webjack, then we'll just have to rely on top-tier villains to handle him. Or better yet, let the heroes destroy themselves trying to catch him. The statement, I would much rather kill him myself, was mocked by Tamura. The young man became even more enraged when the master admonished him, as you are now, I forbid going near the spider, Tamura. You'll only get yourself bested again, thus destroying our future, but he lacked the courage to respond. Vigilantes are curious subjects. Many see them as a disease that threatens to tear apart hero society. But the truth is, Tamura Shigaraki, vigilantes are the cure. They're the ones who usually understand that the law is responsible for creating us villains and enabling fake heroes. Fakes who save lives for fame and glory, not to safeguard life itself. True heroes are supposed to be thankless fools, wasting their lives away for a world that will never reward them for their sacrifices, and yet they keep on doing so, igniting the fires of rebellion against those who would rather see the world drown in crime than give up what petty control they think they have over the world as it is. That's why the Commission is so hellbent on capturing the boy, to keep the world cold, and why for every pro that fails, the fires grow hotter and the people's faith slips away. I take it this means that you plan to leak the recording of the USJ attack to the public, showing only Webjack's successes, while further downplaying the efforts of the pros, and All Might, the doctor guessed. You know me so well, doctor, grinned the master. Even though Tamura was still upset about his humiliating loss, he couldn't help but be happy for his master. After all, what follows might be worth it. The doctor wrote, by the way, Kurogiri. You surprised me today. I did not foresee you capable of using your quirk on such a large scale, with pride and amazement. Could it be that you have at last awakened? I have no answer to this sudden augmentation. It was a spur-of-the-moment situation. We were bested, the young master was in peril, and I ran the risk of being rendered powerless continuously. So I pushed myself higher than I ever thought possible, Kurogiri replied, still reeling from what he had done. Although he has no regrets for attempting to murder young heroes, the fact that he was unaware of his actual power left him feeling plagued and as though he no longer knows who he is. Further prove that you are a masterpiece, Kurogiri. Don't look so glum. You're an invaluable comrade, and we'll need you more than ever for the battles to come, the master said. Thank you, master. So now that we're all here, let us begin, remarked Nezu, the Chimera hero, who was the dean of UA University, to his faculty and staff. The pro-hero employees of UA had assembled in the conference room to talk about yesterday's terrible incident. The conference room is a huge space with large pane windows, light blue paint, and a few potted plants. A huge conference table with 3 desks and numerous chairs sits in the middle of the space. Eraserhead and 13, Hound Dog, Present Mike, Midnight, Vlad King, Cementos, Ectoplasm, Snipe, and Powerloader are some of the employees. Present Mike remarked, "Geez, that was a disaster of epic proportions if I ever heard of one," still upset that they were unable to reach the climax after Tenya Ida desperately raced back to the university and pleaded for assistance from anyone who could hear him. By the time they got there, the surviving villains, who were more angry that their leader had abandoned them than that they would be imprisoned, had all been collected up by All Might. 13 resentfully remarked, "That's an understatement. I still can't believe we managed to pull it off and that the Class 1A students all survived," in reference to lacking sufficient action. Eraserhead continued, still irritated, "That would be downplaying the potentials of my students, but at best, everything was dumb luck. The worst part is that damn Tamura Shigaraki got away. You described him as a man-child who acted all high and mighty, but when things didn't go his way, he blew one tantrum after the other. Typical characteristics of a spoiled brat used to getting what he wants, but I get the feeling that he is a special case," Nezu speculated. The police have so far come out empty-handed with no one matching the description of Shigaraki and Kurogiri. Their quirks are something else by the sounds of it, too, Vlad King stated. "We'd better catch them quick, otherwise I'm sure that they'll pull another stunt like this," cautioned Ectoplasm. "That much is doubtless. Villains have become more erratic as of late. The more ground we heroes cover, the more like corner animals they feel. It was easy for them to rally behind any cause, regardless of the leader's questionable mentality," Hound Dog continued. "If they intend to attack again, they're gonna come in with more brutality since it's a no-brainer that we're going to upgrade our security," said Powerloader. Midnight bemoaned, "Something I'm sure they're expecting and will push through regardless, not entirely sure how little they can do to strengthen their defenses against such heartless adversaries." Nezu asked the lone hero who had stayed motionless, "What about you, All Might? What's your take on all of this?" Even so, he no longer looks like himself. All Might is suddenly an extremely thin guy with long limbs, sharp, angular features, an elongated neck, and no eyebrows. A far cry from the tall, massive, and powerful man the world is accustomed to seeing. 2 long strands of his wavy hair fall from his hairline and frame his face. The pessimistic sentiments he's currently experiencing would deter those around him even more than his actual appearance. "I think before we can discuss our next course of action and what to do for the sake of the students, we need to address the real elephant in the room. That being me," remarked the Almighty. "This league of villains attacked us because they wanted me, but instead they went after the children in our care, and I was almost too late to save them." Present Mike pleaded, "Oh, come on, man. Don't be like that again, now of all times, being in no mood for this." "He's getting worse," Nezu thought, seeing that All Might, or more accurately, Toshinori Yagi, had been feeling increasingly dejected for some time, his smiles more fake than usual, regardless of how bad things are. Among UA, only he and Recovery Girl knew the cause of this behavior. "We all knew the risk of you semi-retiring to become a teacher in this institute. We weren't prepared as we should have, but the fact remains that each of us knew this would occur. As such, we all share the blame for the near loss of such promising futures," Vlad King observed with wisdom. The others nodded in agreement as Cementos said, "Nothing will be achieved by pointing the blame on one of us. No one in this room is unfamiliar with the burden of having the lives of others on our shoulders. This is just another occupational hazard. Except for one who disagrees just in part." Toshinori attempted an argument, saying, "I know that all too well, but still. That being said, when we all agreed to allow you to teach at this university, it was on the understanding that you would prioritize the welfare of each and every student," Eraserhead interrupted, essentially having a grudge to settle. "The whole point of semi-retirement is to take time away from your occupation and settle for new matters that were deemed more important, and yet you seem to think you're still the almighty symbol of peace, who can do everything by himself, but as Recovery Girl has affirmed for us, the scar you have proves otherwise is never going away." Toshinori felt a sudden surge of phantom pain after hearing his words, which were like a cold lake that had frozen solid. He instinctively reached for the left side of his chest, which is covered in a gory scar that he tries to conceal from everyone, especially the public, so that they won't lose faith in their symbol. "Seriously, man," chastised Present Mike. At this point, everyone felt uneasy. "Harsh, but ultimately true, like I was trying to tell you before. Musutafu has far too many heroes to protect it. They may not be as strong as you, and likely never will, But that doesn't mean they aren't reliable, like Death Arms, Kamui Woods, and Mount Lady, who have been steadily improving ever since they made it their top priority to capture Webjack. It's why we focus all our efforts on our students and not the city, Nezu said, softening Aizawa's remarks. Hence why you should do the same. I understand, Toshinori answered, his voice a little more animated, but not enough to make it seem as though he understood. If you had already discussed the possibility of appointing Mirio Tagada as your successor, you would feel much better. So why the hesitancy? Nezu was perplexed. Try to lighten the mood by bringing up another subject they have been neglecting up to this point. Of course, how could we forget the other elephant? Everyone's favorite wallcrawler, Midnight said. As he hurriedly reached for some papers he had been holding onto for long but finally took the time to open, Nezu exclaimed. Indeed. How could I forget? It contains police-collected files on Webjack, the most recent and well-known vigilante, which he sent to his employees to review. It also included various images of his actions, like preventing crime, evading law enforcement and pro-heroes, and even assisting individuals with their problems, no matter how small, like rescuing cats from trees and bringing them back to their owners or assisting the elderly in crossing the street. There never seems to be a pattern with this boy, and the police and I are certain that he's a boy. As old as our first-year students. He goes after every case whenever he can. Neither picky nor reluctant to do anything as long as it helps someone, except for criminals. I know a certain giantess who may or may not be pleased to learn about his true age, Midnight laughed. Well, for someone who should be one of our first years, he sure graduated quickly, and moves about wherever he pleases, Ectoplasm said. 3 pros in Hosu whom I went to university with have reported him catching 6 of the most elusive villains in that city by himself in a matter of days. And this was during his second month of activity, when his inexperience with crime fighting was still unbearably noticeable, but now there seems to be no trace of a child anymore. Indeed. More impressively, in his first week of vigilantism, he busted the biggest case of trigger distribution I had ever seen by just attacking one abandoned warehouse where the dealers were stashed. The police did their best to cover this up to avoid the backlash, but it got out quickly due to a hostage that was in that warehouse that Webjack rescued and screamed to the world what she endured, Nezu kept on reporting. He also caught the villain that managed to rob 6 banks within the short span of 7 nights, no doubt by following the patterns of the first heists before the police could incorrectly deduce where he would strike next, Cementos said. So not only is he powerful, but he also has exceptional deductive skills, Vlad King remarked, stroking his chin. He was so amazed that he couldn't conceal his admiration, let alone how much he wanted at least one of his students had that kind of talent. His speed is commendable as well. At first, everyone was sure that his top speed was only 200 miles per hour, but lately rumors have spread that he is actually faster than any vehicle in Japan. No one has actually seen him run that fast, but it would explain how he can move about from city to city after a full day. The way he moves in the sky is his bread and butter. He only needs 2 seconds to swing past a whole street, even less if he's in a hurry, replied Midnight. You'd think it would be easy to spot someone swinging around town with a web, but unless you're like him or Kamui Woods, you'll lose sight of him in no time. He's also really strong. I mean, I know that spiders have impressive proportional strength, able to lift 50 times their weight, but this is ridiculous, added Present Mike. Death Arms can lift over 30 tons and cause tremors with his huge fists, and yet in every encounter between them, Webjack effortlessly caught his arms with his bare hands, and even when he managed to land a hit, he quickly got back up as though he was actually being pushed by a spontaneous gust of wind. That's nothing. Nearing the end of last summer, Webjack saved a private jet from crashing down. The plane's landing gear wasn't responding, so he forced it open and supported the weight of the entire plane on his back, Nezu added, now even more excited. Judging by the type of plane it was, it weighed over 75,000 pounds, and since it was full of fuel, add another 30 to 40,000. Combined with thrust, Webjack's current known strength thus far is estimated to be able to support over 115,000 pounds. That's 57.5 tons. Judging by his height, he's not only able to hold more than 700 to 800 times his weight, but it's the equivalent of supporting 8 African elephants at once. The largest natural land animal on Earth. It's no wonder he also managed to defeat the villain, Muscular. I'm more interested in this. Almost every criminal arrest that was made due to the kid giving anonymous calls was made by using the phones of the thugs he hit. A logical and easy plan to avoid being tracked. However, recently villains have managed to create their own private line to communicate with one another without cops or heroes tracking them down. It usually takes someone of my level to hack that, and at least 24 of the thugs he's caught use this line. Meaning he must also be a good hacker, and one suited for messing with support items, Powerloader continued, and it appeared to be an accusation. Thus far, this kid has proven to be capable of the impossible. An advanced growth rate that makes him more and more capable of hero work within less than a year, along with many insane levels of power, Toshinori stated with the same enthusiasm as Nezu. Add to all of this, my good friend in the police force, Detective Naomasa Tsukauchi, who's been working the Webjack case since the 3rd month because all the other detectives dropped out, hypothesizes that not only are his 5 senses as superhuman as his physical prowess but that he also has a 6th sense that alerts him to incoming danger, and it's not just danger to himself. He's rarely been harmed in any of his fights against heroes and villains. Aizawa nearly moaned as she recalled the altercation between Webjack and Nomu. It certainly looked like he could predict the movements of his opponents based on what I saw. That beast was incredible, but nearly all his blows were reflexively dodged, as though Webjack knew how and when he was going to strike, and it was only because his opponent had the physical advantage that he was eventually hit. Something tells me he also has a healing factor like most arachnid quirks tend to have. Even if he didn't, it's obvious that he can take a lot of beating, getting back up from blows that would kill almost anyone in this room. His true weapon is that green energy that he can make constructs with, 13 side. Are we sure they are of a psionic nature? When Hound Dog said, well, he calls them psi webs, so why doubt it? Telekinesis is all about moving things with your mind, and something like that requires energy, which for most espers goes largely unseen. But Webjack's psychic energy is visible, and he can make more than just web constructs with it. The webs are either just an aesthetic for his theme or instinctual if his quirk does really make him like a spider, Cementos said. Mike asked, now worried, anyone else getting singularity vibes from this kid? No need to get superstitious. That said, while I believe that unsettling theory has merit, I am certain that Webjack represents something else, Nezu continued. Given your friendship with the best detective in Japan and the commission steadily unhinged, how come you never tried to lend a hand with his capture? Toshinori replied to Hound Dog. I offered to help 3 times, but Naomasa insisted I don't waste my time, and just between all of us, I never had faith in the commission. I'm more about following the spirit of the law rather than the paper. None of them could argue with it. For all of them, the Hero Public Safety Commission is a sensitive topic. They may be the de facto leaders of Japan's hero society, but many of the true heroes are afraid of them because no one in that police force is a hero. They accompany them in order to maintain harmony and give the public the impression that they are standing together against villainy, but that is all. A show, and they have found so many shadowy aspects of them that the symbol of peace himself is embarrassed to give in to their demands. We all know and have seen the damage vigilantes can cause, and since they answer to no one, there is little accountability, which invites more chaos. That said, even pro-heroes can also cause more harm than good, and from everything I've gathered, Webjack is more concerned with preventing casualties and collateral damage than capturing criminals, Toshinori said. Right you are. There is way too much evidence that shows our dear web-slinger having a soft heart with little avarice in his veins, fully accepting how thankless being a vigilante is, Nezu grinned. What's more, eyewitnesses claimed to see him sitting on the sidelines when a hero was the first to answer the call to action against a villain, only jumping in when it's clear the heroes need backup. Otherwise, he just observes and studies. More than once has he been seen with a notebook, writing down how heroes and villains fight, analyzing the strength of their quirks, and no doubt theorizing their weaknesses that he can exploit. So it's like he's having an internship with more than one hero agency. Experience trumps training every time, but that has its downsides, and he knows it. So he compensates by watching pros in action and tries to absorb their fighting styles into his own, Aizawa stated, becoming increasingly frustrated. And we can't identify him through his voice because he has a modulator placed within his mask to disguise even that. It was damaged during the fight, but I bet he has a spare. This is just ridiculous. Why the hell is a kid with this much potential wasting his life like this when he should be attending my class? Vlad vented with rage. Aizawa gave him a shady look when he yelled, not because he was being loud, but rather because he implied that Webjack would be better off going to his classes. It's vexing, but I doubt there's anything we can do about it. I mean, even if we unanimously agree to try and convince him to quit while he's still breathing, what then? The commission is never going to let him have an easier time once they see the boy behind the mask, said Snipe. That's the real predicament we have here. Vigilante or not, the boy is more of an asset to us than a problem. He's not responsible for a single civilian life being endangered, and when the day comes that he must bear that responsibility, it would be in his best interest to become one of us immediately, Nezu thought with his arms crossed. And it's not just the commission, some of the pros won't be any happier if that does happen. He's earned the ire of the likes of Endeavor and Mirko, who want his head as a trophy, warned Powerloader. And as mentioned before, Death Arms, Kamui Woods, and Mount Lady just won't let up with him. Not all of us. Hawks, Edgeshot, Ryukyu, Wash, Crust, Fatgum, and Ingenium seem to respect him quite a bit, Present Mike responded. We all know that a vigilante can be pardoned for their crimes, and be accepted as a pro. The commission would just rather dump them in Tartarus and call it a day. According to the information ectoplasm obtained prior to this meeting, public opinion on the boy started pretty bad, as expected, but like with his skill set, it has gradually turned more favorable. Lots of people online, including members of the police, are calling for him to receive a pardon and be registered as a licensed pro. That's the main issue. If I get the chance to capture this boy, it won't be to stop him from causing harm but to keep the commission from getting their hands on him, Toshinori remarked with greater confidence. Not like we can do anything while we still don't know who he truly is. He's also good at covering his tracks since the blood samples that were collected can't reveal his identity, since he's not recorded in the quirk registration. Nothing to do yet but wait for the golden opportunity to come when the time is right. 2 hours following the USJ clash yesterday, Webjack arrives to his destination, a block with 5-story tall danchais, far from Ua. He made it to the 3rd floor without anyone seeing, and when he struggled to raise his arms once again since he couldn't swing and had to run all the way here, he used his keys to open his apartment's door and went inside after making sure no one was watching. The apartment has a dining room with a table and chairs as well as a cabinet that holds bowls, plates, and cups. As he had anticipated, there seemed to be no one inside at the moment. Feeling at last secure, he switched off his invisibility, having it as the malevolent doctor had conjectured, and removed the broken mask and the tiny, removable red module that covered his lower face, the voice modulator he dubbed the spider cord. Nomu's hands burned its edges, one side glimmering faintly. No more mission would save it. A short mop of fluffy dark green hair that curls up at strange angles around his head and casts distinctly black shadows on it gives his actual face a spherical frame. His irises are the same shade of green as his hair, which is typically stretched fairly wide and occasionally very watery. His eyes are huge and slightly round, and he appears innocent and enthusiastic. He has 4 diamond-shaped freckles on each cheek that are symmetrical. With a sigh, he flipped it in his palm. He whispered, "You held up better than expected," and tossed it subtly onto his desk. Good thing the sanctuary has spares. The bruised young guy who was looking back at himself in the hallway mirror did not resemble the energetic force that had been up against a monster head to head. No cape. No style. Not a spotlight. Izuku Midoriya alone, bruised, simple, ignorant. As usual, his face was both a blessing and a burden. The kind that went unseen through throngs. His face continued to warn others to turn away even after his body had become robust, defined by the strength he had gained by fire and blood. To move on from him, it was painful once. That feeling of not being seen. That icy gap between the outside world and him. Now, though, it was fortunate. An ideal disguise. Nobody had any suspicions, and none ever would. He made his way to his bedroom, which could have been occupied by a stranger. Identity stripped, but clean. No clutter, no posters, no indication of passion or pastimes. Only sterilized furnishings, functional shelving, and a quiet that went a little beyond isolation. This was not always the case, however, he had long since swallowed that regret. He started removing the suit with sore fingers, flinching with every motion as the agony finally overcame him, the price of living long enough to break free from the hold of adrenaline. Even though his skin screamed beneath the bruises and his body hurt with every twitch, he persisted until he was only able to move his boxers. Carefully folding the ripped outfit, he slipped it inside a briefcase that was stashed under his bed. The location wasn't ideal for concealment. He didn't have the strength to care tonight, though. He froze as he turned back to face the mirror. He gasped for air. The damage exceeded expectations. His shoulders and ribs were crawling with livid bruises. The corner of his mouth was clinging to dried blood. He had ripped his knuckles raw. His body had the appearance of having been through a war, and yet he remained upright. He reasoned that he shouldn't even be moving. Izuku Midoriya, however, was unique. He put a palm over his chest and closed his eyes. Like a second circulatory system, shimmering green psi web threads ran across his exposed flesh, bringing back the glow, first weak, then rising. His molecular structure was humming with energy, and his whole body started to vibrate slightly. The air became murky, His shape shifted, and his wounds started to disappear under the fast molecular friction. Muscle ripped healed. The bone moved. As if rewinding time, the skin reknits itself. Although it wasn't painless, the procedure burned his veins like lightning attempting to seal the wounds. It worked. He recovered his wholeness in a matter of minutes. Not broken. Restored. Powerful, but worn out. I'm exhausted. He fell back on his bed and gazed up at the ceiling. His limbs shook from residual exhaustion, and his breath was labored. The fatigue hung over his soul like a shadow, yet the healing was complete. I would kill to not have Mach-speed metabolism right now, he mumbled in a gruff voice. The silence was broken by a growl from his gut. He moaned and said, "Case in point." He dragged himself to his feet and shuffled toward the little counter by his room, where his phone was, the one he had forgotten in his haste to get to USJ. He was afraid of the worst. In the event that his mother had gotten in touch and... Just one alert. Just one message. Inko Midoriya. I'm going to be late to the hospital, sweetie. I apologize. I'll be working extra hours because there was a bus accident that seriously injured everyone on board. Dinner was left in the fridge. I adore you. Izuku gazed for a while at the message. Slid into the chair after that. He let out a gasping laugh that was a combination of relief, laughter, and something unsaid. If God exists, this proves it, and that he actually likes me. He let out another breath, and his shoulders drooped. We made it through another day, one more secret maintained. Even though the fight was finished, he still felt guilty. Every secret he concealed and every lie he spoke was a decision. He had succeeded. He would also carry it. But for the time being, he might once more be her son, for one more night only. He got up and went to the refrigerator. A hot supper was in order. A long, long slumber, too. All right, let's start from the top. Izuku Midoriya is my name, and I have been Japan's sole spider hero. Webjack for the last 10.5 months. However, this immense ability was not innate in me. The unfortunate reality is that men are not all made equal. I discovered that some children are more powerful than others when I was 4 years old. More than a century ago, in Qingqing City, China, the first occurrence occurred. A unique youngster was born, radiating light from his entire body. Reports of superhumans appeared all across the world after that. The source of this spontaneous evolution is still unknown, but gradually the supernatural became completely commonplace. Dreams come true. Humanity as a whole evolved into a superhuman society. The constant conflict between heroes and villains consequently became the most frequent occurrence. I enjoyed every moment of growing up and wanted this to be my life forever because it felt so natural to me. I still do, but I discovered the harsh reality of human nature when I was old enough. There were no Thanksgiving prayers or festivities when the age of quirks started. Just bewilderment, grief, anxiety, hopelessness, animosity, and estrangement. Only global anarchy resulted from the sudden shift. Globally, people have to adjust to this reality in a nonviolent manner. People with quirks were branded as monsters that society had to eradicate in order to survive. This ignorance only led to the deaths of many, if not more. The true sadness lies in the fact that metahumans now make about 80% of the population, while normal humans have significantly declined and eventually turned into natural freaks. The unusual, similar to me. Yes. Unlike my mom, who could levitate objects to her side, and my dad, who could breathe fire, I was born without any quirks. Because I was born flawed, everyone in my immediate vicinity, aside from my parents, saw me as an error that shouldn't have happened. In particular, the person I believed to be my closest friend. You'll never be a hero. That was Katsuki Bakugo's roar as he applied his quirk to Izuku's abdomen. At this, the teenager let out a cry and then slammed his fist into his face. As two other students began kicking the downed kid, he let out a yelp and fell to the ground, tears streaming from his eyes. Yeah, you heard Bakugo, you useless Deku, loser, loser. You hear that, you quirkless freak? I told you not to apply to Ua, you're looking down on me, aren't you? Katsuki growled at Izuku as he leaned down in front of the teenager's face. I never looked down on you, Kachan. After kicking Izuku in the stomach and making the teenager writhe, Katsuki said, "Shut up. You're just a worthless pebble," before reaching down and grabbing a particular notepad that Izuku was holding on to. Izuku screamed as Katsuki kicked him in the face, "Hey, give that." Before opening it, he spat, saying, "Shut up, loser. What's this? Blueprints for heroics?" He hurriedly shut the book and scowled at Izuku, saying, "Seriously? I just told you that you can't be a hero, you useless Deku. Izuku wheezed out, Kachan, but was not given the opportunity to present his case. Katsuki snarled, you quirkless loser. No one is going to UA in this dump except me, and then lit up his quirk, causing the book to explode right away. Izuku cried out, no, but Katsuki kicked him in the face once more. Katsuki shouted, I said, shut up, and then threw the burned remnants of the notepad out a nearby window. Listen here, loser, if you really wanna be a hero, he began, leaning down and grabbing Izuku's collar with a broad smile. His smile widened as he continued, go take a swan dive off the roof and pray for a quirk in the next life. Izuku wiggled out, you, Kachan, but Katsuki punched him in the face. As Izuku lay on the floor, writhing with tears streaming from his eyes, Katsuki spit out, don't you dare call me that, Deku. See? You're just a worthless wimp. You'll never be a hero, so give up already and stay out of my origin story, Katsuki said. The two boys who were always with Katsuki took a moment to kick Izuku once more before chasing after the teenager as he turned and departed. Izuku whimpered in agony as he lay on the ground, and then he caught sight of a pair of shoes. With a grimace on his face, he looked up to see it was his homeroom instructor. Midoriya, how many times do I have to tell you to stop lying on the hallway floor? Get to class already. As the teacher left, Izuku coughed out, yes, sir, and slowly stood up, with more tears streaming down his cheeks. He sniffed at this and said, why me? I resisted letting anyone or my condition dictate my future. I thought I was fighting my fate, so I tried to fight back, but I wasn't altering reality. I was just running away from it. I was unable to alter anything. I'm so sorry, Izuku. I just don't know what to do. When I first heard my mother's comments, I thought they were so meaningless, because I was born with a single flaw that set me apart. My life's path was predetermined, and I was destined to deteriorate and suffer in alone and forgetfulness in the dark. I had no idea that this was not going to be my destiny. Izuku Midoriya rested quietly in his chamber in the middle of the night, enshrouded in the tranquility of his fantasies about rising to hero status and battling evil forces with his hero, All Might. There was peace in his chamber, which was softly lighted by the moonlight coming through his window. On Izuku's ceiling, a rift ripped through the fabric of reality, and suddenly a disturbance reverberated through the silence. The air around it was distorted by the strange, rainbow light with which it surged. As the portal's edges glistened with a captivating display of colors, from vivid reds to deep blues, an ethereal hum permeated the space. Everything in the room seemed to float in midair as the energy flowed through it. Izuku was dangling, defying gravity, together with his assortment of books, toys, and posters honoring All Might. And strange visitor, a tiny, scarlet spider with black tendrils surrounding it, rose from this brilliant gateway. Its body had an unearthly grace that seemed to defy the laws of this dimension. There was a lingering sensation of unreality as the portal disappeared into the darkness after serving its mission. The room, freed from the enigmatic clutches of the portal, fell under the force of gravity. Izuku was startled out of his sleep as everything in midair fell with a clatter. He looked around in confusion, wondering whether there had been an earthquake that had come and gone. With the room's lingering vibrations suggesting a disruption that had come and gone, he said to himself, is it over? The little red spider lifted its head at the kid, glared at its victim with its bright white eyes, unaware of the small intruder that had snuck through the portal. Izuku moaned, complaining about his filthy room, so much so that he didn't notice the spider moving into the bed and onto him. Mom is not going to be happy when she sees this, and I'm too tired to clean it now, he said. Unnoticed and swift, it scuttled into Izuku's left hand and, with silent accuracy, sank its teeth into the boy's flesh, unleashing a venom that seeped into his circulation without stopping. This bite would change Izuku's fate forever. Invisible and painless, the invasion and the bite both held a power that would eventually ignite inside him. I wish I had recognized what had occurred to me sooner. I wish I had encountered the spider creature sooner. I believed it to be a single, strange, and unsettling dream. However, it was real, and I received actual power as a result. Why me, and why did it happen? I didn't give a damn. I made a mistake, but I didn't give it much thought because I always got what I wanted. All I could think of was how much I wished this had happened sooner since I met my idol, All Might, the #1 hero, the next day. The man who inspired me to believe in heroes and that I could achieve my goals. He had rescued me from a sludge villain who attempted to use me as a means of escape. Although I believed I was operating on pure adrenaline and frantic strength at the moment, I could not have known during such chaos, even though my powers helped me live. Or so I told myself repeatedly. I seized the opportunity to ask All Might if a person as quirkless as I could be a hero in the first place. I didn't want to hear the response. This job isn't easy. Pro heroes are always having to risk their lives. Some villains can't be beaten without powers, so no, I honestly don't think you can be a hero without a quirk. I'm not sure what I anticipated, especially in light of his serious wound and what I now know about him. What made him distinct from everyone else, in my opinion? Even so, I don't despise All Might for essentially turning me down. He spoke what he said to protect me from a potential death, and I now admire him even more since he still performs his heroic duties in spite of the possibility that his powers could fail at any moment and he could be killed while performing his duties. Nevertheless, I had to let him go and be my own man, just like with Katsuki. I was unable to inform my mother of my situation. She would try to stop me because she would never understand. Nevertheless, I still hesitated inwardly, not only out of fear but also because I felt quirkless and hadn't truly adapted to everyone else. I changed into something else. I just didn't know how to explain it until now, even though I knew it from the beginning. So I continued to be a freak. Someone who becomes a hero for no real cause. Right up till the spider. I won't allow the world to harm anyone else because it damaged me. I want to be a hero because of this. I will assist with a mask so that eventually my real face can remain where it belongs, but I can't shield anyone with a grin because I have a face that nobody wants to see. In our recollections. My curse is this. My winnings. Who am I? My name is Webjack. Izuku told his mother, I'll be heading out now, Mom, as he was getting ready to go buy food for supper tonight. Bye, sweetie. Please be careful out there, Inko remarked to her son in a charming manner. He shrugged, fighting the impulse to wince at his own words. I always am, and even if things go wrong, the heroes will just get me out of trouble, he said. She insisted, I know, but even still, the best days of our lives are when everything is boring, preferring to deconstruct heroes and villains. Izuku left their flat and went into the city that never sleeps due to its high crime rate. I swear to avoid whatever nonsense Musutafu throws next time, he said. As he walked down the pavement, the light created long shadows, and the busy city life hummed all around him. His mind was on the routine work at hand, a straightforward grocery shop run. A spider-themed outfit, hidden beneath his clothing and unseen by onlookers, served as a subtle reminder of the obligations he places on himself. It's been over a week since Webjack's encounter with the bizarre but lethal League of Villains. There were no casualties in the conflict, and all but 3 of the culprits were taken prisoner after the aftermath, according to the report that UA would permit to be disseminated. Izuku wishes it were true that there were no fatalities. Those villains were nothing to laugh at, even if their numbers were merely for show. Of all, the Class 1A students must be at least half as good as Bakugo in order to get into such a distinguished university for future heroes. Following the incident, UA temporarily shuttered to allow students, primarily those who participated in the attack, to recuperate and for staff to make additional precautions to prevent a similar situation in the future. Izuku knows better and is unable to get rid of his anxiety, but if he timed it correctly, UA should open up after the following weekend and things should return to normal. For what this so-called league does next, not for the university itself. The name itself isn't particularly noteworthy. They resembled a hyper-violent Team Rocket, if anything, and it was enough to generate a number of terrible jokes that, for once, were sure to make people laugh. How could he have gotten those wrong, really? If they're astute, and he seriously doubts that Tamura Shigaraki is the leader, they'll buy a lot of time, wait to bolster their forces, and devise more practical plans that don't entail attempting to kill the world's strongest man. Putting away OP's psychic abilities, there was no way All Might could lose if Izuku could defeat that Nomu. Nomu would amuse the symbol of peace for a minute and a half at most. Ultimately a waste of time, yet insanely impressive in the big picture. Even if he doesn't express it outwardly anymore, Izuku is still a huge All Might fan at heart. For example, he kept all of his All Might collectibles hidden away in the hopes of selling them someday to raise some quick cash for his vigilante life. If Izuku chooses the appropriate All Might fanatic, he could accumulate a fortune because a single piece of All Might products is very valuable and will only increase in value over time. Making such a choice was like being struck by a speeding locomotive. He spent almost his whole life worshipping All Might and looking around for anything that had to do with him. His mother was shocked to learn that his room, which had been more of a shrine, was now almost completely vacant. He had to give his mother a half-truth because he couldn't tell her the whole truth. Now that he no longer wants to be a pro-hero, Izuku wants to start over, and getting rid of the goods without throwing anything away is a good place to start. Although Inko was glad to see her son try to repair himself and supported his decision, Izuku felt that she wasn't quite satisfied with his choice to forego heroics. That's pro-heroics. Pretending not to be hurt after the USJ was harder than all the other times he returned after a battle that left him bruised, but he couldn't help himself. It hurt to lie to his mother so frequently. He now values being Webjack more than his own life. He cannot return to his former self as Deku. He declines. Therefore, even though he is aware that his world would end one day, he will carry on leading this double existence. Because he has a gut feeling that it will be worthwhile. The daily rhythm was broken by a sudden disturbance as Izuku got closer to the grocery store on the street corner. Izuku followed his instincts and focused on the scene that was developing. Rising star and pro-hero Kamui Woods, who is famed for his tree-like skills, was fighting a villain who appeared deformed, not because he is a mutant, but rather because of obvious indicators that an accident ruined his face, and he appeared angry and insane. He has the ability to create gas from his body as a result of his quirk, which he appears to be able to solidify for blunt force assaults. Izuku bemoaned, astonished by the exhibition in front of him, another awesome quirk wasted with villainy. As the battle unfolded in front of Izuku, Kamui Woods showed off his newly discovered strength. When he made his debut, he was remarkable enough, but someone who is blind can see that he has been working hard to improve. Izuku couldn't suppress a vague sense of accomplishment. The only thing he could do correctly when he first started as Webjack was swing the web, but he couldn't stand to be seen without rhythm. For this reason, he regretted yelling out of excitement and fear because it was all so overwhelming, drawing the attention of hundreds of onlookers, including local pros like Kamui Woods, who marched to arrest him for disturbing the peace and publicly using a quirk. To be fair, Izuku is technically a criminal because he committed so many infractions in a single day. Initially, it was unpleasant to be pursued by a hero, but fortunately, his inexperience was overlooked since his tremendous power was too much for the Arbor hero, who was sent unconscious with just one kick. That marked the start of an endless pursuit as nearly every pro continued to come after him, none more so than Kamui and his close friend Death Arms, whom Izuku had also embarrassed during their first meeting. Both were, of course, accidental. However, the Flame Hero, Endeavor and, worst of all, the Rabbit Hero, Mirko were the ones he was most angry with. The mention of that bunny-eared heroine sent shivers down Izuku's spine. He doesn't want to deal with her again, out of all the predators. He has a mother waiting for him back home, so he gets to live to be a terrible son another day. If he were an orphan, he would let Endeavor to burn him alive to prevent another encounter with Mirko. Izuku chooses to go in a different direction after realizing that Kamui Woods has everything under control. Since the manhunt for him started, there have been less street thugs in back alleys, so even though it will take longer, he should be secure. Unfortunately, his spider sense began to sing a different song. A getaway van with 4 men inside rumbled through the streets, causing mayhem as it went. When the driver decided to approach the hero-villain conflict, 3 police cars that were already handling the problem were quickly derailed. The police stopped because they were more terrified of being caught in the crossfire of the metahuman than the criminals. When Kamui saw the van, he spread his wood to cover a larger area in an attempt to stop them. However, the gas villain made that impossible by creating tangible missiles that destroyed all of the wood, giving the other lawbreakers time to flee and ostensibly providing him with an opportunity to strike the hero fatally. Kamui Woods was not going to be fooled. Izuku quickly overcame any reluctance to don the mask once more. The hero was obviously fighting alone in this battle, thus he had to be the one to apprehend the fugitive van. Slipping into a nearby alley, he turned away from the raging struggle and the gathering audience. After using his invisibility power to get out of the public eye, he ran up the walls until he reached the ceiling, where he started to change into Webjack. He replaced the eye lenses with new, longer-lasting ones and did his best to make up his costume using the sewing techniques Inko showed him. When he was properly outfitted, he dropped back to street level and followed the crooks through the gridlock of the city. Although the criminals have an advantage, All Might informed the UA staff that his superhuman abilities extend beyond his physical prowess. His 5 senses are also improved and equally dependable as his 6th sense. The sound of chaos that could only be produced by a vehicle driving crazily without regard for collateral damage was easy to hear. The chase soon started thanks to the terrified cries of the bystanders who either saw the escaping vehicle or were almost struck. Unaware of the invisible vigilante pursuing it, the van continued to weave through traffic. During their rampage, an innocent teenager was minding his own business without any concern. He was deaf to all sounds due to his headphones, so he did not move when the van full of ruthless criminals who were too eager to care who they might kill ran over him. The boy's surprised expression was a clear indication that he had nothing to do with his salvation, but fortunately, an invisible force caught hold of him and sprang him out of the way. One of the thugs said, "Lucky kid. Think he'll be arrested just for using his quirk to save himself? By today's end, he'll wish we had run him over," the driver stated, certain that the unjust rules of this world would continue to be severe. Law enforcement cannot do anything severe, even if they tried, because the child will be okay because his quirk, which allows him to communicate with animals as if they were speaking any human language, couldn't have rescued him. To keep the element of surprise intact, Webjack actually saved the child while he was invisible. He continued chasing once he was certain the child was unharmed and had only been frightened by the unplanned tackle. Having positioned himself well above the buildings, he regained visibility before rushing down and landing on the roof of the moving car. He used his webbing to keep his balance while he waited for the right opportunity to step in. He moved quickly and fluidly, descending onto the rear of the van without the startled crooks inside seeing him. "What's up, danger?" Webjack exclaimed, pulling off the driver's side mirror with a brilliant display of muscle. The van had to make a risky swerve due to the abrupt loss of control. The robbers inside panicked and rushed to take back control. Webjack, meanwhile, kept his hold on the roof, prepared to render them helpless when the time came. He immobilized the crooks by shooting a series of strands with his webbing. They were unable to move because the sticky threads stuck to their limbs. He quickly eliminated the threat and ensured civilian safety with efficiency derived from months of expertise. Webjack jumped out of the halted vehicle and fled as the police pressed in on the captured criminals, intending to go back to the rooftop where he had left his civilian clothing. Overall, the outcome wasn't too horrible. He was 3 streets away from the crime site at one point, so he kept telling himself that. A gigantic hand slapped him, causing him to become stuck like a bug against a building's wall. Webjack cringed at the notion of having to fix this error so frequently. A giantess woman cheered, "Ha! I finally got you. The peak hero." Mount Lady is another up-and-coming pro-hero that Webjack routinely outperforms. After slamming Webjack through her hands, she took them off. She could easily afford to make a hole in the building's 5th level, which was what she expected to happen. She also anticipated finding an unconscious or briefly shocked vigilante to apprehend and receive the credit she merits for finally apprehending the vigilante that not even Japan's number 2 hero was able to capture. Spectators in the building were frightened by the avaricious, ecstatic look on her face as she dreamed about her newfound celebrity. When she noticed that Webjack was nowhere to be seen, her smile soon vanished. "Are you kidding me?" she swore, bringing her face closer to check the 5th level of the building for her target as well as the ones above and below, but she missed them. Webjack called behind her, "Mount Lady. My princess," and she whirled around, shocked to see him hanging in his trademark upside-down position. How? The vigilante took a time to reach the top of the building, which was at least 3 floors higher than her, and the one behind her. He then built a web line to connect the two, jumped into the center, and hung himself down while the heroine was busy looking for him. "You know you could have just called if you wanted another date," Webjack thought. "How did you?" he interrupted, becoming too dramatic as if they were in a romantic play. "I know, I missed you too, but alas, my previous ordeal safeguarding the children that would succeed us back then nearly claimed my life, so I had to disappear to tend my wounds," he said. "I'm so sorry that I made you worry, but I couldn't risk our enemies knowing about our home away from home. But now that I'm back, we can." Mount Lady slammed her fists together fiercely, attempting to squish him once more, and now it was his time to be abruptly interrupted. She cried, flushed, "You are not funny," but Webjack ran away before she could strike him this time. There was a new chase. Webjack said, "You look upset. Should I walk you home?" as he turned to go. She said, "As if I'd let you within a mile of my house," and chased after him frantically, limiting his mobility with her hands at every angle, left, right, up, down, and sideways. She was able to keep up with her swift prey because of her size. Webjack moaned painstakingly, "Oh, are you having difficulty redecorating your place, too?" "I share your pain," he said. "Maybe we can help each other." Desperate to escape the enraged giantess, he let himself to fall into the street and hitched a ride on a car. Mount Lady had to carefully consider how to apprehend the vigilante without putting the occupant of the car in danger. In a twist of fate, a woman pushing a baby wagon a few feet from the tumultuous scene is so stunned by the spectacle that she recklessly drops the wagon, pushing the infant into the middle of the road where they are in danger of being run over. Webjack is compelled to swing forward in order to reach the wagon before the driver does, and she gently pushes the child back to her mother, who quickly gets out of it. The vigilante jumped into the air to get away, but Mount Lady caught up to him, kicked him in the back, and sent him flying upwards as the motorist pulled over. She raised her right arm to catch him and hissed, "With the way you dress, who are you to judge?" She kicked him, but Webjack swiftly recovered and Web zipped to the building on his left. "Aw, babe. You wound me," he said. "My mom taught me everything I know about how to sew my costume." A family eating supper next to where he was crawling was startled when he shot right into an open window and landed inside an apartment's living room. The family was further shocked when Mount Lady coldly said, "And I bet she's so proud of your extracurricular activities," her staring right eye visible in the same window. He hurried to the door of this apartment and turned left, saying, "Tell you what. When we both feel like we're ready to introduce each other to our parents, you and they can talk all you like about my life choices." Good idea. And by the way, Mount Lady touched the building's top as if to raise herself up on it, but she quickly turned off her quirk, which caused her to shrink to her usual size while simultaneously dragging herself onto the rooftop. She dashes to the opposite side, hoping internally that she chose the correct position, and leaps. "You still owe me for ruining my chances." Webjack left the building by heading west, just as she had predicted. As she tackled the spider while still in the air, she yelled, "To buy myself that beautiful garden," and they both fell hard. They were just inches from striking the ground when Webjack acted fast and fired a webbing at the top of the building to stop their fall. As if by coincidence, Webjack picked up a flower from a flower vendor who happened to be strolling next to them. Before his webline began to draw them up, he murmured, "For you," in a seductive manner. However, he pushed her away from him, sending him flying while she stayed holding a rose. "I'm not done," she swore, continuing to run while cautiously and slowly growing huge once more without causing harm to anyone. A woman of her age was being harassed by two males who were making advances on her while she was doing this. She slowed down, lowered herself to their level, and yelled. "Get lost," she yelled, and her threatening gaze made the two flee, calling out to their mothers. In addition to being jittery upon arriving, the rescued woman was incredibly appreciative of the rescue. After being touched by her rescue, Webjack turns around and says, "You're an inspiration to heroines everywhere." She grinned and seemed proud of herself before her brain returned to normal and she realized who was praising her. "Thank you. I expect every little girl to want to grow up to be like yours truly," she said. "You ass?" "I'm serious. When little girls see you in action, they'll be lining up to be the next big superheroines," he insisted. "I don't know why you're so hung up about going to the top when you're already expected to be there." Mount Lady said, "Once you're in my clutches, I will be." He once more became sexy, briefly wall running sideways while joining his hands and creating something with his psi webs. "Ah, but girl," he said. When he was finished, he jumped in front of the heroine and showed her a deftly made web-shaped heart. Under the mask, a smile could be seen in the expression of his lenses. "I already am." Her face turning as red as a tomato is regarded as a success, but whatever he was hoping for with this trick, it was definitely not for her fury to soar. "You two timing pig." She screamed so loudly that she suddenly released a sonic blast from her mouth, as if she had fused Present Mike's quirk with her own. Far from the chase, a jewelry store is being robbed when a villain with the fire quirk emerges with the entryway on fire in his right hand while holding a big bag containing everything he took in his left. He laughed and was about to flee when Webjack, momentarily stunned after being flown a mile away, crashed in the street in front of him. "I was right. This is going to be the easiest heist ever," he said. He groaned, "I really should have seen that coming. I mean, gigantification is surely to do more than give the user enhanced strength and durability. Both can be used for so many awesome special moves." Readjusting himself, he was fortunate to spot the fire villain, who was rather taken aback by his aggressive approach. He immediately shot a web at the bag and yanked the stolen jewelry away from him. "Hey, man. That's a sweet fortune you have right there. Hope you don't mind sharing," he added. He yelled, "You bastard." He was about to attack, when a web shot covered his eyes, blinding him. Despite this, he hurried forward to confront the vigilante and reclaim his stolen items. After Webjack leapt around him, Mount Lady came just in time to use her foot to squash the villain, instantly eliminating him. "Excellent teamwork," Webjack said, returning the pilfered jewelry to the shopkeeper, who was using his fire extinguisher-like quirk to put out the fire. Even though he isn't a hero, he does have a particular type of permit that he can use to defend his land. Mount Lady said, "You don't get to pull that crap on me after what you did," and the hunt went on. "I know about you and Ryukyu's soon-to-be new sidekick." Having no idea what she was talking about, Webjack countered, "Najire-chan. But we only met that one time, catching the shrinking villain in Jaku, avoiding her next move. And yet you still bothered to learn her name. That's pretty telling to me." He remembered more clearly who she was referring about. She's impossible to forget with how big her mouth is, he said. Despite her beauty and sweetness, Najire Hando never stops talking. Before they met, he had no idea how people felt about his spider persona, and it's awful. I've spoiled myself for too long, Izuku thought as he headed to an alleyway to stop Mount Lady's hunt and lose her and any pros that could be approaching shortly. Damn it. She lashed out. She considers doing what she did previously, but she fears that he would anticipate it and avoid her the next time. Therefore, she makes the decision to do what she was hesitant to do numerous times before and contracts herself to make it easier for her to move through the alley. She had previously been scared to do so since she was open to ambush, but her resolve prevented her from letting her worries control her. Webjack said, "Sorry, honey. But I've got to get to work now," but she was unable to see him. She rushed faster, telling herself, "Oh no, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you." However, she was caught when a string of tree branches emerged from the opposite side of the alley, trapping her in a cage that she was quite familiar with but had never been inside. Kamui Woods was the one who attacked after hearing Webjack's modulated voice, but he was caught by his buddy, who was even more enraged. "Got you? Your reign is over, Spider Lady. You fucking degenerate." Webjack had long since left by the time the two regained their bearings. He went back to the roof where he had left his civilian clothing and started walking again. He concealed the outfit within his clothing with skilled ease, reverting to the anonymous character moving through the city's streets. In addition to the physical strain, Izuku's heart was pounding because he was a total idiot. Desperate to enhance his vigilante disguise, he trained to ensure that Webjack was completely different from Izuku Midoriya. He forced himself to adopt a split personality of a more self-assured and courageous person who concealed his fears and insecurities by using jokes that are only funny because they are so incredibly awful that they serve no purpose other than to irritate people, mainly his enemies, in order to cause them to lose focus and make mistakes. Wearing a mask and using a voice modulator while appearing like a loser beyond just being quirkless was insufficient as a disguise. However, he decided to go one step further and make Webjack a brazen flirt who toys with the emotions of any attractive girl he targets. It's terrible, at least the ones that assault him. When he puts on the mask, Webjack is essentially another person who takes over his body, even if he hates how he harmed Mount Lady. Or perhaps Izuku made up the reason to cover up his wrongdoing. He was sexually frustrated after being rejected for so long and never having the opportunity to talk to a girl, and being harassed by the largest woman in Japan all the time just made matters worse. That win is merely symbolic, but he cannot deny that it feels wonderful to talk to people without worrying about their rejection. He puts his identity dilemma on hold for the time being and proceeds to the grocery store, hoping that Izuku Midoriya's supper with his mother will be more positive than Webjack's day. The situation would worsen since Webjack and Mount Lady's chase was seen on camera by numerous individuals throughout the city, prompting the internet to erupt with the squabbling of visual enthusiasts and numerous responses from both pro-heroes and heroes in training. Minoru Mineta is one of them. He is using his computer in his room to observe today's happenings with unholy eagerness. He groaned with ugly envy, knowing from the videos that Mount Lady obviously likes Webjack enough to enjoy every chase between them. "I don't understand. I do mostly the same thing as him, and yet a girl's first instinct is to leave me bloodied and beaten, but when this guy flirts with women, they beat him up and are interested at the same time," he said. Some fans speculate that she lets him go in order to keep the fun going. In the same mood, Denki Kaminari said, "Next time I see this bastard, I'm going to pin him to the ground," while lying in bed and watching the movies on his phone. With a now murderous expression, Mineta replied, "Look him dead in the eye and tell him." The two yelled out at once, "Please accept me as your apprentice." They were so desperate to get a beautiful girlfriend that they would willingly join forces with a vigilante to obtain one. Mina Ishido was not amused by the recent pursuit that she saw on her phone while watching the news. Her parents were horrified by her lifeless expression. They couldn't figure out what she was seeing that would cause her to act in this manner. He can do so much better than that glory slut. There is nothing new about the hero flame wars. Fans engage in heated arguments over which heroes would make the ideal pairing in addition to arguing over who should be protected and who should be criticized. The number of times All Might was shipped with one heroine after another is beyond counting. The craziness was so intense that even Shoto Todoroki, who is a solitary person and despises quirk marriages, reads them religiously. Now, the flame wars are focusing on the supposed new power couple, Webjack and Mount Lady. The number 2 hero's kid pondered aloud, "I wonder what a giant spider person would look like." Speaking of endeavor, Enji Todoroki is standing directly behind his son, watching the online craziness via Shoto's phone, He is curious as to what captivated his son and was not amused by the subject Mount Lady brought up again. Damn you, Takayama. Before making his way to the kitchen, where Shoto is also going, he yelled, "You're a disgrace to pros everywhere, playing around with that bug." Ordinarily, Shoto would be nauseated to be so close to his hateful father, but since Webjack entered the picture, Endeavor's angry outbursts have been so hilarious that Shoto has been grinning at him too much. His father's obsession with finding the web slinger is nearly as intense as his desire to outdo All Might. The Flame Hero's rage and flames have known no bounds since their first meeting, which ended with Webjack escaping his father's hold and being thrown headlong into a fountain. He spends more time in his agency attempting to find the spider and is hardly home anymore. Something Shoto values, and he would have abandoned his future career as a hero and turned to vigilantism if he had realized sooner that a vigilante would have enraged him thus much. Shoto was in the USJ as well, belonging to Class 1A in UA, at the time of the League of Villains attack. It would be an understatement to say that Shoto was first let down by the first villains he faced. To be honest, it was a funny prank to get those thugs to admit that they attacked All Might in order to kill him, but he was too disappointed to laugh. He then witnessed Nomu, a covert weapon, battle Webjack in its place. He is not fairly represented in the videos and remarks he saw and read about him. Shoto had to acknowledge that he might have or might not have fared any better, but there was no way of knowing if Nomu was as strong as the villains said. The vigilante was remarkable. Since the symbol of peace is essentially a god among mortals, it was obvious that there was no competition when All Might appeared. Nevertheless, it was astounding that he had to depend on Webjack to save one of his friends. Shoto is definitely more interested in the vigilante now than he was previously. Shoto blurted out, taunting his father's intelligence. "You know, I looked it up with my teachers and online, and arachnids are a different breed than insects, and the confusion is like an inside joke to test if someone is smart or not," he said. Endeavor cautioned the youngster, "Don't start defending a criminal, boy," as they sat down to dine. "I'm just stating the facts." Fuyumi, Shoto's sister, is standing next to the two and is grinning because, despite appearances, this is the closest her father and youngest brother are to being polite to one another. She knew that today would be a nice day. Tenya Iida, outraged by the chase being recapped on television, protested, "Utterly repugnant. Such behavior is unacceptable for a pro. And is that any way to treat a woman? How shameless. As expected of a vigilante. This cannot be allowed to continue." The Turbo Hero, Ingenium, Tensai Iida, sat next to his younger brother on a couch and grinned amusingly. "He's a handful, but having first experience working with Mount Lady, I can say that I expect nothing less," he said. After watching the news with Tenya, Tensai took a break from his hero agency and went to eat supper with his family, only to see this humiliation. How did someone like her become a pro if this is how she behaves in public? Tenya sighed angrily. "She's nicer than you'd think, but yeah, I question it sometimes myself," said Tensai. Then again, the Commission sure loves heroes with flashy quirks, and it doesn't get much flashier than a giantess. After much debate, I've concluded that for my secondary career, working in unison with my future pro-hero responsibilities is also to join the Hero Public Safety Commission and convince them to re-evaluate how they qualify what makes one hero material, Tenya said out of the blue, causing his big grin. Tensai mumbled, "That's not impossible," secretly dreading Tenya's appointment as commission president. His parents are also alarmed since they don't know what went wrong to make their youngest son so conceited and domineering. "Maybe you can make it so we can have quirkless heroes in the country again. Bring some more flavors back to Japan. America has it all these days, and their support items make me so jealous. It almost trumps having All Might around." "Of course. You can count on me, brother," Tenya adamantly exclaimed. Ryukyu gets a call in the agency of the Dragoon Hero. She looks at it before responding, and to her slight surprise, it's a call from Najire Hando, one of UA's Big Three and a third-year student who began working for her as soon as she received her provisional hero license. Although Najire is viewed as merely another of her sidekicks, she is essentially a hero in her own right. Despite her sometimes annoying talkativeness, she has a good heart, which is what makes her so charming. Ryukyu responded, wondering what she may desire at a time when she should be concentrating on her schoolwork, only to regret it right away. With a charming pout that Ryukyu didn't have to see to notice, Najire cried out, "Do I really have a big mouth? Am I unforgettable just because people think I'm annoying?" After watching the tapes and hearing Webjack's remark, which sparked numerous arguments about the identity of this loud-mouthed girl and her connection to the vigilante, she sought advice from her personal hero. "Yes, I talk a lot, but that's only because I like to connect with people. Can I be faulted for wanting to do so?" Why does that automatically mean that I'm annoying? Is there something wrong with me? I don't think so. So why did Jackie say that? I thought we had something special. This day is going to be long, Ryukyu said. Although she was aware that the spider would cause trouble, he would have devoured him in her dragon form on their first meeting if she had realized sooner that he was a brazen flirt. Tamura also saw the news of Webjack's recent actions in the nameless hidden pub that acts as a sanctuary for criminals, and he couldn't help but chuckle for a while. It's always a pleasure to watch Hero Society for what it is. A group of egotistical pricks making fun of everything. Kurogiri, Tamura said to the villain from Black Mist who doubles as the bartender. I know Master said not to bother with Webjack for now, but would he be mad if we came up with something for the future? Kurogiri quickly refused, reading his young ward as readily as a kindergarten textbook. No, we're not going to kidnap you, Takayama, just to use her as bait to draw Webjack into a trap, he said. Don't be like that. There's no way he would ignore something like that. And neither would the other pros. Mount Lady may be something of a laughing stock amongst her peers, but her abilities are no joke, and the heroes won't just let one of their own get taken without any retaliation. Tamura shrugged, irritated by the rejection. I know that, he said. I mean, a guy can dream, right? The sigh came from Toshinori. That kid gets around. In a private room in Ua, he and his co-workers had just completed seeing the video on the most recent issue with Webjack. That dumb bitch has it bad for him. I almost can't wait to see her reaction when she sees his face. I bet she'll vomit her guts out, Nomori Kayama laughed. Hizashi Yamada laughed and said, You're never going to let go of how badly your first interaction went, are you? Nope. Unimpressed in every way by Yu Takayama's performance, Aizawa remarked. I'm more interested in figuring out what she was thinking, taking a swan dive like that just to catch him. I mean, what was she thinking? She's a sturdy young woman. Shrugging off a fall from 7 stories high isn't too much of a struggle, Toshinori remarked after witnessing Mount Lady's actions. If nothing else, her fighting style is one of her strengths as a hero. Does anyone else think that the kid is just faking his attitude? How do you figure? Inquired Hizashi inquisitively. Well, according to every report throughout his first month in action, everyone from civilians to pro to villains described him as a nervous wreck who knew how to do what he was doing but lacked the drive to get it right. Everyone only saw him as foolish and in over his head, Toshinori clarified. It's a given that he'd grow more confident the longer he lasted, but then he started acting like a wisecracker just to piss off the bad guys, and soon everyone who bugged him. Maybe he figured that hiding behind a mask wasn't good enough and drew a further wedge between the real him and who he wants Webjack to be. Aizawa said, well, we've already established that he's too smart for his own good, so I wouldn't put it past him, with interest. It's clever so long as the real him remains as meek and insecure, displaying none of the courage his masked persona possesses. Hound Dog would argue that this is an extreme step that might damage one's psyche, like if someone with a cloning quirk started abusing his copies and, in an act of revolt, started killing each other, and in the process, the real one loses his perception of reality and questions if he's the real one or not. Wow, you just love making things go way too dark, don't you? Nomori grumbled. It's happened before regarding both scenarios, I'm afraid. I've seen them for myself, and let me tell you, that ain't no way to live, Toshinori said with a long sigh. That begs the real question. How far did the spider really go to bury the real him deep beneath his web of lies? The past few days have not been easy for Ua and Hero Society in general, Aizawa muttered. His webs aren't the problem, but his actions. Like Nezu said, he's been doing pretty good for himself. It's almost comical how good, but for every success he makes, the more the fires light up, putting the rest of us in more trouble. To their great dismay, a video was leaked the day after the USJ incident. One or more of the villains recorded a significant portion of the events, particularly how Ua only had 2 professionals to protect a group of students who were on the brink of death due to their lack of preparation and experience for such an invasion. Webjack then arrived on the scene and, visually, saved the day on his own, with the parts about All Might's outstanding performance being omitted. The Hero Public Safety Commission first had the leaks taken down, but enough copies were made, and the incident quickly spread throughout Japan. Even if the incident specifics were kept secret, Ua would have faced criticism, but now that the world has seen it, things are not looking good for them. The staff and 1A pupils are aware that All Might was meant to be there from the start but arrived nearly too late. This is the sole bright spot. They don't think it's fair that the criminals left that scene out of the video, and Ua might as well be shut down if it were revealed that even the symbol of peace failed the students. For Toshinori, it was worse than being embarrassed for his waning hero actions. It was a silent statement that the League still held the upper hand and might be more dangerous than they thought. It is a waste of time and money to harm All Might's reputation, since whatever the real leader of the League of Villains is understands how to do it. You must aim for the symbol's heart in order to harm him. Right now, everyone in UA is easy prey, including those he is guarding. His actions, I can forgive. What I can't forgive is that he may not be aware of what the consequences of his actions will bring. And in conclusion, while you've scored enough points to be accepted into UA, I'm afraid they simply weren't enough to be allowed into the hero course. Days after they arrived, Dean Nezu's remarks from when she was given the heartbreaking news of her failure continued to haunt her like a ghost. A ghost that keeps clinging to her neck because it cannot find peace. She has not had a terrible few days. She is still inspired to move forward and make a difference in her life. But do not despair, Ms. Uraraka. You are still accepted to join UA in our general course, and it is possible to be transferred to the hero course if you start to show promise further down the line, so please continue to look to the future. Even if Nezu was serious, Ochako Uraraka didn't really care. With her disappointment weighing heavily on her shoulders, she left her apartment. The shadows that clung to her were not lifted by the midday brightness that streamed across the streets. The grocery list crumpled in her hand as she repositioned the strap of her bag. She didn't mind that she was alone for the day once more. When it comes to routine tasks, she can easily take care of herself. Around her, the busy metropolis appeared to move to a strange beat, one that didn't correspond with the weight of her heart. Her silent fight against a fate that seemed to be working against her dreams was mirrored in every step she took. She found herself thinking about that fateful day, the day the entrance exam results were revealed, as she made her way through the congested streets. Like an open wound, the remembrance hurt. She had dared to dream of becoming a hero and relieving her parents of their financial burden. However, she had been cruelly relegated to the general course by reality. A construction site loomed ahead, bringing back sad memories of her family's hardships as images of workers and machines escaped from the surface of her memory. In sharp contrast to the sense of lightness she had experienced when envisioning a time when she could use her quirk to assist them, Ochako's thoughts continued to dwell on the hefty lifting apparatus. Her feet turned into a somber march as she traveled through a city full of broken hopes and dreams. In a life that had suddenly grown more complicated than she could have ever imagined, the grocery shop stood as a waypoint, a routine activity. The store's aisles went on forever, each one serving as a reminder of the unknowns that hung over her future. With a whirlpool of emotions in her head, Ochako mechanically collected the necessities. Produce selection, a routine task, became symbolic of the decisions she had to make. She was walking when she noticed the headline of a magazine that was devoted to heroes. Heroes are praised for their accomplishments and their valiant paths are made public. Her troubles were in stark contrast to their victories. The sauce bottle was the last item Ochako needed to finish her dinner, and her fingers touched its chilly surface. Her hand moved deliberately, wrapping its fingers around the glass, when her hand abruptly ran into another. Astonished, Ochako looked up to see a familiar mop of green hair and large, contrite eyes. Izuku Midoriya was the one. "Oh, I'm sorry." Izuku stumbled, blushing self-consciously. "I didn't mean to." After a moment of awkward stillness, their eyes locked, and it only took one glance to break the vigilante's resolve that had swept through Japan. For some reason, he was unable to take his eyes off the girl in front of him. A short girl with auburn hair, fair skin, a curvaceous yet thin physique, and matching colored eyes. Her eyes are big and round, with thick top lashes, two longer and more noticeable ones on either side, and fewer but more individually defined bottom lashes. She also has a constant pink flush on her cheeks. Her hair is bobbed with two long strands framing her face, and it is shoulder-length with small bangs. Ochako registered the situation with a blink. The tension was relieved when a soft grin appeared on her lips. She said, "No worries," in a casual voice. "Looks like we both had our eyes on the same sauce." An embarrassed smile replaced Izuku's apprehension. "Why yeah, it seems so, sorry again." You can have it," Ochako said, choosing to start a conversation. "I can always grab another one." Izuku's expression showed astonishment and gratitude as his eyes expanded. "Oh, no, I couldn't. You were here first." Ochako's eyes flashed with playfulness. "Well, there is plenty of sauce here, and now that I took the time to give it another look, this one just might be too much for just myself." While Izuku's face did not become a bright red, Ochako could not help but observe that he was growing more and more anxious. "I see, you're very kind." The vigilante felt like shaking even after their hands let off of the sauce bottle. "What am I doing wrong?" I've had conversations with ladies. Webjack has, however, waited. My name is Webjack. Izuku's head turned into a raging storm as he thought, so I should be just as confident when talking to girls, except she's staring at my damned face, so of course I can't talk to her without feeling scrutinized. Don't make things more difficult for yourself. Just relax. Since she's not angry, there's no need to exacerbate the situation. Before departing, they both began to walk toward the checkout. Ochako felt at ease and content once more, as if the brief interaction with the stuttering boy had lifted her spirits. However, the stuttering boy continued to be anxious, his movements now robotic. No good, I can't remain composed. Fortunately for Izuku, unlike the other persons they passed, Ochako did not find his attitude strange. His actions didn't seem to threaten her in any way. Although she has never spoken to any of these boys, she has observed them as bystanders and they typically don't cause any problems. In addition, she is certain that he saw the store's numerous surveillance cameras. The store owner was careful about how to secure his establishment due to the high crime rate in Musutafu, and fortunately, no villain, let alone someone with terrible ideas, has ever gained any brilliant ideas inside. So far, when Izuku's spider sense activates once more, he is startled out of his anxiety. Of all times, he swore to himself, taking on a more somber expression as his vigilante character took control, and started using his all-perceiving senses to search the store. One of the first things he notices is that the business's cameras have started to shut off. That's when the cause becomes apparent. 5 men with pistols and black ski masks enter the store through the rear door. The head thug yelled, "Everybody on your knees," and fired a warning shot at the ceiling, evoking the intended response as the store was filled with panic. A few felt the impulse to flee from the door, but the rifles aimed straight at them made them reconsider, and everyone dropped on their knees. Unlike Ochako, who was suddenly the one stuttering and thinking back to the day she failed the entrance exam, Izuku complained, never a dull moment in Musutafu, while remaining composed. She feels helpless and incapable of saving herself in both situations, despite the fact that they are very different. Izuku saw this dread, put a hand on her shoulder to gently remind her that she was not alone, and gently persuaded her to kneel like him in order to keep the thugs from noticing. The fact that the cameras have been turned off indicates that one of these individuals is either a proficient hacker or have a quirk that affects computers. In any case, I can't be careless. I don't think I'll be able to escape and get dressed in time. Izuku considered his choices and considered his course of action. There's no way these guys aren't prepared to fight against sea-level heroes like the 3 that patrol this district, so this will either be a fast cash and grab or things may turn ugly, he thought. Should he risk everything by taking them down alone, or should he lie down and wait for assistance? Izuku pondered, my psi webs can also be made invisible, but not when I use them for more complicated tasks, and they become visible every time one of my traps is sprung. I have to get the timing right if I decide to act. Ochako moaned, attempting to maintain her composure, but like the other patrons, it was an impossible chore. Will any hero come to help us? She asked. 3 of them patrol this side of Musutafu. Low-level but very diligent, and most thugs wouldn't normally slip past their radar, Izuku said in a low voice to make sure the criminals couldn't hear her. The special cameras installed here are programmed to recognize any criminal activity and send a signal to nearby hero agencies, but they were shut down before they came here, meaning that they planned this out thoroughly enough. All they have to do is act quickly. Any slip-ups could put them in jeopardy. Ochako said, what does that mean for us? Izuku glanced past his corner before responding, and from what he could see from the ground, one of the thugs was watching the entrance. He was positioned so that anyone entering through it would not be able to see him, and he could grab them before they could flee or draw attention by yelling. His bare forearms gushed a white liquid that resembled glue. Izuku gets a sense of one of their quirks from that. Put the yen in the bag and no one gets hurt, old man, the leader thug said, aiming a gun at the owner's inconsolable face. In order to make it more difficult for any of the other customers to engage in any kind of vigilantism, the remaining thugs began gathering them up and placing them in the rear of the store, close to the exit that was being tightly secured. Izuku and Ochako were the last to be picked up, so a thug with thorn-like teeth said, hurry it up, lovebirds, and pointed a rifle at them to get up. They followed the directions, leaving the materials on the floor without bothering to bring them with them. 2 of the thugs are on guard, and the other 8, plus the 2 teenagers being held as hostages, remain near the boss and keep an eye out for any problems. To demonstrate his point, one of them lifted his right hand and took off his glove, exposing a hidden mouth with dozens of sharp, needle-like fangs. Make this easy for yourselves, people. Hand over your wallets and nobody gets hurt, he said. A closer look at this extra opening reveals a second pair of jaws that resemble moray eels near the throat. The hostages' fear for their life increased at the sight of it. The same thug sneered with a trace of cynicism, as if he didn't believe what he was saying. "Don't feel too bad. I'm sure the heroes will compensate you all for their tardiness, pay for your groceries in other stores, and help you back to your homes peacefully," he said. "Well, maybe 2 or 3 of them, but 10 in total, plus that grumpy old grump. They'll just give you some pep talk over how brave and smart you were for not acting like vigilantes and become more targets for them to bother with," the filthier ones said, laughing so vilely that it felt like glass breaking right next to their ears. They had no choice but to obey and pay them, but even if their lives were going well, Izuku was the main source of their annoyance. He was the only one who didn't exhibit any signs of terror. Even though there was no hint of resistance in his gaze, they felt challenged in some way, and it didn't help that Ochako was behind him, as if they couldn't just approach and take her by force. The middle one became irritated and glared at the teenager, his blue eyes glimmering. "He has a quirk related to optic lasers." In a panic, one of the other thugs said, "Green spiderweb," and a big one, after spotting a big web of green energy in the area of the store where the freezers are kept, with 2 of them wrapped in a web in the front. Just as the thug holding their backs at gunpoint turned his head to make sure he didn't miss anyone, Izuku shot a web as he and Ochako were being escorted. The other thugs were busy, hoping to leave any diversion. The optic thug said, "Are you kidding me?" With a start, it was time for them to panic. "Is Webjack here? No other hero in this hellhole town shoots freaky webs from their body." The leader sneered, refusing to let anyone, not even his soldiers, ruin this for him. "Don't panic, you idiots. As long as we have the hostages, neither the spider nor the real heroes can do anything," he said. "But where is he? There's nowhere to hide. Can he camouflage like some spiders can? That would explain why the heroes haven't been able to catch him." Izuku was so intent on locating an invisible vigilante that he had the opportunity to move Ochako farther behind the other hostages, out of their line of sight. Ochako was also too preoccupied with the thugs to notice Izuku using his powers, which caused the green web patterns inside his body to briefly glow. The vigilante, who was already hidden, became invisible as his body began to vibrate and refract visible light. He moves cautiously and unnoticed to the departure door. The door is securely shut, but spider strength can handle it because it only took a single kick to pry it open, and he didn't send it flying with its hinges torn off. In contrast to all the other times he's had to kick in a door, that's a bonus for him. "How did?" The person with the extra mouth was silenced by an invisible uppercut, and his head struck the ceiling so forcefully that it knocked him out. The optic thug murmured, "You have got to be kidding me," as he saw an unseen adversary grasp his partner's revolver before using his bare hands to tear it in two. When the thug realizes they are in peril, he strikes back by focusing on the hostages and using them to fire his light blue optic laser at them. Izuku moved swiftly, moving in front of them and using his open palm to stop the laser. His resilience allowed him to march forward and give the disgusting monster a sucker punch to the gut so forcefully that he passed out as well. The final straw for the captives, who fled unfazed, was that before they could even use their quirks, the other thugs were eliminated one by one, protecting the store owner in the process. They didn't live long. The leader, the final one, was ejected from the store and placed in the open for everyone to see. His attire made it clear who he was. "A villain!" exclaimed a woman in disbelief. "Someone call a hero." Nobody sees the hostages fleeing from the alleyway close to the store because of all the chaos. At last, when the threat appeared to have passed, Ochako stopped to see if any of them had been left behind. Including herself, she is the 10th of 10 of them, leaving. "Uraraka," she said, turning to see Izuku standing behind her. He appeared to be undamaged like the others, but he was more afraid than before and had lost all of his courage. She started to say, "Midoriya," but was interrupted when he showed her wallet, which the goons had dropped. He uttered the feeble words, "I stayed back just a bit to get back my wallet, and yours. I know. It's unbelievably stupid to prioritize something like this over my life, but I'm quirkless, so I don't have much about myself to value, and I would rather hold on tightly to what I can call my own." Ochako was unsure of how to react to such a profane statement. Although she has never met a quirkless, she has heard from her parents that they lead unfair lives and are viewed as the Earth's scums. She has heard stories about heroes and police not doing anything to assist them when they are in need, so if that is the case, Izuku's silent resistance to the thugs might be mistaken for a suicide attempt. The UA student did not know how to chastise him, but that left a bad taste in her mouth. As the police and pro-heroes flooded the area, she simply took her pocketbook and waited. The criminals were apprehended, the hostages were interrogated about everything that transpired, and it was suggested that Webjack might have been the villain who was taken down by an invisible person. However, there was no way to prove that he was any of the hostages because the police had gone through the records and verified each of their quirks, including the fact that Izuku was, in fact, quirkless. As the aforementioned vigilante had predicted, the police and professionals then completely ignored him. If there was any bright side to this, it was that the store owner, grateful for his life, insisted that his clients take what they needed for free from his establishment as recompense for their ordeal. Izuku mumbled with satisfaction, that old man is a hero in his own right, relieved that he wouldn't be going home without anything. Since the press these days would seize the opportunity to comment on Webjack's actions, it was going to be difficult enough to conceal this most recent catastrophe from his mother. His only option will be to accept it and attempt to calm her down when the inevitable waterworks begin. For the third time in a row, he looked at his right palm. It's not even scratched. Either his durability has increased, or the optic blast was not very strong. The latter might be the case because he didn't even feel it, but he doesn't want to appear arrogant. He can't dispute that it was careless of him, even though he saved those folks and nobody was harmed. He is not proud of this error of judgment, which could have gone badly had the thugs been a little more capable. He has no regrets at all. He discovered that it was a waste of energy to consider what may have happened. Instead, one should focus on achieving the desired result. If he has the ability to help someone in need, he won't think twice about it. Because of this, Webjack is a hero. Izuku looked at his new friend Ochako, who had been quiet since they left the crime scene, to distract himself from his worrisome thoughts. He remarked, "But, you didn't take anything for yourself," after seeing that she had nothing in her arms. "I don't like accepting charity, and I pretty much lost my appetite because of all this," she added quietly, her generally endearing face wearing a dejected expression. Izuku was now the one who found her actions bothersome. He could tell she wasn't feeling well without using his super hearing to hear the subtle moaning in her stomach. He didn't expect her to think about how awful everything was, but she would hurt herself more if she continued in this manner. Izuku hypocritically remarked, "I don't mean to pry, but have you let your parents know about this? It would be better for them to learn this from you than on the news, like it inevitably always does," since he hadn't yet phoned his mother. News about Musutafu rarely reaches Mei Prefecture these days since they have their own villain problems, and I'd rather not worry them too much if I can avoid it, Ochako stated, startling Izuku. "So far away. You live in Musutafu by yourself?" Her explanation further shocked the vigilante. "Yep. I wanted to attend UA, and they couldn't afford to be away from work, so my dad made arrangements to ensure I would be alright by myself," she said. Izuku was a little happier when he said, "You're a UA student? Wow. That's spectacular. Congratulations," since he was happy to have the opportunity to speak with someone from the university he had once dreamed of attending. She returned his grin, saying, "Thanks. I worked hard to get there, but it was painfully obvious that the smile was fake. It used to be a typical sight with folks he would associate with, so Izuku knows a struck nerve when he sees one. It might not be the greatest idea to bring up UA with her at this time." If Izuku hadn't been desperate enough to answer the phone without stopping to look at the caller, the awkward silence between them would have been even more awful. "Izuku, my baby, are you all right?" He immediately regretted it when his mother's voice exploded from the phone, causing his augmented ear to suffer and Ochako to hear it and become terrified. "This is the reason I'm afraid to use headphones ever again," Izuku said, cursing his bad luck. He will be taking tomorrow off if something else occurs today. No. The costume remains in his suitcase even if nothing else occurs. Inko sobbed so much that Izuku was certain she flooded their apartment once again as she yelled, "It's all over the news. That vigilante stopped a robbery at Old Man Morino's. Why didn't you call me as soon as the threat was over?" "I'm sorry. Everything happened so fast that I got caught off in preoccupying with everything happening," he said with regret. He couldn't help but feel sick when he heard his mother's anguish, even if it wasn't his fault. She bemoaned, wishing she had been in that terrible circumstance herself. "This is all my fault. I should have gone over there myself and kept you home where it's safe," she said. Izuku's voice grew icy, not because he was angry, but rather because he was afraid of what might have happened if he hadn't offered to fetch groceries. "Don't ever say that, Mom." He always imagines the worst-case scenario when it comes to situations like this, even if she might have been at the store sooner and avoided the incident. "Look, I'll be swinging home as fast as possible, and I've got the groceries, so we won't have to leave for the rest of the day. Everything is fine," he attempted to reassure her, but it is difficult to do otherwise. After giving Ochako a quick inspection, he has an idea. And if I can't stop you from feeling guilty, you can make it up to me by letting me invite someone for dinner. Huh? Said Ochako, bewildered. Inko was in a similar boat. Huh? Izuku responded, you'll see if I can make it work, before hurriedly ending the call and turning around to face Ochako. Hey, so, listen. I know we just met and things are crazy enough as is, BBB boot. Boot, Ochako said again, uncertain of the direction of this. This is the longest she's gone without speaking to a boy, now that she thinks about it. Her companions were always women. First of all, why was she walking with him? Even though she might appreciate his moral support, is it sufficient for her to act so casually toward a stranger? When Izuku and Ochako got home, Inko Midoriya said politely, please, make yourself at home. I promise dinner will be done very shortly, and she explained the problem. Inko moved in response to impulse, taking his time to fully comprehend something. Ochako exclaimed, thank you, in a similar boat. Hisashi, it happened at last. Izuku brought a girl home, in her mind, Inko shouted as she walked silently to the kitchen, feeling as though a lightning bolt had struck her. And this was what happened. When Ochako was asked to dinner with the mother of the kid she had just met, she shouted and felt as though she had been hit by lightning. Other than her stomach taking over her thoughts, she doesn't even know how Izuku persuaded her to do this. Izuku bemoaned, without giving this much thought, I want to take off my suit, but I can't risk leaving these two alone for a second. This might be his worst choice to date. As Toshinori worked on a computer in the administration office, where staff members go to work when they are not attending to students, he wondered, you'd think my presence here would have caused this town to be more peaceful, but it had the opposite effect, like Aizawa kept pestering me over. Since he began working at UA, he has made an effort to do the tasks Nezu assigned him. While attending the university, he works 2 jobs. His primary job is teaching as All Might, and his less demanding responsibilities are as Toshinori Yagi. He has never had any problems leading a double life since he is determined that no one should ever know who he really is. The world has only ever known him as All Might since he returned to Japan after spending so much time in America. Since only his closest friends and family are aware of his genuine identity, there have been several discussions and conjectures that, although often harmless and entertaining to read, may occasionally become highly poisonous. In UA, things are different. While transferring between forms, he nearly got caught by several students more than once. It wasn't that it was hard to mislead the kids. Nobody would ever think All Might was a bony, emaciated, and unsightly man. No harm has been done because he has come to terms with this fact. That being said, he is becoming increasingly careless, and the 3-hour limit on his quirk usage before being compelled to return to Toshinori hasn't been lifted yet. He believes this is because many of the students are obstinate about getting to know him better, something he usually does, albeit not very often, but things are different now. Nevertheless, his struggle against his hero complex is currently his biggest issue. Regardless of the number of other heroes present, his initial reaction when he hears of a crime occurring in his area is to hurry in and put an end to it. Some of the other professionals, particularly the up-and-coming stars, have become resentful of him for interfering with their careers because of this issue. He regrets it, but he is unable to stop himself from slacking off on his real work by looking up any news on recent crimes in Musutafu online. In a single afternoon, 12 criminals launch an attack. This is excessive, even if he has heard of more heinous events occurring in the city where Endeavor operates. Webjack stopped 2 of them, while Mount Lady was pursuing the other. What's happening? Toshiro pondered grimly. Villains are naturally bold, but now they're acting like it's the end of the world. That boy cannot be the cause of this. Even Knuckleduster caused thus much problems, but successful vigilantes have always invited challenges against the criminal underworld. He discovered details of the most recent, and ideally final, crime of the day while scrolling through. A grocery store that Toshinori had been going to since arriving in Musutafu was the scene of a failed heist. The proprietor is a man who has been around since All for One's rule and has witnessed everything, which has made him wiser. Although there is proof that Webjack was present, he and the 10 customers at the time were unscathed in the attack by 6 thugs, all of whom were eliminated by an unidentified person. The thugs believed he was the culprit. Ghost camouflage or true invisibility. In any case, if he is so cautious not to disappear in plain sight, we might have an explanation for how he has managed to elude us so completely. However, does he possess numerous quirks or just one with several components? Even once one mystery is solved, everyone has additional questions. The web-slinger's popularity in Japan appears to be unstoppable. When Toshinori recognizes one of the features of the rescued captives and stares up at them, his already gloomy attitude only gets worse. He can actually identify two of them, but the latter was the most influential. The symbol of peace appeared to have seen a ghost and was paralyzed with fear, but this new ghost might be the worst yet. He has seen enough of ghosts already. It's him again, he muttered faintly, gazing at Izuku Midoriya's face. For better or worse, he has been attempting to forget about someone who has been on his mind for nearly a year. In a moment of optimism and excruciating desperation, a young, frightened child who had no self-confidence cried out to him, "Is it possible to become a hero even without a quirk? I'm a normal kid without any powers. Could I ever hope to be someone like you?" Toshinori did not particularly enjoy that recollection. He didn't act sensibly in that circumstance. The symbol of peace felt unclean because it was executed so poorly that he sounded like Eraserhead. "I'm supposed to be the guy who always smiles, right? I'm the symbol of peace. People everywhere have to think I'm never afraid. But honestly, I smile to keep the fear inside. Just a brave face I put on when the pressure is high. This job isn't easy. Pro heroes are always having to risk their lives. Some villains can't be beaten without powers, so no, I honestly don't think you can be a hero without a quirk." Additionally, he was haunted by his own comments from that day, which he forced back into the deeper layers of his psyche by slamming his right palm into his forehead. He chastised himself, remembering the harsh days of his boyhood and the person who offered him his one and only opportunity to become a hero. "You damn hypocrite. Did you forget what your life was like when you were his age? Before you met your master?" he said. He saw what you really look like. The least you could have done was encourage him to join the support gear industry and be the kind of hero David is instead. The last nail in the coffin wasn't even that. He grumbled before returning to his screen. "It's been almost a year, and yet no one has stepped in to tell everyone about the real me. So the young man is doing his part to keep the peace despite what I did. Got yourself in big trouble again. Not that citizens are expected to control when a villain will attack." He tried to gather himself again and turned his attention back to Ochako Uraraka, the other person caught in that terrible circumstance. He recalls her, too. One of the youthful, aspirational heroes that failed the UA entrance exam. Her failure was the most difficult to witness among the many pupils who failed. None of the other candidates attempted to save her as she was trapped in debris and about to be crushed by the zero-pointer villain bot. In order to halt the robot, Nezu had to cancel the exam early. One more recollection that made All Might's tongue turn sour. Since they are all still young and many of them aided one another out of what he can only assume were good intentions, he shouldn't be upset. However, many of them simply fled when they realized she was in danger. When Aizawa claimed that the sports festival and the physical exam are absurd and detrimental to a young person's sense of heroism, he had a point. Bad heroes are the result of every hero preparing for themselves. The poor girl isn't quite out yet, though, because she managed to make it to UA. So many lost souls with wasted potential, and yet there never seems to be enough heroes to help them all. What am I doing wrong? A bitter Aizawa, standing next to the symbol of peace, responded, "You mean apart from being incapable of doing actual work," shocking him so much that blood leaked from his mouth and onto his computer screen. Due to his severe wound, Toshinori frequently spits blood out of his mouth, thus many people at the university are accustomed to seeing it. "That's still disgusting to see," the erasure hero grumbled. "Aizawa, you know it's villainous to sneak up on people like that," Toshinori sobbed as he frantically used a paper towel and napkin he always carried with him to clean his computer. "Well, we underground heroes are expected to be nefarious when the situation calls for it, and making sure lazy vermin quit slacking off also comes with the territory. I understand that you're not the kind of guy to mince words, and I respect that, but there's a time and place, you know," Toshinori murmured. After cleaning, Aizawa commented, "And I see you picked up a habit of stalking young adults," observing what was on the screen. Toshinori was now experiencing genuine depression. "You know, Endeavor doesn't like me either, but at least conversations with him can be pleasant once in a while." From the beginning, Aizawa opposed his joining the UA faculty, but after the USJ, his opposition only grew. "So one of our students from the general course got in trouble. At least she was smart enough not to do anything stupid like being a hero without a license," Aizawa said in reference to Ochako's prior predicament. "Yeah, it seems she held her ground for the most part until help arrived. If it was Webjack, I guess we owe him again for helping our students," Toshinori remarked, feeling slightly better. The Insomniac man's following remarks, "Speaking of owing someone for helping students, it's nice to see that Midoriya kid is also fine," gave the despondent symbol some additional hope. He was shocked to hear, "You know this young man?" but hoped his face didn't reveal that he also knew Izuku. Not personally, but he is a somewhat popular student in Kogen Academy, replied Aizawa. The other pretty big deal of a university in Musutafu? That place offers opportunities mainly for those striving for support industries, Toshinori stated. Yep, while UA is the better choice to learn how to make support gear, Kogen is where the leftovers go when they fail Power Loader's entrance exam, Shota said. Toshinori scowled disapprovingly and said, Shota, you can't just call those who failed the entrance exam leftovers. They still did their best. I see it how it is. Anyway, while UA and Kogen are rivals, we once in a while exchange ideas for support items, just a way Nezu came up with to encourage camaraderie. For the past 7 months, the majority of the designs Power Loader has been accepting to work on personally, while giving full credit to the original designer has been Izuku Midoriya. Really? It takes a lot of intelligence and creativity for someone outside of UA to impress Maijima, Toshinori said, now in shock. No kidding, and I'll give it to the kid. His ideas are very rational and well thought out. The kind of schematics you'd expect to be made by an expert in quirk analysis. The one that earned my attention is what he calls chameleon tech. If Maijima follows the instructions thoroughly, we will have a brand new stealth technology that will not only grant the user decent camouflage but might help with negating the invisibility of those with the capability with their quirks, Aizawa explained. Looking a bit dismayed at, I actually requested Maijima to make this chameleon tech a reality to fashion a suit right away. For what reason? You'd never been one to rely on any kind of fancy support gear, Toshinori responded. It's not for me but for one of my students who can't turn her invisibility off and so will be an easy target with any other costume we can currently offer her, said Aizawa. You've interacted with her plenty of times. Toru Hagakuri. Toshinori instantly remembered who he was referring to. The girl's costume is limited to light brownish-gray lace-up shoes and a pair of basic light blue gloves with faint pink stripes. He had always pondered why she only bothered to show those aspects of her costume. The symbol of peace felt a sudden chill, and a frightening realization crept into his mind. Please don't tell me that one of our students has been making a fool of herself running around naked while out on hero training because she can't turn her quirk off. Yes, she has. This generation is a real mess, and I was sure young Bakugo would be our only problem child. Aizawa said, not even by a long shot, beneath his breath. Bakugo is able to deal with the rest of Class 1A because he is accustomed to dealing with irascible pupils. Since he is obviously holding himself back for some strange reason, he sees almost little promise in anyone, including Endeavor's son. He would not have allowed Shoto to enroll in the hero course if he had known beforehand that he would not use the left side of his quirk. None of them, however, were nearly as bad as the 2 pupils he dismissed on the first day of classes. When he made the 20 kids in Class 1A take his quirk apprehension test, he only meant to deport one of them. The person who placed worst was expelled, but the student who placed 19th was as awful and was also expelled, much to the surprise of the other students. He might be bluffing, several of them hoped. When Momo Yaoyorozu discovered she was mistaken about his threat being a logical deception, to make them give it their all, the expression on her face was wonderful. When he takes on new students, his purpose is always to make know-it-alls feel foolish and out of their environment, and it's always a delight to do so. Additionally, he wanted to expel Minoru Mineta, but he assumed that if he expelled more than 2 pupils, his colleagues would be upset with him. Although he got away with expelling his entire class last year, Mineta was fortunate because he is certain that Nezu is getting to the end of his patience with his tactics. Shota realizes now that Minoru has been getting a little too lucky for him. 2 of the hero versus villain teams for the battle trials had to compete 3-on-3, unlike the others, because Class 1A was reduced to just 18 pupils. To his surprise, Mineta's presence on Bakugo's team allowed them and Kirishima to defeat the team that included Todoroki. Bakugo's ego reached new heights that kept him up the remainder of the day, making it an odd day and a depressing one for his sleeplessness. Clearly pleased but also apprehensive, Toshinori remarked, with someone of his technical gifts, it's a wonder why he never applied to join UA's support course. He might have been one of Power Loader's star pupils, wondering if he might be to blame for Izuku's lack of interest in UA. Nezu thought the same and did a background check. Putting aside the fact that he's quirkless, he did apply to join this university, but he wanted to join the hero course. So he used to be irrational and foolish before he got the wake-up call he needed, Aizawa explained. Giving up on UA is admittedly crazy, but he's not the first to develop cold feet about joining the big leagues, and he certainly won't be the last. As Toshinori feared the response, she inquired, and when exactly did he develop this change of heart? Roughly 10 months ago. Maybe a day or two after you reported about arresting a villain made of sludge that you locked up in 2 bottles of all things. Toshinori had a suspicion. Since Toshinori was a student at UA and Izuku claimed to be his biggest fan, it is possible that Izuku wished to enroll there. Something that only his former sidekick, Mirai Sasaki, can dispute. He was so disappointed that he essentially ignored him that he decided to quit before the opportunity to enroll began. He fervently hopes that the boy's future won't suffer as a result of this choice. Toshinori tried to appear calm and unmoved by the discussion. That's interesting, all things considered. Maybe he can reconsider joining UA next semester, she added. I doubt that would happen. Kogan's dean is pretty greedy, and the more support gear ideas from his students that get accepted, the more his university profits out of, so he'll poke and milk the kid for whatever he's worth for however long he can, Aizawa said. Unless Nezu gets bored and decides to take the boy by force. The symbol of peace seems cold all over again. When in rage, Nezu can be more terrible than any villain. The dean is one of only 4 people who have ever been able to frighten the #1 hero. If such a result occurs, God is merciful to Kogan. Aizawa responded, well, I've wasted enough of my life indulging you. I'm off to get some much-needed sleep, and then she left without warning. Try not to attract any more villains into this university. Yeah, I'll do that, Toshinori mumbled as she waved him off, relieved that the awkward discussion was over but also feeling somewhat enlightened by the disclosures. You still haven't given up on being a hero, young Midoriya, and you're concentrating on using your skills for good. Well, Toshinori thought, I can have fewer regrets as long as you're safe. However, perhaps I ought to try anything for you. I still have respect for the industry even though I don't use support gear. After all, my brother in blood is the David Shield. Aizawa thought, so there's a boy out there that knows the real you and you haven't done anything about it. She remembered clearly how Toshinori had been acting during their conversation, including before they had even begun talking, when he had been watching the symbol of peace for a little longer than Yagi had realized and had been closely observing his reaction when he saw Izuku. That man is a bigger fool than I had anticipated, allowing a potential leak to go unnoticed because he feels guilty about offending a child while he is an adult. He growled with further annoyance, I might agree to date Fukukado if this doesn't end badly for us all. I can't overlook this. I must inform Nezu. Inko nearly exclaimed, so tell me, Uraraka, how are things with you? After dinner was swiftly finished and Ochako sat down to dine with the Midoriyas, the awkwardness subsided. After tasting Inko's food, Ochako became more jovial. All things considered, Musutafu isn't so bad. Being surrounded by flashy heroes like Kamui Woods, Mount Lady, and now All Might is certainly a day brightener, she said. This is better than her mother's, as much as she hates to acknowledge it. Izuku said, I'll bet. The city could be a little peaceful, though, with a hint of comfort. It's okay. Just because everyone would be better off without villains doesn't mean we should whine about it. Like my dad loves to say. Nowhere to go but up, Ochako boasted, not letting the near-death experience affect her now that it was gone. Inko teased, my, what an adorable thing you are, which caused Ochako to flush. So, Mei Prefecture, I haven't been there in so long. I hope it's still as beautiful as I remember. It is. I was sad to leave, but I couldn't help myself and chose to apply for UA, and my folks were eager to see me aim higher. So, UA. That's great. It takes real talent to get there, Izuku said. Even though his statements were sincere, Ochako was unable to detect the hint of grief that lingered. Still, why UA? You'd be better off attending Shiketsu Academy since it is close to home and is UA's hero university arch-rival in terms of education and training regimen for future heroes. I'm aware, but unlike Shiketsu, UA's entrance exam for the hero course is free, so that's why I came here instead. Izuku reasoned, Shiketsu's hero course isn't that expensive, and you'll get your money back if you somehow fail the test. At that point, he connected the dots and understood why Ochako had actually chosen to relocate to Musutafu. That's a smart move, Uraraka. Izuku smiled, making the snap decision to change the topic to something more appropriate. UA's got the best education in the country, and hey, it's free, can't beat that. Ochako remarked quietly, secretly relieved that this Chad didn't turn out the way she had feared it could. Yeah. My dad was over the moon when I mentioned this little tidbit. Not that it would have stopped him from bringing me here in the first place, she said. Seeing you like this reminds me of your previous escapades when he was little. Like how you used to have this fascination with, well, collecting bugs. Our home was like a little insect sanctuary for a while, Inko added, taking advantage of her son's positive attitude to inject some humor into the conversation. Moom, objected Izuku. You promised never to mention the bug phase. Sincerely enjoying the mother-son banter, Ochako laughed. Sounds like you were a curious kid, Midoriya. You have no idea, laughed Inko. But I wouldn't have it any other way. Now, tell me, Uraraka, any funny stories from your childhood? Embarrassing secrets? We're all friends here? Relieved by the shift in tone, Ochako told a humorous anecdote about her childhood, establishing a pleasant ambiance that helped divert the conversation away from any possible awkwardness. The dinner was better than she had anticipated. Ochako's mind ran through a lot of different situations, and almost all of them ended badly. Even still, it was challenging to view Izuku and his mother as evil individuals with malign motives. Although she was aware from a young age that it was foolish to assume anything at face value, she couldn't help but feel that she had struck gold on this particular day and gained a new, reliable friend. The only thing left to do is head to her place, pray nothing more comes up, and go to bed. Even when Izuku offered to help her again, Inko was still uneasy about letting her travel alone so close to night, but she couldn't dispute that this was the preferable option. She would arrive quickly if she took a brief train ride. Additionally, Izuku would only need to walk a short distance to get home, but Inko was unhappy when he took too long and decided to grab a ride with Ochako in the train. You know you didn't have to go this far, she said as they sat next to each other in the train car that wasn't full, and it was just them and a man in a hood sitting on the far side who probably didn't know they were there. Call me paranoid, but Musutafu is not a place you want to take any chances with. I don't even feel safe at my own house most of the time, Izuku claimed in his defense. And yes, I would rather stay close to my mom, but it is my fault that it's taken you this long to go home. My hero, she teasingly said, her cheeks flushed. She might never understand the significance of hearing her say it to him. It didn't matter whether you said that to make fun of him. Despite the fact that a vigilante, not a pro, had saved her, she asserted, but seriously, I don't fault you for anything, and as bad as things get, we still have plenty of heroes around, so not everything is all gloom and doom. Izuku could understand her optimism and somewhat agreed with her, but he was unable to completely share her sentiments because he had personally witnessed the dangers of relying too much on heroes and the flawed nature of doing so without taking a more proactive approach. I know that. But better safe than sorry, you know. I know the best I can do is to be like a living shield, but don't start demeaning yourself. I'm grateful for everything you've done. It's more than anyone has ever done for me. Besides my parents, that is, she murmured. For whatever it's worth, this day is the best I've had since coming to Musutafu. Izuku was taken aback by her statement and was unsure of how to respond to such a claim. Since it makes no sense for someone attending UA to say it, it was difficult to process. I'm sorry, but I don't think I understand. I mean, with you attending UA, I'd imagine that you would be having one exciting day after another. Sure, it is a university at the end of the day, so it must have plenty of boring stuff, but I mean, it's UA. Izuku did his best to avoid stuttering. With a look of despair on her face, she admitted, sure, I imagine there would be lots of exciting things in the university. For those who made it to the hero course, instead of being dumped into the general course, further dampening the mood. Izuku said, at a loss for words, oh. Although he did well to stay out of Ochako's poverty, he failed to take this into account. The last time he looked, the entrance exam's physical test was against robots, so she had little incentive to hold back. She also noted that her quirk allows her to remove the gravity of everything she touches, which means that when employed offensively, she might inflict some serious suffering. However, he believes that enrollment in the hero course requires more than just skill. However, why would it be the exclusive method of enrolling in the most crucial course? Ochako, who sounded almost like she would cry but showed no evidence of doing so, said, yeah, sorry for making things gloom and doom, but that's the truth. I left home to train to become a hero, but instead, I was labeled as not good enough. It wasn't entirely my fault. Anything can happen on a battlefield, after all, and the teachers sure made it feel that way. I see, he murmured more calmly before becoming anxious once more. When he asked, and, what was it that happened? He was shocked and scolded himself for expressing it. No, never mind. It's none of my business. It's not that personal. My leg was just stuck on debris when the biggest robot showed up and everyone ran for it, she said. Everyone ran. His bellicosity was abruptly replaced by a feeling of indifference toward nobody. Still, none of the other heroes in training tried to help you. She attempted to lighten the mood by saying, no, I don't want to hold it against them since we were told to avoid the biggest robot, and honestly, I might have done the same. That big robot was pretty scary, you know, but she was unsuccessful because Izuku became solemn and almost incensed at this revelation. When the sun finally set and nightfall arrived, he gazed out the window at the city he calls home. So that's what the future heroes we have to look forward to next protect us are like. More glory hounds, just like the older ones. His voice seemed lifeless. Perhaps he was mistaken, but he truly thought Ua would prioritize values above strength. Bet he feels right at home there. Midoriya, Ochako said, perplexed by the charming boy's abrupt transformation. Izuku regained his composure and smiled sincerely into her eyes. Sorry to hear that, but even still, you made it to the best hero academy there is, and everything I've read about the place speaks volumes of their education as well as their hero training regimen, so ultimately, being accepted into UA makes you a winner. Ochako remarked, that's sweet of you to say, feeling more agitated but acknowledging that her greatest struggle brought back the bad emotions she had experienced since leaving her apartment and during her stay in Musutafu. But isn't the whole point of joining a hero academy to become a hero? If you're unable to become one by joining, then what was the point in joining at all? They might as well kick all the losers out instead. You're not entirely wrong for thinking that. Izuku stumbled over his words. He put himself in a difficult position, and he still doubts that he has the mental capacity to interact with women in general without being controlled by his disguised identity. Someone from the general course can join the hero course. It's not set in stone where you're being put in, so you have the rest of the 3 years of the university's curriculum to prove your mantle. So, maybe, yesterday's failure is another stepping stone for a better tomorrow. If that makes any sense. That's true, but it's hard not to feel like I'll keep failing when I could not pull it off the first time. If that's what you're feeling, then perhaps instead of pondering on what you failed at the first time, you should focus on the reason why you have to keep trying until you reach your goal, he advised with the hope of being more encouraging. Keep reminding yourself why you want to be a hero. For my parents, she said quickly and firmly, displaying far more strength than he had previously witnessed in her. It was simple, he thought, wanting to see her more like this. You see, my parents own a construction business that hasn't gotten a particularly significant amount of business in years, which has affected our lifestyle. Neither of their quirks is compatible with their jobs, but mine is. Even as a small child, I desired to help my family out in any way I could, wanting to work for them and use my quirk to help them make money. That way, they could reduce labor costs and sell their heavy lifting equipment, she said. And the only way to use your quirk freely without the law barging at your door for being a good daughter is to get the license only pros have the luxury of to use their quirks freely, Izuku concluded. I know it's selfish for a hero to have avaricious intentions, but I can't fight what I desire most. Izuku sounded almost happy as he said, no, I think that's a good reason for wanting to be a hero, surprising Ochako with his unexpected vivacity. Being a hero is supposed to be a noble occupation, and the whole point of becoming one is to help others, not just yourself. And, putting aside crime families and the like, what's more noble than helping one's family? Midoriya, I'm not saying they're all fakes and glory hounds, but when you start to see them with clear eyes, you start to realize that maybe we're not as safe as we were led to believe, Izuku said, recalling the corruption in hero society that he had witnessed. There are so many people in this day and age who only want to be pros for the fortune and prestige that comes with the title of being a hero. The side that the Commission and those like it wish to keep hidden. How dishonorable a lot of professionals are. Had it not been for his unwavering confidence in All Might, he would have completely rejected the world. There was a time when being a hero was a thankless existence. The countries were in a state of chaos and at the mercy of villains, so it didn't matter if you were with the law or against it. If you had the strength and the heart to make a difference, then you had a moral obligation to make that change a reality because it was not about choice but responsibility. And if you don't take responsibility, then bad things will keep happening, and they'll happen because of you. Ochako is undoubtedly feeling overloaded with the amount of information she is getting. She's not sure she'll remember everything when she wakes up tomorrow because this day has been filled with bombshells. I know that I, being quirkless, have no right to have an opinion on what makes a hero, but I'm just blurting out what I think All Might would say if he were here. I mean, that does sound like something he would say, right? He smiles foolishly now, but not so much that he tries to mimic All Might's expression as he used to do when he was by himself in his room. So if you're in UA because you want to be your parents' hero, then go for it. She continued, Midoriya, now genuinely at a loss for words. Uncertain of what to do next, the two remained silent until the train arrived at its destination and they made their way to Uraraka's flat on the southwest side of Musutafu. The apartment is situated in a tiny, white, 3-story structure with unobstructed halls. It's obvious that Ochako's living conditions are poor compared to those of the Midoriyas, but overall, if you're living alone, it's a decent enough location to live. Ochako finally said, I guess this is it, eh? And unlocked her apartment door. After entering, she turned to say goodbye to Izuku. Yeah, Izuku replied uneasily once more. I would say see you later, but I have a pretty busy schedule, so, see you when I see you, she said in an attempt to compromise. He grinned, see you when I see you. After exchanging glances for a while, they silently decided it was time to go. Take care of yourself, Uraraka. She whispered, take care, Midoriya, and shut her door. After everything was said and done, Izuku left the building. After making sure no one was looking, he clasped his hands over his lips and let out a stifled scream. Ochako was doing the same thing at the same time after she felt completely alone and protected. It's unbelievable that all of that occurred. They were nearly giddy as their imaginations exploded with unclear excitement. This time, I spoke with a cute girl who wasn't wearing the mask. I met the mother of an adorable boy I spoke with. It was almost like my first date, and it was fantastic. Izuku sighed as he began to walk home, or rather, run extremely quickly once he discovered a good hiding spot to become invisible, and said, I hope my mom doesn't go ballistic because of this. My dad can never know what transpired. Ochako vowed to keep Izuku safe. Although her father is not aggressive, she would prefer that he not express his displeasure at Izuku since she recalls the one occasion she seen him become upset with someone who frightened his wife. Shota Aizawa, the erasure hero, hoped to skip today's class. Despite getting plenty of rest after the League of Villains farce, Recovery Girl was able to treat his wounds with ease, and he had multiple restful nights. He still felt tense and more irritated than he is prepared to display on his face. Why? Because it's that dreadful time of year once more. He doesn't care that he enrolled in the hero course while he was a student at UA because of the impending event. He wishes to outlaw the celebration and permanently remove it from people's memories. Unfortunately, he wouldn't have the authority to realize his desire even if he were to become the dean of the institution in the future. Even more than he already does, damn that commission. According to him, there is only one good reason for the sports festival to take place, but that one bright spot will never materialize until the provisional hero license exam, meaning more days of suffering for the man who wishes he had been born a sloth. He sighed and walked to the doors of his classroom. 1A. Suck it up, Shota. This will end quicker if you just go with the flow, he said. Only 17 of the kids he didn't expel are present when he opens the door, as he had anticipated. Soon, the 18th will arrive. As usual, Tenya Iida rose his voice in his lecture to his classmates when they did something that the distant student didn't like, which is pretty much everything. Tokiyami. I have expressly told you before not to sit on top of your desk like that. You are insulting our predecessors who have sat on them before us, it said. With a hint of irritation, Fumikage Tokiyami asked, do you always have to be so loud? Aizawa believes that Tokiyami is a responsible young man, so even though the manner he was sitting in his chair talking to his classmates wasn't suitable, it wasn't worth complaining about before class had even begun. Mashirao Ojiro said, I understand that you're still tense, man, but you should still try to relax. Although what happened in the USJ still frightens everyone, they're doing a great job of moving on from it because they are safe now and the teachers have promised them that further precautions would be taken to keep them safe. Danger or not, that is still no excuse to slack off. We're studying and training to be future heroes. We need to be more refined and disciplined than this. Iida was not going to give up. Today, Kyoka Jiro was the most irritated by Iida's domineering demeanor. I swear I'm this close to blowing his ears off if he keeps this up, he muttered. If you did that, he just might become more determined to be heard by everyone, Tsuyu retorted, knowing Tenya better. Another blonde who usually gives Aizawa the most obnoxious smile, Yuga Aoyama, remarked smugly, true, but he could learn to try and be more like moi meme. Still, better him than Prince Charming over there, Mina sneered, pointing without turning to face the class's loudest voice. Bakugo, looking like the ticking time bomb that he was, sat alone in his chair. His explosive temper is well known throughout UA, and it seems like he needs to vent his anger occasionally. However, unlike in the past, his anger is repressed, as if the object of his ire is out of his grasp, and he has no one to blame. Since he is certain that he is the strongest person in the university and will not stop making a big deal out of his biggest win over Todoroki, he doesn't feel the need to defend his actions. Bakugo snarled, I'm going to kill him, as his body continued to tremble. Being the only one who is nice to Katsuki and the only one who dares to approach him, Eijiro Kirishima, the redhead whose hair is clearly dyed, said with a hint of concern. Wow, you're really mad today, Bakubro. You alright? I'm going to kill him, Kirishima remarked, still upset about that one incident. I see, as if he could sense Bakugo's continued anger about his run-in with Webjack. You know it wasn't that big of a deal, right? Bakugo looked up at Kirishima and said, I'm going to kill him, in a louder voice. I mean, it was unmanly the way he slammed you to the ground after all we've been through, but I'm sure he was also on edge. I'm going to kill him, a fair argument, but you should still leave him to the professionals. Unable to comprehend how the two of them could get along given Bakugo is the most hateful person the rest of the class has ever met, Mineta asked. How are you able to understand him? Kirishima smiled, proud of his reasoning, while everyone else thought he was conceited. Best bros since high school, remember? And real men have more than one way to commune with each other, he said. I'm going to kill him, Bakugo, who shared his sentiments, yelled at him. This is how Katsuki has been since the villains were vanquished. Mina told Aizawa everything, including how Bakugo appeared and started a fight with the vigilante after Webjack saved her, but was easily defeated even though the spider was obviously too weak to continue fighting. For too long, Katsuki has been exalted, and when someone more competent appeared to surpass him, his fragile sense of reality began to deteriorate and he began to have delusions. The teacher has witnessed this numerous times and anticipated Bakugo would eventually be defeated, which would enable him to further develop his already exceptional bravery. You're just another evil if you can't mix your skill with at least some discipline and compassion. Aizawa simply lamented that Bakugo wasn't corrected by someone in Ua, but he lost since he bet his cards on Shoto. The harsh teacher still got what he wanted, though, because it must hurt much more to be outperformed by someone that Hero Society seems to have rejected. He only needs to figure out how to appropriately humble the youngster who is so combustible. Shoto, who is often the lone wolf of the group, made the unusual move of striking up a conversation with his peers by asking, is he still upset over his dumb stunt against Webjack? Yep. What a loser, Mina exclaimed with a tone of disgust that was unusual for her. I'm going to kill him. Bakugo yelled at the pink-skinned girl, who had become used to him and Kirishima since high school and was unfazed by the explosive threat. Mina. Don't provoke him. This is as nice as he's going to be, Kirishima begged on behalf of his best buddy. As little petty as he can be, you mean, I'm going to kill you, Bakugo responded differently, now genuinely furious. His cue is that. The students were used to their homeroom teacher threatening to expel them whenever they misbehaved, but it didn't make it any easier because they knew that Aizawa was serious after what he had done to their two former classmates. Settle down, problem children. Otherwise, more of you will be expelled, he warned. After everyone had taken their seats, Aizawa walked over to his lectern. He said, good. Now, before we begin, a reintroduction is in order, leaving his students perplexed as to what he might mean. Class Rep Momo Yaoyorozu said, I'm sorry, sensei, but what do you mean by that? Also, we cannot possibly begin anything without first addressing the big concern of one of our classmates being noticeably absent, Tenya, the vice representative, continued. Yes, about Miss Hagakure, there's a reason why she hasn't arrived yet. I would have just dragged her inside already and demanded all of you to take the news in stride, but both she and the dean insisted we do things this way, and so without further delay, Aizawa said with an enthusiasm that made all of them gasp. It was worse to pause for dramatic effect. They didn't have to wait long for whatever this was since a stranger entered the classroom and opened the door. The girl's features caught the students' attention. With her long, disheveled, wavy chartreuse hair, pink flecks, bushy eyelashes, and large, round eyes with pupils that are yellow on the inside and teal on the outside, she has skin as fair as Momo's but somehow more beautiful. This girl could only be described by one word. Just one that was on every boy's mind. Amazing. Belle, Aoyama gasped out, unable to take his eyes off the artwork, simply Belle. At this time, Denki was as puzzled as Aoyama and was virtually drooling. Is she an angel? Mineta wanted to exclaim, I have never been more horny in my life, but instead he whispered it so that only Jiro and Shoji could hear. Since drooling was all he could do at the moment due to passion taking control, they could still tell what he was thinking. Damn, even Bakugo, who had previously detested Webjack, was enthralled. Jiro snorted, I hate all of you, out of secret jealousy and disdain at every boy in her class. Suyu wanted to get right to the point and inquired, not to come off as rude, but who exactly is she? The girl's adorable pout did nothing to conceal her amusement at their responses. Sheesh, guys, I know there wasn't really anything to truly identify me before, but you could at least try to put two and two together when I didn't arrive early as usual, she replied. The last straw needed to break the dam was her voice, the last clue her classmates had left to recognize her now that they could finally see her face. The whole group exclaimed, Hagakure, in shock. The invisible girl grinned broadly as she welcomed her classmates. Yep. It's me, Toru. Glad to actually meet you all face to face, and it was a large smile considering how excited she was about her new hobby. Oh my, Tenya, embarrassed by his own reaction, sought to put his thoughts back in line. This is most unexpected. I can see why Sensei said reintroductions are in order. No kidding. I knew a goddess was hiding in plain sight, but this is more than I hoped, Mineta exclaimed. The final straw came when Jiro reached out and thrust one of her earlobes into Mineta's ear, sending a wave of sound that infuriated him and temporarily silenced him. Oh, Toru, I am so happy for you, Mina said as she got up from her chair, approached Toru, and greeted her by holding onto her hands. You are just the prettiest thing I have ever seen. With a brighter smile, Toru said, Thanks, Mina. Aizawa said, now that the unnecessary pleasantries are out of the way, drawing everyone's attention to himself. As all of you can finally see, the staff of UA, myself most of all, took serious issue with Miss Hagakure's crude choice for a hero costume. Toru pouts once more, displaying her embarrassment. She didn't want to run around nude, but it was preferable to being a prime target for bad guys. But it has always been difficult to make an ideal suit for people with invisibility unless we had a piece of their DNA as the basis to make such a costume that blends well with their bodies. Like someone who can make themselves intangible, they are usually unable to make whatever they're wearing also phase through walls unless what they are wearing was made using their DNA, a fabric known as genofiber. Since Hagakure's invisibility was permanent, holding on to a piece of her hair and holding on to it, let alone making sure we don't lose it, was nearly impossible. Luckily, someone finally came up with a good idea for a new tech that would benefit anyone with invisibility and camouflage quirks. Tenya asked curiously, and that would be chameleon tech. Not sure if you know this, but the other prominent university in Musutafu, Kogen Academy, while lacking a hero course, it primarily deals in support gear industries like its high school companion, Kaguya High. As a form of collaboration, UA and Kogen exchange technology between our support courses, and for a year now, Powerloader has taken an interest in the work of one particular student that has proven to be Kogen's best so far, who came up with chameleon tech that Powerloader modified to make Hagakure a real costume that not only blends well with her quirk but allows her to turn off completely. Momo exclaimed, That's incredible, with amazement. Kaminari remarked, But she's wearing a student uniform. I'm wearing my new costume underneath my uniform, silly, said Toru. It's still just a prototype, so it doesn't cover much, just the essentials. Kyoka sighed and said, Thank fucking God, with the dean's permission, she will be allowed to continue using her costume for the rest of the day and take it home with her, and eventually, Powerloader will continue to improve chameleon tech to build something smaller to keep her visible without it. If someone is smart enough to come up with technology no one in quirk history has been able to do, then why are they attending Kogen instead of UA? Kirishima asked an important question. That's irrelevant and none of your concern, stated Aizawa in a contemptuous manner. Oh, I want to meet him so that I can express my gratitude by giving him so many kisses, Toru exclaimed with delight. Mineta, Kaminari, Aoyama, and Ojiro all thought at once, lucky bastard. Although Aizawa saw no danger in telling them about Midoriya, she decided to keep it a secret, avoiding a fleeting glance at Bakugo. To the delight of the underground hero, he told Nezu that Izuku was aware of Toshinori's identity as All Might. The Dean of UA was extremely disappointed by Yagi's error. Although the tiny chimera typically brushes off the symbol of peace's errors as a necessary part of his own growth, he does not always offer an explanation. However, he had nothing good to say about this. Nezu had done some research on Midoriya after Powerloader began complimenting him on the support gear's ideas he had brought to him, but it was only a cursory look to satisfy a small curiosity about why the boy hadn't applied for UA's support course. Izuku's profile didn't provide any answers, but with this new information, Nezu conducted a more in-depth investigation, and the results were alarming. His quirklessness was the first thing they found, and the UA staff didn't see anything wrong with that, especially since Izuku, probably of his own free will, stopped trying for the hero course and began to value his intelligence over any physical prowess. However, they initially overlooked a crucial detail. He went to the same middle school as Katsuki Bakugo. According to the records they read, Izuku was a troubled child who, despite his sharp intellect, made things unpleasant for the other, more promising students. However, the records of the high school where he went, Kaguya, provided a different account of a boy who was very supportive, not particularly liked by his peers, but who never caused any problems, and who received praise from at least 3 teachers. While 4 professors at the high school Katsuki attended described Bakugo's actual nature, Aldera's records described a young man who is the total antithesis of the barbarian 1A is currently trapped with. Nezu considered it offensive that other institutions would hurt a student in this way, so he dealt with Aldera for falsifying the records of both Bakugo and Midoriya. Izuku takes all of his classes in Kogen online, however sometimes he has to attend them in person at the academy, such as the support items lessons. He has no social network and is a recluse. Although he lives with his mother and his father works abroad in America, he is rarely home and frequently wanders the town without a reason. As of right now, there doesn't seem to be any indication of what Izuku is actually doing with his life, but being alone is troubling in this day and age. The young man is keeping everyone at a distance because he feels he can't trust anyone because of past experiences, which makes sense. However, quirkless people often lead unfair lives needlessly due to antiquated beliefs that haven't died off and are more in line with the mindset of the villain, Destro. What a waste. Katsuki is the primary source of Shota's problems. This new information made the teacher more cautious, but he had never liked the child from the first time he saw him. He had only tolerated him because he had the potential to be a hero and could not risk doing something that would make him a villain. With concealed contempt, Aizawa thought, mentioning Midoriya, or Deku, as he casually called him, would set him off, so he especially cannot know about how his favorite test dummy for his quirk is seemingly flourishing away from him. Regardless of what is happening with Shoto and his father, Bakugo, you and I are on thinner ice. You won't like what happens next, but I'll help you become a hero. He needs to get his class back on track, so he must set aside his newfound contempt for the time being. Speaking of costumes that the staff takes issue with, Yaoyorozu, you too will be given an upgrade. I understand that your quirk's main drawback makes decency irrelevant for the sake of efficiency, but we believe we have a solution to your problem to keep you efficient while allowing you to also preserve your dignity as a woman with superior genofiber. Aizawa went on to lower her palm in contempt. Her teacher didn't need to be so overt about it in front of her classmates, even if Momo is aware that her choice of hero costume doesn't warrant any respect and she isn't proud of it either. Mineta was not the only person who was distressed by Aizawa's declaration. He thought Momo's current outfit was ideal. To consider that I might never be able to see Yaoyorozu's cleavage. Human rights are being violated, he thought angrily. I detest this class. On another more important topic that you lots need to ready yourselves for, and with luck you won't embarrass me. Not that I care whether you win or lose, Aizawa continued. Like what, sensei? Inquired Kaminari. The UA Sports Festival is in a week. The class erupted in a commotion right away, and Aizawa realized he had completely distracted them. He regained it after a minute or so of chatting, saying, now listen up, the festival is important, as there will be tons of eyes on you all. That also means you can't slack off at all. We understand completely, sensei. That said, while it's true that every one of us is thrilled for the sports festival, I think we're all also concerned about there being another villain attack considering the previous brazenness. Tenya raised an important point. We of the faculty share this concern as well, and we did consider canceling the festival this year for safety measures, however, it was decided. Aizawa snarled to herself, and by that I mean forced by the commission. That by making sure the festival carries forth, we can show the country and the criminal element that UA remains strong and that their daring assault accomplished nothing, and considering that all of you managed to hold your own until help arrived, I can agree with this sentiment, to an extent. Even still, you should be on your guard in case the worst does happen. The other classes have no doubt already been informed of this warning by now. Aizawa feels confident and displays a little amount of satisfaction in his students' resiliency after they appeared complacent with his warning and displayed a braver side that the majority of them had not previously displayed. Good. You're all learning. Now, let's begin the day. The words escaped Izuku's lips in a breathless whisper, carried by the wind like the excitement of a secret finally about to be revealed. It'll be finished soon. This is almost too good to be true. There was a subtle thrill in his heart. Today could be the day. He had been planning, scavenging, refining, and bleeding for this endeavor for months, and now he was almost finished. Now he was skilled. The instruments. The expertise. He just needed to get to the one location on Earth where he could accomplish it. His haven. Municipal Beach Park in Takoba. Just outside of Musudafu's city borders, it used to be a charming section of the coast where families would go on vacation, lovers would stroll down the shore, and children would construct sandcastles in the summer heat. However, time had not been on our side. The formerly bustling beach had been turned into a garbage graveyard due to years of neglect, contaminated tides, and uncollected waste. Everything society didn't want ended up here, including ripped clothes, shattered glass, twisted metal, and broken appliances. The people saw it as an unsightly scar on the outskirts of the city, an ugly thing, a blight forgotten. Izuku Midoriya thought it was ideal, an undiscovered treasure trove, a location that the world disregarded, a place where nobody questioned anything, where a youngster like him could vanish and use the scraps of someone else's failure to create something magnificent. Approaching the back of the shore, where the rusted wreckage of the Takoba mattress factory stood like a tomb, he cautiously climbed over a partially buried washing machine. Long before Izuku was even born, the old structure had been closed. According to rumors, the owners disappeared overnight after a local quirk accident that resulted in a recall controversy. There was nothing except rust and a rotting shell of concrete. He walked to the twisted front entrance of the factory. Red-orange rust clung to the metal like dried blood, flaking with age. As he forced it open, the hinges moaned in protest, and he was instantly struck by a familiar, reassuring smell. Dust, oil, sea salt, and the subtle coppery tang of metal. Izuku walked a short distance down a narrow hallway before emerging onto the factory floor. The subtle turbulence of his thinking suddenly buzzed through what had been a lifeless husk. The space was filled with workbenches that resembled an inventor's paradise. Motors, gears, wires, and pieces of wicked technology were among the spare parts that were arranged, or not so arranged, in containers, on tables, and all over the floor. Pliers and screwdrivers hung from drawers in open toolboxes. Like a developing conspiratorial web, blueprints and schematics covered the walls, some with charred edges and others stained by coffee. Hundreds of notes. His soul was pinned to paper by hundreds of dreams, computations, failures, and near misses. And there was a little wooden chair at the very back, under a flickering overhead light. It was creaky, cracked, and barely intact, but it belonged to him. When he was working late, he would always sit there. While he wasn't on patrol. In the absence of concealment. Not while he was acting. With a crooked smile tugging at the edges of his mouth, he exhaled and looked around. Home away from home, he said to himself. He was a mystery to the rest of the world. A vigilante. A criminal. An ambulatory headline. However, this place. Just Izuku Midoriya was here. The young man who was always building. The boy who didn't let his narrative finish with rejection. Honestly, Deku. What will it take for you to realize you're not meant to be a hero? He was rather shocked by the memory. Bakugo's sharp, sarcastic voice, yet almost, exhausted? As dumb as you are, even I gotta admit you've got a decent brain. You'd be better off making support gear. It had been an uncommon occasion. They were 12 years old. That day, I was too exhausted to fight. Too indifferent to harass. Perhaps even, honest. Izuku muttered a little laugh. He was certain that the remark was not even intended as a compliment. However, it stayed with him. It sowed a seed. He was still interested in enrolling in UA's hero course at the moment. Continued to have faith in the dream. Continued to worship All Might. But for the first time, he found value in something else in that one moment. That unintentional truth from Bakugo, within himself. At that point, he began studying quirks in order to better understand them. He examined how support gear made up for shortcomings, such as how Eraserhead's capture weapon enhanced his fighting style and made up for the inherent drawbacks of his erasure quirk. It has nothing to do with creating tools. It was about giving people more power. Granting heroes the advantage they required to prevail. In the same way that he equipped himself to battle when no one else would. Alder Middle School was never renowned for producing future heroes or for providing an excellent education. It lacked battle simulations, fitness regimens, and training courses. What it possessed were aging instructors, crumbling buildings, and faculty members with enough zeal to suggest alternatives to the few pupils who dared to hope beyond their current situation. The majority of educators disliked Izuku. Not at all. They were reminded by his presence that society would always be full of flaws. While wonderful in theory, a quirkless child's desire of heroism was like a blind man's fantasy of flying, annoying in reality. However, other people accepted him and even valued his intelligence. However, actual doors didn't start to open until high school. Izuku, however, started training himself, not his body, but his mind, long before any teacher recognized his ability or provided a route. First, there was a malfunctioning TV. At 12, on a whim, he disassembled the entire thing. The motherboard, glass, and wires were all reduced to strewn pieces on his bedroom floor, resembling the aftermath of a crime scene with a scientific theme. He only wanted to know how it operated. He had no idea why he was doing it. More significantly, was he able to reassemble it? He needed 7 months. Frustration, burns, shocks, sparks, and failures for 7 months. But after a while, the screen briefly came back to life. He totally forgot that he had missed his 13th birthday in the process. His mom hadn't. When she discovered he had spent the entire day in his room, she broke down in tears. Izuku didn't care, though. Not then. He wasn't worthless, as evidenced by that glowing screen. That he could actually construct something. It quickly escalated after that. He taught himself how to hack reconditioned PCs and obsolete phones. Software he shouldn't have had access to was pirated by him. Only half of the bootleg instructions he utilized were translated into Japanese. He sank more and farther the more he discovered. It had evolved from a pastime to a necessity. A hunger. There was a time when he said to himself, "I have a passion for this that could only belong to a villain." Speaking of bad guys, there were benefits to being Webjack. Sometimes he would battle someone with actual equipment, such as stolen support tech, jury-rigged quirk boosters, or black market scrap from the underground, but most of the thugs he dispatched were junkies with knives or fake stain masks. And occasionally he took it. Not with pride. Never with pride. What option did he have, though? He had no laboratory. There was no corporate sponsor for him. He had no support system at all. Desperation, scavenged parts, and garbage. However, everything paid off. Even his time at Kogen Academy and Kaguya High. At last, everything made sense. The blueprints, the practice, and the research all came together to create something significant. Not only was his first year in the support course fruitful, but it also changed him. In order to avoid implicating them as possible collaborators of his vigilantism, he never ventured to create support gear for Webjack utilizing the equipment in either institute. Instead, he used their instruction in garbage diving. He got to know UA's power loader. Izuku presented several drawings, which were examined and approved by the excavation hero himself. The dean of Kogen even told him directly. Apparently, Power Loader was impressed and didn't merely approve of them. And you've done something well when someone like him is impressed. The dean was obviously a rapacious jerk. He wasn't uncaring, though. He distributed a portion of the UA that was paid for the schematics to Izuku. Not much, but enough to pay for some improvements. Enough to be serious. Izuku started selling his All Might items, which were once considered sacred relics but are now air-tightly packed and up for auction online to the highest bidder among All Might devotees. He was aware of the irony. Funding his rebellion with that same image of the man he worships. What was the first item he purchased? Ball of Stress. There are hundreds of them. He had to control his strength, put himself to the test, adjust. Squeezing each one individually, he would record damage, measure pressure, and make notes. Before he discovered a way to handle one without damaging it, he smashed 68. The real test then arrived. Refrigerators and cars that had been scavenged off the shore. He would strike them. Tap them. Slam into them. Not to demolish. To acquire self-control. To make sure he wouldn't dent anything or anyone when he touched it. Or worse. A grip strength meter, one of those analog handheld instruments that measured force in kilos, was eventually purchased by him. Like glass, the first one broke. The second one almost made it out alive. He began grasping at about 800 kilograms and gradually reduced it over several weeks. Slowly, carefully, daily. Until at last, 56 kilogram, the magic number was that one. An average adult man's grip strength was that. Nothing dangerous, nothing dangerous. It was the number that gave him the confidence to embrace his mother once more. And that was more important to Izuku Midoriya than any web headline or villain takedown. He headed for the old manager's office, which was now his retreat. It wasn't glitzy, but it belonged to him. A shabby desk with a hand-me-down PC, a police radio that occasionally crackled softly, and a small, dusty TV were all next to a beat-up mini-fridge that hummed in the corner. A large, plush computer chair served as the focal point. It was worn but still comfy, especially after a long night. Izuku approached the refrigerator, opened it, and took out a cold soda. The calm in the room was broken by the hiss of the tab breaking open. He picked up a black storage box next to the refrigerator, brought it gently to the workshop table, and placed it down reverently while still holding his drink. When he opened the lid, he saw a neatly folded, incomplete Webjack outfit that was cleaner, sleeker, and more sophisticated than anything he had ever worn. Mark II. Before it was finished, just one piece was left. Izuku picked up the mask, new, sharp, and exuding promise, and whispered, "Just one last component and you'll be ready to go," grinning. He took a little white box out of the drawer under the work table and opened it to reveal a pair of sleek, expensive, and incredibly functional smart glasses. He pulled up his sleeves and placed them on the table, the lenses catching the dim light. He took his time disassembling the smart glasses, but he did it with the steady rhythm of someone who had spent years understanding how things worked, how to disassemble, rebuild, and improve them. He assembled the parts, microchips, sensors, fiber optic strands, and the fragile core processor, piece by piece, like a digital puzzle. His hands were not as rapid as his brains. The processor was the brain of his specially designed HUD, the heart. Mounted just behind the mosque's optics, the small, high-resolution display unit would act as the visual interface. Izuku imagined the lines of code it would soon be executing as he took it up and held it up to the light. He then went over the communication modules, which included Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and a safe, encrypted local link that he could use to connect to his laptop, phone, and even his police scanner that was tapped in. With surgical precision, he soldered the delicate cabling, hardly blinking as the circuits fused. Next was the battery system. Izuku inserted a small, long-lasting, lightweight, high-capacity cell into the mosque's reinforced inner lining. He reminded himself that power management was crucial. Not even juice. No tracking and no HUD. No exchange of messages. He included a microphone at the end. Small, almost imperceptible, but essential. Installing voice recognition software allowed him to control the HUD without using his hands, giving commands when he was tethered to a wall, in mid-fight, or in mid-air. After it was finished, he sat back and marveled at the interior of the mask, which was now a complete heads-up display that was snappy and streamlined and ideal for Webjack. "It's done," he exhaled, lighting up his gaze. "Now to try it out." He felt a rush of excitement, but he stopped. It didn't feel appropriate to simply put on the mask. Without the rest of it, that is. He took a breath and started to undress, exposing the old Mark I suit underneath, green and faded, with a little fraying at the wrist openings where his psi webs had burned through in more intense battles. He gradually removed it, revealing his slender, powerful figure underneath. As a result of the psionic energy that pulsed just beneath the surface, his skin continued to exude the smallest amount of heat. He continued to hold the Mark I suit in his hands. It wasn't sophisticated or attractive, but it had seen him through it all. It was his first night. His initial triumphs. It was his first close call with death. He said, "It's been a blast, Mark I," with a hint of reluctance in his tone. "But we all have to move on eventually." Gently, he folded it and put it aside. Then he grasped for Mark II reverently. The dawn of a new era was imminent. He fully revealed Mark II, full of vitality, but still with the color green, a little brighter than before. Black is included with it. The inner arms, upper legs, and outside torso are jet black, while the body, head, outer arms, upper hip, and knee-high boots are all electric green. The eye lenses have a white center and a black outline. They're wide, too. The outfit has been adorned with 2 spider insignias, the green one on the back looking like a classic spider. The front insignia is black and almost the same as the other one, but the legs are shaped more like a triangle. The black outline covers the boots and the feet, and they are just below the knee. Specifically, the black outline on the torso and mask area looks like a spider's web. These contours, which are most noticeable on the shoulders, neck, and torso, divide the suit into rectangular sections. Additionally, after studying genofibers enough to make the suit himself, Izuku used his own DNA to create it. As a result, the suit is integrated with his body while he wears it, allowing him to unleash his psi webs without having to make any holes in it other than to remove it. The suit nearly seems as though it was created by a real support gear inventor, proving that the sewing skills he learned from his mother when he told her about his interest in support gears, something she was more than happy to teach him, have finally paid off. Izuku felt more confident after putting on the new costume. The outfit felt better than anything he had ever worn. His HUD is functioning flawlessly, according to his calculations. In order to look for more current offenses, he has already connected to the police network. There's nothing that local heroes or the police themselves can't handle, so he shouldn't get fired up. He worked hard to make sure his hacking would not be discovered, and nobody has noticed his interference with the police force as of yet. Wonderful. What's next? Izuku asked himself before he thought of something else. That's right. With these new improvements, maybe it's time for the tracer to be more helpful. He grabbed a small green gadget that was larger than a dime and formed like a spider, just like the one on his back, from the utility belt he kept hidden inside both his old and new suits. Spider Tracer. In his 6th month as Webjack, he created this to find fugitives and keep a lock on them in case they escaped. He could also surprise them once he discovered their hiding place, but he was unable to give it enough range to be of any help. His upgrades allowed him to be traced down for more than a few miles, although at most it could only go 60 meters before he lost the signal. He murmured to himself, "This can work a lot better now," as his fingers moved erratically over the small device. He got to work carefully improving the Spider Tracer's signal transmission technology. He increased the range to a few miles by using his understanding of better connectivity from his HUD research. It would be easy to track a target now from a distance. Furthermore, it makes no difference where he fires because the Spider Tracers are made to adhere to any surface like a spider. Making them deployable while moving was the true challenge. To wear on his forearms, he designed and made white, angular wraps. The spider shooters are these. These gadgets are small and fit neatly into his outfit. One of the major innovations was the swinging deployment mechanism. Izuku added a precision trigger to the spider shooter so he could swing with ease and shoot a tracer. In order to ensure that no one he shoots at is hurt, the shooter needs mimic Webjack's quickness and style by firing at the same speed as a handgun but with none of the force. Izuku used his improvised workshop to conduct a few experimental swings to evaluate the device's operation. He was a natural because he had spent so much time shooting web bullets at opponents. Once he was free, he only needed to provide commands from the HUD. He incorporated multi-tracking capabilities to improve his tracking skills. Now, the HUD could show real-time data from several spider tracers at once, giving a thorough overview of the areas he had marked. It was a significant improvement over his first attempts. Izuku felt a wave of satisfaction as he checked the shooting mechanism and marveled at the sophisticated spider tracers. These were tools that would increase his efficacy as a vigilante, not merely devices. He pondered, "Okay, I can cover more ground and keep a closer eye on the city with these," his will to become Webjack being strengthened by the idea of enhancing his ability to combat crime. Since he has only manufactured 2 of these tiny tracers so far, he must, of course, take care not to lose them. The impatient Izuku pondered, "Now, it is high time I complete it. My magnum opus," eager to produce his final innovation. Unfortunately, his efforts was interrupted when his HUD alerted him to a villain attack, to which he promptly responded. All units be advised. Villain attack on Fukuma Street. Villain name, Gusthawk. Wanted for the murder of 7 police officers. Only 1 hero at the scene, backdraft. Seeing no improvement, Izuku said, "Backdraft? Oh man, rescue heroes can't catch a break this year," and made the decision to go and assist. With lightning speed, he puts on his spider cord, grabs the spider tracers, and inserts each one into his spider shooters. The only person fighting a truly heinous adversary with psychotic tendencies is the masked, fireman-themed hero, who has a tiny cannon strapped to his left shoulder and hose spigots for hands. The battle was a taxing one. Gusthawk is a tall, muscular man with long, light-colored hair that is wavy. He has a mark beneath his right eye. He is dressed in a tight-fitting shirt, black arm warmers, a white sash, and white hakama pants with black accent. Additionally, Gusthawk has metal rings around his neck and biceps. Windmaster, his quirk, allows him to control the wind and produces powerful tornadoes, which he used to demolish the majority of Fukuma Street. Every building's windows broke, walls and doors were ripped from the earth and flung into the air, and more. Although this left him vulnerable to the majority of the damage, the individuals trapped in the attack were fortunate since Backdraft used his water pump to unleash physical water, which he used to shield as many as he could. Gusthawk said, "Pitiable hero. Is this the best this city can do?" Sending in someone who's never been in a fight before, as the rescue hero hovered over him in a cyclone he had created. Backdraft swore, "Fiend, you'll never get away with this," but he was damaged and could hardly support his statement. "Quit the bravado. If you had just let me walk away freely, none of this would have happened," Gusthawk grumbled. Backdraft saw Gusthawk while on patrol, disguised in all black, including a hood, but the hero recognized him after catching a glimpse of his face. This led to the start of the fight. Backdraft was planning to get in touch with heroes who had more combat experience because he knew he wasn't made out to battle, but Gusthawk also noticed, and chaos ensued. Realizing that a more forceful strategy was required, Backdraft directed his water pump into strong streams with the intention of hitting Gusthawk square in the face. But Gusthawk turned out to be a very strong foe. He moved his hand quickly, controlling the winds to form a protective wall that pushed back Backdraft's water assaults. Gusthawk was clearly enjoying the battle, as evidenced by the chilling presence of the wind gusts. In an effort to shield the defenseless onlookers caught in the crossfire, Backdraft continued. In an effort to weaken Gusthawk's defenses, he unleashed torrents of water with greater vigor. However, the villain was able to easily dodge the attack because of his mastery of the wind. Backdraft used his surroundings skillfully as the battle progressed. Gusthawk's vision was briefly obscured by the mist he created by directing the water streams. Backdraft sprang forward, taking advantage of the situation and launching a precise water blast at Gusthawk. Gusthawk stumbled backward as the attack made contact. Backdraft used his advantage, emboldened by his brief triumph. He turned water into whips and struck more quickly and accurately. Unprepared for the abrupt change in momentum, Gusthawk found it difficult to withstand Backdraft's unrelenting attack. But Gusthawk's savage smile quickly reappeared. He laughed malevolently and conjured forth a huge cyclone that swallowed up both fighters. Desperate to continue his water-based attacks, Backdraft battled the winds. The two cancelled each other out and were blown away from each other during the conflict, but the tornado's power may have increased. Gusthawk took less damage and stayed in the air, while Backdraft crashed and landed on the street, moaning in agony. Gusthawk exclaimed, "It's high time we finished this," and raised 3 automobiles off the ground with his wind before hurling them directly into Backdraft. The rescue hero had to run because he didn't have time to utilize his water defense, but he halted when he saw 2 children lying on the ground nearby, terrified that the approaching automobiles would also smash them. Gusthawk didn't seem to care. He lifted his right arm at the children and sent out a watery blast that drove them aside without hurting them, realizing he only had time to save himself or them, and no time in between. As he prepared for the aerial strike that would undoubtedly terminate his life, that might have been the final thing he ever did. Webjack swung into the scene, stood in front of Backdraft, and deftly caught the automobile with his arms raised, saving the hero from a hit that never came. "What's up, Danger?" the vigilante joked, his typical sense of humor tempering the seriousness of the situation. Backdraft caught his breath and said, "Jackie?" before nodding appreciatively. "Webjack," sighed Gusthawk, who was both irritated by the newcomer and wary because he knew the vigilante would fight harder than Backdraft. Even worse, from a distance, he can see that more heroes are finally arriving. Knowing that things are no longer in his favor, he grits his teeth and makes the decision to go, taking off before anyone can stop him. Webjack declared, "He's fast, but he won't get away," but first he turned back to Backdraft and assisted him in standing up. Backdraft, who had to work quickly, stated, "Fukuma is in ruins, but the people were spared from any further harm. I've got to round everyone up until medics get here." Taking to the skies, Webjack said, "Okay, the others should be able to help with that. In the meantime, Gusthawk is mine." The villain swiftly flew to the south side of Musutafu, where he felt safe to slow down because he was sure that no one could have seen him due to his high speed and because he was proficient enough with his quirk to be able to fly at maximum speed without making any noise. He sought refuge in an abandoned warehouse, which was a common hiding place for villains in Musutafu during hot weather. Even though there weren't many hiding places and it was somewhat roomy, Gusthawk felt secure in this place. All he needs to do is hide out for the remainder of the day and flee to another city. Despite his strength, he must exercise caution and avoid being as foolish as the other villains because All Might is now residing in Musutafu. There is no need to be very cautious, though, as All Might ought to be instructing seminars in Ua by now. He couldn't contain his laughter. Only one of the villain's theories was confirmed, and many conjectured about what All Might was doing, wasting his time educating the next generation of heroes. Soon, the symbol of peace would stop performing heroic duties. The idea alone sent waves of sick laughter through the underworld, but even if everyone agreed, some people continued to think All Might was unbeatable. Therefore this theory never left the underworld and reached the general population. These few do not include Gusthawk. The days of All Might in the sun were coming to an end. Gusthawk is in Ua because he senses it. He's looking for someone to carry his light. He is certain that Ua is full of strong students who will develop into even more obnoxious heroes, but he is also certain that none of them will ever achieve the level of success All Might has, so he and the other villains won't have anything to fear in the near future. Japan is about to experience a new darkness, and he is eager for that. What the? Gusthawk's feelings of delight were cut short when, while scratching an itch on his right butt cheek, he felt something that he was certain shouldn't be there. He removed it to investigate. It's a tiny gadget that looks like a green spider, which surprises him. Gusthawk said, feeling uneasy, "What the devil is this?" This is demonstrated by the green webline that is thrown from one of the windows above the warehouse, striking the small spider and removing it from his grasp before being taken back by its owner. Webjack exclaimed, "Hey now. That was a close call. Can't have this little guy get broken," grateful for his timely arrival. He risked the element of surprise to save the spider tracer since he was afraid Gusthawk may shatter it. Gusthawk said in surprise, "Webjack." He didn't think anyone other than All Might could have followed him at the speed he traveled to arrive here. "That's me," joked Jackie. The vigilante fired a spider tracer as soon as Gusthawk turned away from everyone, aiming for his butt cheek, and aimed one of his spider shooters at him just before he fled. He hoped that the tracer's signal range could now be tracked far from the receiver in his mosque's HUD. His diligence paid off handsomely. Izuku chuckled, happy that the report was accurate and that he had located the villain's safe haven. "You know, I heard a rumor that folks like you would hang out here to play hide and seek with the heroes, but like everyone else, I didn't pay much attention," he said. "Sorry about ruining your secret hiding spot." Gusthawk yelled, "You bastard," and hurled a massive tornado at Webjack, destroying the warehouse's roof and apparently sending Webjack hurtling into the air. Actually, Webjack jumped out of the path in time, landing on the ground as the roof collapsed. Then, with all of his strength, he dashed, slamming through the wall of the warehouse and left a hole behind him, surprising the enemy once more before he could strike back. The villain smacked his head on the ground as Webjack pulled after shooting another web at his foot. Webjack yelled, "It's over now," as he leapt over Gusthawk and released more webbing from his left hand. Just like in his battle with the Nomu, Izuku utilized his psi webs to form a new construct, a huge hammer, to Gusthawk's horror, but he didn't have time to react. He screamed, "Spiders slam!" and struck Gusthawk hard, causing a crater to form where the villain lay. Gusthawk gave an agonized gasp and then fell to the ground, unconscious but not dead. "I admit it's not a flashy name, but look on the bright side. At least it wasn't a lame attempt to mimic a smash," Izuku laughed. When everything is taken into account, today is going really well, and he doesn't think his luck is about to run out. Wearing his Silver Age costume, All Might exclaimed, "Congratulations, students! You all passed." With his hands raised high and his lungs full of strength, congratulating the students of Class 1A. "You've made me proud. Your improvements are simply remarkable." As the Hero Course's foundational hero studies teacher for the first-year students, All Might had to put the students' ability to handle simulations of real-life crises brought on by natural catastrophes or conflicts between heroes and villains to the test. Even though they have only known one another for about a month, Class 1B has a genuine synergy and works well together, while 1A lacks this camaraderie and frequently gets in each other's way. However, today's symbol of peace has witnessed improvements. This time, the task was to save citizens, training dummies, who were trapped in buildings that were about to collapse. These structures may be found in UA's Ground Beta, a training environment that simulates a typical metropolitan setting complete with streets and buildings. Exercises can be seen indoors in monitoring rooms located in a number of its buildings. The students can go all out as much as they want because it doesn't matter how much harm is done. Teams of 3 were formed from the class. They had just 10 minutes to complete their chores and save as many of the inhabitants as they could, which comes to a total of 6. All Might would come in quickly and save them with ease if something went wrong. Since All Might himself was responsible for wrecking their respective crumbling buildings, most students were reluctant to take the test because they believed that visiting the damaged buildings would result in their death. They all survived this time despite this and other mistakes they had made together in the past. Naturally, they made a lot of mistakes. If they had been actual humans, the method they saved the dummies may have been lethal, but they were quick to admit their mistakes and thought they were deserving of failure. Nevertheless, All Might interpreted these recognitions as evidence that they are gaining the kind of insight that will be necessary when they really undertake rescue missions. Bakugo was the one who most impressed All Might. Because of his uncontrollable behavior, the soul kid he views as a problem child, as Aizawa likes to refer to his students, is more appropriate for a villain. Even though Endeavor was occasionally a demon, he never showed such rage and conceit while on duty. However, he behaved more like a team player this time, or more precisely, he pushed himself into the role of leader and made quick decisions that guaranteed the citizen his team was saving would be safe when they got there. Therefore, beneath all of that irrational rage and bloodlust for battle, there might be a real hero. The true challenge is figuring out how to allow this light side out, and Toshinori believes he might not be the one who can do it before it's too late. In any case, he views today's lesson as a success. All Might continued his compliments by saying, "You have made me proud, future heroes," which gave Class 1A a greater sense of self-worth than they had had since joining UA. But don't be complacent. If these were real citizens who needed rescuing, things might not have been alright, but that is why you are here. To learn. Improve yourselves. So that each of you can carry the torch I and the rest of the pros have been holding on to for the good of the world. Despite the little near miss and the stressful situation, Kirishima grinned and said, "Man, today was so awesome." They were enjoying their test. "I know. My heart was pumping so hard, but I wasn't scared at all," Rikido Sato added, reflexively stroking his muscular arms because he needed to move quickly. "Probably because of all the sugar also pumping in your veins," Shiro thought. Bakugo muttered, "Who cares? This was an easy assignment." His ego is a constant source of trouble, and to make matters worse, it is well earned because he is the most skilled person in the class, and his knowledge just serves to exacerbate his issues. "I wish my ears could agree," Momo said, since she was one of the people who teamed up with Bakugo and her hearing was damaged by all of his yelling and explosions. "Can it?" he said sharply. Since everyone knows as well as he does that Katsuki cannot get away with making good on them in Ua, especially while they are all standing in front of All Might, no one has yet to take his threats seriously. Her phone began to ring, and everyone's eyes shifted to the now visible Toru. "Oops. Sorry, everyone, I forgot to mute my phone, and I had it inform me of any news about pro heroes," she added with a bit of anxiety. All Might emphasized, "No need for apologies, young Hagakure, class is over anyway," and gave her the thumbs up for more assurance. As though they had no more justification for choosing him as a teacher over Aizawa. Ojiro questioned, "How can you carry anything in that thing?" Hagakure's new costume, which is shaped like a bikini and is colored in a green and yellow pattern, doesn't seem to be able to hold anything for her. She wears it with light brownish-gray lace-up shoes and a pair of basic light blue gloves with pale pink lines. "Oh, there is plenty of space for my phone and other essentials," Toru thought. Tsuyu asked Hagakure, "Anything worth our notice, Kiro?" "Oh man. It looks like there was a pretty nasty fight in Nukuma Street because of a villain attack. Place was totally trashed, and the first pro on the scene was Backdraft," Toru reported. This caused some concern among everyone, especially All Might, who flinched so much that his ever-present smile briefly vanished. Bakugo commented, "Backdraft. That one of those lame-ass heroes who's only good for extracting people instead of kicking villain ass, dismissing rescue heroes, who typically lack the strength to fight." Jiro screamed at him, one of the few who didn't hesitate to respond. "You're the only ass here," he said. Kirishima questioned, "Who's the villain he was fighting?" "Some creep who calls himself Gusthawk," Toru said, obviously unfamiliar with this character. For a moment, All Might's smile fades, now due to fear. "Gusthawk?" In consideration of Backdraft and the individuals caught in the crossfire, the symbol of peace remarked, "That's the madman who killed 7 policemen, among them a late friend of Naomasa." Toru began reading the most current news, brightening the mood for everyone but Bakugo, who became quite irate. Seems Backdraft put up a decent fight before help arrived at the nick of time. And the first to offer aid was Webjack, who saved Backdraft's life, Toru said. "What?" he snarled in amazement. When Mina saw a photo of Webjack using his bare hands to raise a car in the air with the intention of crushing the rescue hero, she yelled, "And then what? And then what?" as she invaded Toru's personal space to view the article for herself. Toru ignored Mina's eagerness as he read the article further. It appears that while the pros remained behind to care for the injured, Webjack pursued the villain, who fled as soon as he got there and somehow managed to chase him down to a warehouse south of Musutafu, where he took him down in said warehouse, Toru said. And afterward, Webjack returned to Nukuma and helped the pros with tending to the wounded, and they seem to have accepted his help, Mina laughed. "Aren't they supposed to arrest that freak?" The news felt like an insult to Bakugo, and he exploded with fury. All Might, meanwhile, was feeling better and was relieved that everything had gone as smoothly as possible during a villain attack. "It is quite surprising, but I guess the local heroes must have gotten used to his presence by now, and so the less stubborn ones appreciate the support," Kiro, Asui stated. "Seems like it. If I got it right, one of the first people Webjack saved from danger was my dad's best friend, and he's been grateful ever since," Jiro said. "Even if he is a vigilante, he's been doing a lot with minimal screw-ups," Shoji stated. "That's true. As far as we know, the only bad thing he's done is being an unlicensed hero," said Sato. "And knowing the media, they wouldn't hesitate to point out any of his screw-ups, so the guy's legit," Shiro said. "Hey, his costume is different. Guess he went and gave himself a makeover," Toru remarked, focusing more intently on the variations in Webjack's brand new outfit. Mina responded, "You're right, it looks like he had an upgrade," as she grabbed her phone to look up the article. "He's even better now. I bet it smells like a new car." Shoto remarked, he added black with 2 spiders into his getup, while likewise pointing to his phone. Aoyama said, "I must admit, He's so easy on the eyes now that he deserves praise, expressing satisfaction with the new appearance. Kirishima added, if he's wearing a bit less green, then it must mean that he isn't so green anymore, but she quickly changed her mind after realizing how cheesy that sounded. Wow, yeah. That sounded a lot better in my head. Fortunately for him, no one made any remarks about it. Tenya commanded, making his usual chopping motion with his hands, cease this at once, classmates. I haven't forgotten the debt we owe him either, but lest you forget that we are here to become licensed heroes and thus we cannot be praising those who are against the law. His rebuke was also motivated by his observation of Bakugo's growing rage and his desire to defuse the impending threat. Upon observing this, All Might makes the decision to speak up and elaborate. At least Bakugo isn't beyond dismissing his opinions, even though he may still verbally abuse him in his presence. Simmer down, students. There's nothing wrong with having any sort of opinion. Everyone needs constructive criticism. The only constructive criticism I'll ever give to vigilantes is to turn themselves in and become productive members of society, Tenya said. Bakugo scoffed and said, I would prefer to put them in a body bag. Denki addressed the teacher, hey, All Might, what's your opinion on Webjack and vigilantes in general?
So this was it for the series. I hope you enjoyed it. To watch more series like this, subscribe to my channel. Till then, bye bye.